That's enough screwing around. We're here. I was trying to find references. Still might find them. That's not bad either. All right. I got the history of Rome. We're going to listen to the history of Rome because it's going to be a nice long haul and I want entertainment. Ah! Jesus. That's so loud for me.
When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome.
All right, how's that?
That again, audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify.
I'm so awake right now. I totally have my eyes open.
For a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you download.
Hey, Crispy! Hey, you made it!
Also keep going with one of the monthly subscription
I can hear it.
And get great deals on all future audiobooks.
Oh, empty orange juice. No. Actually, I'm pausing for that to commiserate with you. No. No, God. I had that happen to me on a big character, like a character sheet for, well, at the time, unpaid work, so I guess it didn't really matter that much, but that's the day when I went, okay, if it's important, I'm putting it on, like, a redundant file system. But even then, sometimes, like, there's just fucking bad data in it, so you can have two shitty files that can break. I'm so sorry. It's 2 a.m. here, but by God, it's Friday night, and I want to see it through. Based. All right, we'll get a nice, cozy History of Rome podcast on there. I'm probably going to put my mic boom up and just concentrate on drawing for all this until I properly wake up as well. But let's go. We're doing a super sick Alma alternate universe for Crispy. I fucking love this. Like, literally so cool. I kept telling him if I ever get, like, $1 million and access to the rights for Fear, I'm gonna reboot it. I'll buy the rights right out of Warner Brothers.
Rome by Harold Lamb.
Alrighty.
Though we have long since left the Second Punic War in the dust, can you ever really
that's
get
good.
tired of learning about Hannibal, the Great and Terrible? I didn't think so. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 76, Mock Triumphs. Last time, we traced Domitian's rise to power from forgotten afterthought to Emperor of the Roman Empire. Unlike his brother,
it's kind of redundant.
Rise
Just call him
had
an
no
afterthought.
planned arc. There was no gentle addition of responsibility, no subtle raising of the volume. When it came to Domitian, 1 minute there was silence, the next the amp was cranked to 10. Imperial non-entity to master of the world in just the blink of an eye. His sudden inheritance of the throne shocked everyone, as the citizens of the empire were just getting.
We'll probably
settled
add 10
into
minutes
nice
onto the end of
Titus,
this to get the
and
full
there was a
hour.
fear all around that the 30-year-old Domitian would not be up to the task. But this fear was generally unfounded, and Domitian would prove both intellectually and politically that he had what it took to be emperor. Even though his blunt dismissal of the Senate eventually led to assassination, for 15 years, Domitian ruled effectively in the manner he saw fit and efficiently got done what he thought needed to be done. The reign of Domitian is not to be sneezed at or ignored or ridiculed. Though
I'm going to do
neither
all
is it
those
to be
things.
embraced as the second coming of Augustus, as Domitian would have liked us to believe. And in many ways, he set the stage for the coming century of brilliance for the empire. Suetonius once commented that the depravity of the last Flavian practically negated the good of the first two, but this is propaganda. Domitian was harsher and colder than his brother and father, but he was as astute and capable a man as they, and in the end, the whole of the Flavian dynasty should be remembered for their successful stewardship of the empire. Domitian opened his reign, as I said last time, with a flurry of pious construction projects, completing the Temple of Jupiter and unveiling a temple for his now divine relatives, Titus and Vespasian. But he did not plan to stop at a few temples. The city of Rome had been ravaged by war and natural disaster, most recently suffering from the Great Fire of 80 AD, and Domitian saw an opportunity to kick off his planned Augustan Renaissance in style.
Play a loud air horn noise when you get to my commission, for no specific reason. Not that I'll be asleep, I'm definitely not currently passing out.
Domitian was inheriting a city of ashes.
I drew Armstrong dying in a glue trap at the bottom of the sea last night. Yes! I'm glad somebody captured that moment.
Anyway.
Lux, show it, we want to see.
Not nearly as poetic as I hoped when I started that sentence. Over the course of the next few years, he would direct...
Why do you starve me? I need your tasty art to eat.
Restoring the architectural dignity of Rome, which had been in steep decline since the reign of Nero. Among his many projects was...
Who the fuck is texting me right now?
Which was completed soon after his...
My
brother's
mother?
death.
What
The
does
Great
she
Arch,
want?
which still stands
Oh,
today,
about the
is a
Aurora
can't miss on
Borealis.
any trip to Rome. Ostensibly
Aurora
commemorates
Borealis?
Titus's victory in Judea, but mostly its job was to remind everyone of the divine, almost mythological status of the Flavians. Whether or not the Romans saw it as anything more than outsized self-aggrandizement is an
I
open
don't know about
question,
these legs.
but the grand permanence of the structure certainly convinced later ambitious men that a massive
Another
arch
reference
was
of
a pretty
people running
sweet way
towards the
to
camera.
celebrate one's own eternal awesomeness. Napoleon certainly had the Arch of Titus in mind when he ordered the Arc de Triomphe built after his own great victory at Austerlitz in 1806. All of these public building projects helped stimulate an economy that had been drifting aimlessly for years. But of course, they were not going to pay for themselves. So, having undercut the Roman elite politically, Domitian next targeted them economically and let his newly reformed and ruthlessly efficient bureaucracy loose on their bank accounts. He strengthened and extended imperial taxes, and in the years to come, would eventually resort to outright confiscation to help pay for his projects, and of course, the various military campaigns he initiated, which we'll get to in a bit. Now, if he were another man, Domitian would have paid for everything without resorting to excessive taxation. Emperors in the past had simply borrowed what they needed without regard
It's
for
that John
how they were
Lennon
going to pay it back.
walking piece.
Besides, if the creditors did come calling, an emperor could simply devalue the
Or
coins
photo.
he minted until he had enough nominal chunks of worthless metal to pay the specific amounts that everyone demanded. Domitian had no interest in inflating his way into solvency, though, and taking the opposite tack, he actually returned the silver ratio in a denarii back to the Augustan level of 12%.
Oh, he's undebasing his
Roman currency
coin.
was the standard in the Mediterranean at the time, and Domitian felt that it reflected badly on the emperor to have the coins he minted regarded as worthless jokes. But of course, with
Not
less
like
circulating currency to work with,
Tracer
Domitian was
fire.
forced to demand more from his subjects. The Roman economy, on balance, benefited from Domitian's fiscal policies, but they certainly did not help his popularity any. Helping his popularity even less than his tax policies was his hopeless quest to return the Romans to their traditional, conservative family values. Legislating sex and morals had been hard enough for Augustus a century earlier, but
Ryan dying in a glue trap while he yells a muffled, "A man chose us!" through the
turned out
glue.
to be an even more terrible idea. But Domitian seemed
Hey, are those
bent on
morning?
reviving all
Oh my
things
fucking
Caesar,
god.
even if it meant bringing back the much derided Lex Julius. In 85 AD,
Jack!
he named himself censor in
Help
persecution,
me!
which gave him authority to legislate morality. Adultery once again became a banishable offense, and consorting with the Vestal virgins became a capital crime.
This is literally
An
1984.
equestrian found himself stricken from the juror pool for remarrying an ex-wife, and a senator was expelled from the body for acting on stage, which was even worse than prostitution so far as Domitian was concerned.
Acting on.
All of this
God, I
turned
love
out
this
to be
piece. This
little
one's
more
so
than
good.
spitting into a hurricane, and Domitian earned himself nothing but scorn for his trouble.
Just
The
girl
old
things,
ways
you
were
know?
dead. Threatening to execute people for cheating on their wives was not going to change that.
I love this sigil
Forced
too. That's
on,
so good.
And his efforts at reestablishing some semblance of public morality was not a
I want the
tool
Fear
to
IP
their-
now.
The emperor also used his authority as censor to punish officials for bribery and corruption, two real offenses with real consequences that had been overlooked for years, even by his
I don't know.
own
I've heard of
father.
those things, but I don't think they're real.
There was, as they say, a new sheriff in town. And even though
Crispy,
he
do you
took
want
a lot of
mask
guts
off
to
or
make a
mask
lot of
on?
enemies, over ultimately irrelevant.
Like, this looks cool. You know what? Actually, let me just give you two versions of that.
Clean or honest in its
You
dealings.
don't get a choice. If this goes over, then I'll
The
finish
funny
it up
thing
in my
about all
free
this
time. But
is that the mission kept stepping on the same toes over and over again. It seems like any time he had the opportunity to stick it to the nobility, he jumped at the chance. I'm not sure what the Senate did to elicit such contempt from the Emperor. I speculated about some stuff last time, but he really had it in for them. So much so that it doesn't even seem like a matter of stepping on a few toes.
let me actually pull
More
up
like
a
the mission was walking right up to them and stomping down on their feet repeatedly.
picture of Alma
He
here
cut them out
too.
of the political process, gouged them financially, policed their bedrooms, and shut down their lucrative kickbacks. In the end, I'm not sure why Domitian hated the Senate so much, but I have no doubts about why they hated him so much. He even declared a limit to the amount of arable Italian land that could be used for vineyards. So to top everything off, Domitian was also cutting down the booze supply.
No!
Is it any wonder, then, that he was finally stabbed to death? Beyond the aristocracy, who uniformly hated him, Domitian was alternatively feared and liked, and disdained and respected, depending on who you talk to. But there was one segment of the population who really loved the man: rank-and-file soldiers.
Nerds.
The officers couldn't stand Domitian, of course, for all the reasons I've mentioned and all the reasons I'll get to shortly. But the common legionary loved him. Why the great discrepancy? Because shortly after taking office, Domitian issued a blanket pay raise for his soldiers. And it wasn't some cost of living increase either. No, the common soldiers saw their paychecks increase by fully 1/3, a mind-blowing sum that earned Domitian their undying devotion for the rest of his reign. The elites could clamor for his head as much as they wanted, but after the pay raise, they were going to have a hell of a time convincing their soldiers to revolt. You want me to fight who? The guy who just gave me a 33% bump? No, I think I'm good, thanks. The raise caused Domitian to backtrack on his fiscal policy some, and he was forced to slightly devalue his coins after having so recently revalued them. But the compromise was a sound one, and Domitian never really had to worry about the whole army rising up against him. There was a brief revolt of 2 legions in 89 AD, which we'll get to next week, but it was an isolated case and was quickly crushed by the intensely loyal armies that surrounded the malcontents. The pay raise for the soldiers did not come out of nowhere, though. It was part and parcel of the triumphal celebration following Domitian's smashing victory against the Chatti in 83 AD. The fierce Germanic tribe had suddenly risen up in revolt against Rome, right around the time Domitian decided that it was high time he cemented his reputation as a great leader with an impressive military victory. It was actually pretty convenient how it all worked out. Domitian just happened to be in Chatti territory conducting a census with a new legion he had recently formed, when, for no reason, and in stark contrast to years of peaceful coexistence, the dastardly Chatti attacked, forcing Domitian to defend the honor of the house of Caesar and the majesty of Rome, etc., etc., etc. Convenient. Yes, that's one word for it. Domitian marched around for a year building roads and fortifications in Chatti territory, decided that with winter coming it was high time he declared victory and left, so he declared victory and left. He returned to Rome to celebrate the triumph he had been craving all his life. No one who knew anything about anything believed Domitian had actually done anything to earn the triumph he threw for himself. He had skirmished with some random tribe and built some roads, and now was calling himself Germanicus? But the people loved it. Triumphs mean games, and banquets, and generous handouts. So they cheered their conquering emperor as he marched into the city at the head of his great parade. Domitian cheerfully basked in the glow of his adoring subjects. Never again would he be relegated to the back with the other family members. This was Domitian's time now. Meanwhile, Tacitus, representing the views of the aristocracy, dismissed the whole display as a mock triumph. Real or mock.
Oh wait, is this the guy from Gladiator who was killed by his Praetorian guard? I think I actually already listened to this episode. It's okay.
One possible side consequence of Domitian's mock triumph was that Agricola, and yes, thank you for the pronunciation correction, it is Agricola, not Agricola, which, yeah, I agree, sounds like some kind of terrible hippie soda. So
Hippie soda.
that. Anyway, Agricola was possibly recalled from his post in Britannia because his real military success on the island cast Domitian's victory in a pretty pathetic light. Not long after Domitian's parade, messengers delivered the news that Agricola had defeated the combined Caledonian army of some 30,000 troops
No.
and stood poised to capture the entire island.
Or yay.
There is no consensus about whether Agricola was recalled out of jealousy or whether it was more like a reward for 7 years' cold, hard service in the north. But one way or the other, Agricola was back in Rome in 85 AD and effectively retired from public life.
Everybody being good over there
His had
on
been
stream.
one of the
Let's
more
see.
successful careers of the first century, and he very nearly captured the whole...
I kind of roll with the idea that
Rome.
Alma just goes full Sadako even in combat
His
with her
work would
hair.
be left permanently incomplete, though, as the legions he had led were
Like, no one
soon
knows how she
transferred to
sees
the
out of it. She
Danube
just
to help
does.
fight the growing Dacian menace, which, unlike the Chatti menace, was all too
Commodus.
real.
Okay. Hippie soda. Disgusting. Ugh.
The Dacians lived in the Carpathian Mountains on the far side.
Sure
of the
shot.
Rhine,
Thanks for the subscription. Oh my god, you've been
Trouble for
subscribed for
years.
23
For the first
months.
time in his life,
My god.
Domitian was about to deal with a real existential threat to the empire.
Dog that says gorp or cat that
His
says
response
gup.
to the
Dog that says
crisis
gorp.
offered a window into how the emperor really felt about war, defense, and imperial security. Whether he handled the situation properly is a matter of
Pull
ongoing
up my
debate,
reference again here.
but there is no doubt that the hawkish aristocracy, already chafing under Domitian, your lord and god, were appalled by his handling of the Dacian situation.
Water.
The thing about Domitian is that he took Augustus's injunction about further conquest seriously
Yeah.
and really believed that the primary function of the legions was now frontier defense. He didn't want to invade Germania. He didn't want to conquer Dacia.
It
He
doesn't
didn't
want any of
anything
that
to
going.
do with Scotland. He considered these efforts to be expensive boondoggles that would stretch the legions too thin, cost blood and treasure Rome couldn't afford, and ultimately leave the empire weaker and more vulnerable for the trouble. When it came to military affairs, the great legacy of Domitian was not some new territory added to the empire or some great foreign enemy destroyed, but rather the expansion and strengthening of the Limes Germanicus, the frontier fortification network along the Rhine and Danube rivers that kept the northern empire safe from invasion. Eventually stretching to nearly 350 miles, the fortification network grew to include 60 permanent forts and some 900 watchtowers.
Still not satisfied with her legs
Domitian
here.
would neither begin the project nor complete it, but he was committed to it wholeheartedly and poured money and manpower into the effort. The key line the Limes Germanicus cut was between the upper Rhine and the upper Danube. While the two great rivers offered a natural defense on their own, against
Fucking AI art,
unpacified
dude. I swear to
tribes,
God, I keep thinking
the
I
structure
have like a
planned
decent
between the
reference, and then I look
headwaters of
closer
each
and
was
it's
a
all
dangerous
fucking
weak
monster
point for
men.
the empire, and Domitian aimed to close that gap once and for all.
I
Though
want
his
to
work
ultra
would
kill
finally be
somebody.
completed by Hadrian, the time and effort Domitian expended was critical and helped pave the way for a century and a half of security along the northern border.
We're just putting her legs like this now. Like,
But while Domitian's efforts were critical, they were
There we
also criticized. High-ranking military officials and their civilian counterparts believed Domitian far too passive in his military strategy. If the empire was to be safe, it needed to defeat its enemies, not build a wall to keep them out. The fight needed to be taken to the source. It was no good to simply sit back until
we can
it was
just
too
kind of have
late.
this fading off.
What good was a
into a
watchtower
blur or
if
something,
it
I
only
think.
alerted Rome to an invasion force too strong for
We'll
its
make
own?
it work.
Nascent alliances between barbarian tribes needed to be nipped in the bud before they grew into something truly dangerous. Soldiers were trained to fight, not sit on walls staring into space. It was unnatural. The contrast in style came to a head in Dacia, where each side could reasonably claim the actions of the other detrimental to imperial security. Ever since the Year of the Four Emperors, the tribes beyond the northern frontiers of the Danube had grown more and more bold. The Roman world seemed too preoccupied to care about their raids into imperial territory, and with each passing year the tribes, including the formidable Dacians, acted with increasing impunity. They finally crossed the line and got Rome's attention in either 84 or 85 AD, when a Dacian army invaded Moesia and killed the imperial governor. Hot on the heels of his great victory over the Chatti, Domitian personally led a force to Moesia to deal with the unacceptable affront to Rome's honor. Further signaling how seriously and how personally Domitian was taking the situation, His army included members of the Praetorian Guard and was led by his Praetorian prefect, Cornelius Fuscus. The Roman reinforcements were able to easily drive off the Dacians, who were not about to tangle with an imperial army guided by the emperor himself. By the winter of 85, the Dacians were cleared out of Roman territory, and Domitian returned to Rome to celebrate his second triumph.
Goes without saying,
there
but
was
the
still
eyepiece
not
I did
much
for her
to
was
celebrate.
100% inspired.
This
Oh,
time
hell
at
yeah.
least had a ring of truth to it, and Domitian was
You
quite
get
pleased
it.
with himself for how well his military career was shaping up.
Good.
But this second triumph proved to be even more of a mockery than the first.
Good.
The Dacians were not defeated by a long shot,
It's like a
and when
collab.
Cornelius Fuscus, on his own initiative, crossed the Danube to mop up the remaining combatants, he led his legions to one of their worst defeats since the catastrophe in the Teutoburg forest.
Oh yeah, Teutoburg.
In 86
Oh
AD,
yeah.
Fuscus led elements of 4 legions plus auxiliaries into Dacian territory,
So
expecting
dramatic.
little resistance from the splintered and
Get it.
feuding local tribes. Except that the Dacians weren't splintered and feuding at all. They had been united by a king who was to become known to the Romans as Decebalus, which translates roughly as he with the strength of 10 men.
That's me.
Decebalus saw the Romans coming from a mile away and set an ambush at the narrow pass of Tapi.
Tappy.
Fuscus blundered right into the trap. He watched in horror as the entire 5th Legion was cornered and massacred, and then watched in humiliation as the legionary standard of the Praetorian Guard was captured and hauled off by the enemy. Luckily for Fuscus, he did not have to live with the humiliation for long, as he himself was soon killed in the fight.
He fucking died.
Back in Rome, the triumph Domitian had celebrated
Couldn't be me.
now seemed like a
I'd
cruel
actually be
joke.
good at all this stuff.
He quickly returned to Moesia to oversee the reinforcement of the province.
Oh hell yeah! You found
The
the
territory
motivation to start
huge
lifting weights more.
administrative
Yeah.
district And transferred 3 legions to boost the defenses along the Danube.
It's tough, right?
Though he was convinced now more than ever that the legions work best. As
Like
a
I've never
defense
actually had that much motivation to
rather
do
than
it, but
conquering
finally,
eventually.
once I hit my 30s,
Domitian understood
I feel
that
like
the
I have a lot more
annihilation of a
like
legion
clarity of
and the
purpose,
capture of the standard
and I'm able to
Praetorian
stick with
Guard
things
standard
more.
in
So
the
so
West
far,
did not go unanswered.
I've been sticking with weights for 3
In
weeks.
both 87 and 88, the Romans crossed the Danube to campaign against Decebalus.
I hope you stick with
Though
it, but
this time,
also
they marched with far
I've
greater
been
skill
there
than
when
had
it's
been
hard to
shown
stick
by
with it.
In
Enjoy
88,
while you
the
can.
Dacians and Romans once again found themselves
Well,
facing
you
the
can.
Tapi. Though this time the Romans did not stumble blindly into any traps, and Decebalus was soundly beaten. All would seem to be
Gamers,
well
they
for
beat his
Domitian and
ass.
the Romans. Their honor was restored and the enemy beaten.
Oh, I was gonna be like, oh, what
But
rifle of that? Of
unfortunately
course,
for
it's the
Domitian, events
GWL.
elsewhere
What was that?
conspired to turn his victory into a bleeding sore. On January 1st, 89 AD,
G2A2.
Lucius Antonius Saturnius, the governor of Upper Germania, had had enough of Domitian and led his 2 legions in revolt. With this sudden crisis on the Rhine, Domitian was forced to
gonna do one
conclude
of
a
these.
hasty treaty with Decebalus that formally recognized Dacia as a client kingdom
Check
of
this
Rome.
shit. Oh fuck, that's really
To
big.
ensure that there would be no trouble after he left, Domitian accepted a controversial provision that sent money and artisans to Decebalus in exchange for peace.
You better believe
The
I'm
money
about
and
to
men
fucking
would be
trace this
used by the
thing.
Dacian king to bolster his own
Ah,
defenses and
ha,
properly
ha.
equip his growing army. Domitian's treaty had the effect of transforming Roman tax dollars into Dacian swords and putting Romans to work building walls that later Romans would die trying to climb. The officer corps was already grumbling about Domitian's cowardly obsession with roads and watchtowers, but for him to pay off an enemy like that was borderline dereliction of duty. And they had a point. When Trajan decided to eventually crush Decebalus once and for all, he found the task far more arduous than it should have been, because of all the enemy fortifications built with Roman money.
Gamers, I've been
For
drawing on the
record,
wrong layer this whole time.
Decebalus
Okay,
did
it's fine.
control lucrative gold mines that bought and paid for most of his army. Lucrative gold mines that had far more
Hank,
to do
you're
with
drawing on the
Trajan's
wrong
decision to
layer.
invade than abstract notions of
Hank!
defending Roman honor, by the way. But still, the optics of Domitian's treaty were terrible, and the deal with Decebalus soon became a political wound that refused to heal.
Skill issue.
Next week, we'll start with the revolt of Saturnius,
We'll
which
start
would
with the
prove to be a
revolt of
turning point in Domitian's reign. Prior to the uprising, Domitian was harsh but fair in his use of imperial power. But afterwards, the emperor would become far more paranoid and far more cruel.
Turned
Though
into a
in the
huge
end, he would
wiener.
execute for treason no more men than the lovable, huggable Uncle Claudius. The last years of Domitian's reign would nonetheless go down in history as a reign of terror. Eventually, a conspiracy of court officials would determine that they had better kill the emperor before he killed them, and on September 18, 96 AD, Domitian finally met the violent end.
That's
he
what you get for
always
treason.
suspected.
He's right. Just use a regular magazine instead of that weird ass. Yeah, I agree. It is weird. I was just thinking about that when I was drawing it. I'm like, I remember like the reload animations in my head, and I'm like, so weird. Maybe I'll make it out like a Poly magazine. Oh god, I have too many tabs open. Where's my... Ooh, didn't even close that one. Blah, 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 blah. History of Rome, history of Rome. Let's find out what happens to Domitian. No, not the BBC interview. I'm good.
Hello, and welcome
Hello.
to the History of Rome. Episode 77, What Time Is It? Domitian's autocratic reign was approaching the decade mark when it finally ran into some serious blowback.
No.
There had been mumblings and grumblings from day one, but thus far, his loyal bureaucracy and his loyal troops had forestalled any major attempts at revolution or coup. But on January 1st, 89 AD, exactly 20 years after Vitellius's revolt along the Rhine, two legions stationed in Upper Germany, led by their provincial governor, Lucius Antonius Saturninus, refused to renew their oath to Domitian, and the Roman world once again stood on the brink of civil war. No one had forgotten the horror of 69 AD, and from the outside,
69
Saturninus's
AD?
revolt was eerily similar to the Vitellian rebellion. Hadn't Caecina led two legions on the Upper Rhine in revolt? And hadn't that spark been carried down the river until the whole of the Rhine legions stood opposed to the legal emperor in Rome? And hadn't that led to self-destruction on a scale not seen since the days of Octavian and Antony? Yes, he had. Yes, it had. And yes, it did. But this time, things would turn out differently, partly due to the widespread loyalty Domitian had earned from the legions.
Good,
in
she has knee
contrast to the
pads.
bitter
As we
hatred
know,
that
knee
directed
pads
at
are
Galba, but also
vital in
partly
the Fear
due
universe.
to a heaping shovelful of luck. Had there not been an early thaw, who knows what would have happened. Unfortunately, we're never going to know the full story behind Saturninus's rebellion, but it seems that the governor had been planning his revolt for some time and had probably made contact with like-minded senators back in Rome. We're never going to know because once the uprising was put down by Lapius Maximus, the governor of Lower Germany, who was first on the scene, the victorious governor burned all of
FGC
Saturninius's
May, hello.
correspondence before Domitian arrived.
Marieker.
It is likely that the letters implicated all of Saturninus's
Purchase
fellow
books?
travelers.
Dracula,
Maximus,
Frankenstein,
having done his
Wuthering
duty
Heights.
and put down
Yo.
the revolt, had no
I
wish
got
to
one of the
aftermath
illustrated
return to the
Frankenstein-y
bloodbath.
books, the one that Bernie
All we
Wrightson
really
did.
know
Holy
is that
fuck.
Saturninus had made some kind of deal with the Chatty, the same Chatty Domitian had used as his triumphal prop 6 years earlier.
Haven't read Wuthering
And the
Heights,
two
but
legions
Dracula's
under
awesome too.
Saturninus's direct command were supposed to be reinforced by a
Yeah.
strong Germanic army to help them make their stand against Domitian. The
Yeah,
emperor
true, empty
responded
orange
to the crisis,
juice.
ordering Maximus to take all action necessary.
Like, oh,
to
they,
quell the
they, they
revolt,
had such
while
good
he himself
control of the
led a
thing, and
contingent
it's
of
really
Praetorians
good. It's
north
like,
to
oh
deal
man,
with
no,
the
those guys were
situation.
fighting, girls be
To
fighting.
help ensure victory, Domitian also ordered a legion from Spain to march in on the double.
I mean, I get the interest,
The legion arrived well after the danger had
but
passed.
the
but the
idealization is
unblinking
just so
loyalty
fucking
of the
funny.
legion's commander, a one Mr. Marcus Ulpius Traianus, earned the commander the gratitude of Domitian, who put the man history knows
Back
as
when men were
Trajan
men and
on
women
the
were
fast
less than
track to his
property.
own date with imperial destiny. Saturninus's
Hello.
army was on the Roman side of the Rhine, perhaps stuck
I've
on
lost my
perpetual
stylus.
watchtower duty, which
All right,
may have
chat,
helped
look away. I
spur the
gotta,
Russian governor. And his
I
plan
gotta
was for the
close out
Chatty
of this
to cross
tab.
the
Here, come
frozen
here.
Rhine before the
You
rest
can have
of
my
the
desktop
Roman
for a
world had
second.
a chance to react. But the luck of the Flavians
Close.
returned with a vengeance, and in the middle of January, an unheard-of early thaw
Sometimes I lose my
turned the
stylus.
stable
Thank
and
you,
thoroughly
Photoshop.
frozen Rhine River back into a rushing torrent. The Chatty were trapped on the far side, and Saturninus was suddenly left to face the full brunt of imperial reprisal with only two legions at his back. Just 24 days after the revolt began, Saturninus and his legions surrendered to Maximus. As I said, Maximus took the treasonous governor of Upper Germany into custody, and then proceeded to burn the paper trail that had led to the uprising. Who knows what friends, relatives, associates, or otherwise Maximus was protecting, but he certainly did history no favor by destroying all the evidence.
What a dick.
The revolt, then, is left as
Mods.
a known, but
Hammer
not
his
very
dick
well
flat.
understood crisis. Saturninus and his officers were executed, and the two
I have
rebellious
so many
legions were
books.
sent to the front along the Danube. Maximus was awarded the governorship of Syria, and Trajan was elevated to a consulship in 91.
People only love them
followed
because of the
by
based
Chief
English
Witness
accents the
governorships in
Romans have in
Galicia
the shows.
and
If they had Italian accents, I bet their opinions would
all
change.
where
Yeah.
those stars headed. The year after the revolt, Domitian decided to serve a term as consul.
I actually have not read The King
And
in
as
Yellow
his
yet.
colleague, he made
Insane.
the surprising choice of an influential but quietly so man named Marcus Cocceius Nerva. Obviously, serving as the consular colleague of an emperor was incredibly prestigious and not lightly awarded.
Bippity
So
boppity,
scholars
let's
have been
build
left to
a
wonder what Nerva
Coliseo.
did to
Yeah.
earn such an honor.
Yeah.
Some have speculated that he may have had a hand in
I demand
uncovering
authenticity
Saturninus's plot,
in the
buying
Rome
emperor
TV series.
valuable reaction time. After all, Nerva had been instrumental in uncovering the Pisonian conspiracy against Nero the generation before.
The
So maybe
piss
old hand
conspiracy?
had once again put his ear to the ground and delivered the imperial house from ruin. This probably relies too much on his role in uncovering the earlier conspiracy, in its attempt to say that the consulship was a reward for uncovering the latter conspiracy. And really, we may need to look no further than Nerva's uncanny ability to survive regime change to explain what he was doing at so prominent a position. It takes a man of rare political skill to survive such turbulent times unharmed. Is it really so remarkable that he would one day find himself the consular colleague of an emperor? Or that one day he would simply find himself emperor? Marcus Nerva was born November 8, 30 AD, into an Italian family that had risen to prominence as the Principate was taking shape. His family was not elite Roman nobility, but more and more, such distinctions were becoming irrelevant. Vespasian's family was not from Rome proper either, and soon enough, the empire would see its first provincial emperor in the aforementioned Trajan.
Let's flip this real quick.
Nerva's grandfather had been a friend of Tiberius and accompanied the emperor to Capri, while his father had risen to the rank of consul under Caligula. Nerva himself eschewed the conventional cursus honorum and seems to have had no interest in a military career, content instead to wield behind-the-scenes political influence as an advisor to the emperor of his own day, Nero. In this capacity, he earned Nero's eternal gratitude for the central role he played in uncovering the Pisonian conspiracy, and the emperor rewarded him with unprecedented triumphal regalia, an honor usually reserved for military victories. While skillfully navigating his way around Nero's imperial court, Nerva at some point ran into Vespasian, and the two struck up a friendship. When Nero committed suicide, I think any reasonable bookmaker would have put Nerva down as a staunch Othonian. Not only was his sister married to Otho's brother, but most of Nero's court wound up in Otho's corner anyway during the civil wars, and Nerva was certainly a member of Nero's court. But Nerva ignored these obvious loyalties and decided early to back Vespasian should the latter heed the
Giving her
calls
dry
of
ass
the
lips
ring.
for this. Well, the appearance of
His
dry ass
friendship and
lips.
support allowed Nerva to become one of the few members of Nero's inner circle to transition to the inner circle of the Flavians, which he did so in fine style by being named a consul ordinarii in 71 AD. And that's the prestigious one, remember, that Vespasian usually reserved for members of his own family. Nerva spent the next 2 decades attached at the hip to the Flavian court, acting as a historically undocumented but still powerful member of the regime. Indeed, after his consulship in 71, he doesn't really pop up again until 90 AD, when he is suddenly
What if
awarded
all
the
Romans
honor of
spoke like
serving as
Mr.
Domitian's
Krabs?
colleague in the consulship. We'll probably never know what role,
Maximus,
if
me
any,
boyo, you
Nerva
done
played in
fucked up the
uncovering
Senate vote.
Saturninus's
Now
rebellion,
me hired
or
men
whether
must
it
kill
had
you for
anything to do with
betraying
Consul's
Rome.
appointment. It could be that after the failed uprising, Domitian wanted to reassert firm control over
I'd
the
have dry
empire.
ass lips too if I was
and took
haunted
as
by a
his
ghost girl,
partner
but you're the
only
ghost
man
girl
who
in
he could
this.
trust without reservation. A man who had served as
But
an
yeah,
advisor
I'd
and
have
mentor
dry ass
since
lips.
Domitian's lonely days in Rome after being left behind when his father and brother...
Hey, just woke up. Hey, strong on it. Welcome.
After the rebellion, Domitian more than ever needed to surround himself with men he
Let's
could
finally
trust.
get some nice
After all, Maximus had taken it upon himself
texture
to
in
burn
here.
all the evidence in Saturninus's tent before the emperor and his agents could look at it. Who knows what names would have popped up as additional conspirators, or fellow travelers, or officially
fellow
neutral
travelers.
but secret nodwinkers. As is so often the case after failed assassinations or coups or rebellions, Domitian couldn't help but grow more paranoid and suspicious. Which members of that senatorial delegation are plotting to kill me? Which of my provincial governors are secretly building anti-imperial alliances?
Oh, it's
How many
fine.
of my slaves would stab me to death to earn their freedom? Distrustful by nature, Domitian's paranoia accelerated through the 90s AD. He was not blind to what was happening to him, though, nor was he blind to the public's perception that their emperor was jumping at more shadows lately, and with harsher consequences. The problem, as Domitian saw it, was not that he was paranoid for no reason, but that he had every rational right to be paranoid, because conspiracies did exist against his
Okay,
wife
I'm going to
that
start
needed to be
closing some
uncovered.
tabs here, because this is the
Suetonius
second
reports
time
that Domitian lamented angrily that no one believes in
that
murderous secret plots against
Photoshop
the emperor
loses my
unless
cursor.
the emperor turns up dead. Domitian was caught in a trap and he knew it. Stay vigilant and be accused of paranoid tyranny, or
Right.
lighten up and die. A prudent
Lighten
survivor,
up and
Domitian
die.
decided he could live with the former if it meant that he would live. After the events of 89 AD, then, there was a sharp uptick in treason trials, the old imperial weapon of last resort that had been abandoned by his father and officially outlawed by his brother. It would be neat and clean to say that the revolt caused Domitian to revive the practice, but over the course of his reign, he had already killed a handful of senators for treasonous activities, and his decidedly reactionary take on free speech had dramatically increased the scope of what would be considered treasonous activities. This is why we can only say that the 90s AD... saw
Everybody
Domitian's
has to be
paranoia
nice to him,
increase,
okay? Or else he'll
rather than
put you
say
to
that the
death
90s
by
AD is when it
lions
began.
in the
In the
Colosseum.
last 5 years of his reign, though, Domitian killed about 20 men of senatorial rank.
POV,
and
you've
confiscated
bad
the
talked
property of
Domitian.
dozens more.
Lion
Banishments
roar,
and executions
crowd screaming.
came with disturbing regularity.
flesh
And it
being
was
rent.
during this time that Domitian's reputation as
Bubby.
a bloodthirsty tyrant
Free speech in
was
this
really
Senate.
cemented.
Bubby.
To a man, the Senate feared
Bunny,
and
small
loathed him.
thing.
Some were afraid of being
Bunny.
falsely accused or being deliberately
Bunnies
set
are
up by
so
personal
crazy,
enemies,
like,
while
so
others were
small, so
afraid
soft.
that their very real attempts to overthrow the emperor were going to be discovered. Domitian, meanwhile, was stuck trying to sort through rumors, innuendo, and vague shreds of evidence, convinced that every day might be his last if he didn't get to them before they got to him. It was, simply put, a bad time all around for everyone. In 96 AD, Domitian finally struck too close
Oh
to
god,
home,
those are some
and
hollow
no
cheeks.
court
Hold up.
officials turned against him, determining that none of them were safe as long as Domitian remained alive. Supposedly, this last plot was hatched.
I was just
after
thinking about
Domitian
what Alma might like
executed
to
one of
eat.
Nero's old freedmen,
You know, if
who
she
had
hadn't been
once upon a time
put
helped
into
Nero
a
escape the
fucking
palace,
water
and
orb.
then helped the outlaw emperor commit suicide.
Because her name's Alma, and my understanding is that's like a Spanish
Citing the
name.
crime of
So
not
maybe
doing
she,
enough
like,
to
her mother's
protect his
Hispanic.
former master. Domitian had the
She has, like,
freedman
some,
killed,
like,
even though
nopales
the man
tacos or
had been
something like
serving
that.
as an imperial secretary for years. The convoluted
I've been on
rationale
Mexican
and
food,
cross-loyalties in the story
YouTube
cast
shorts. It's
doubt
amazing.
on how much of this version of events is true. Whether or not the man actually returned to imperial service, for example, or really whether Domitian had him killed at all. But his alleged death is cited by Suetonius as the catalyst for Domitian's chamberlain Parthenius to organize an assassination in 96 AD. Most of who knew what remains pure speculation, but the three men we know for sure that were in on the plot
MREs,
were
maybe.
Parthenius himself, his freedman Maximus, and an attendant to one of Domitian's
I mean,
nieces,
what would the
named
point man
Stephanus.
like to eat? We don't even know
Maximus was
that.
to be the inside man in the
I think I know what
palace,
Jankowski
making
would like to
sure
eat.
that
He
the
would
right
like
doors were
boiled
locked
potatoes
and
and
the right doors were
sauerkraut
unlocked,
and fucking
and making sure that on the day of the deed,
braised
the
meat or
sword
some
Domitian
shit.
kept under his bed would be removed.
She likes to eat the souls of the
Stephanus
damn.
was to
Oh,
be
you're
for
right.
Assassination, and in preparation for his attack,
She's a fucking Sailor Moon fan. Yo, yes. Hey, she would be the right generation. We're listening to the History of Rome podcast.
As he was in the direct employ of the imperial family, and his injured arm now old news to the Praetorians watching over the emperor, Stephanus was able
looks
to
a
then
little
hide
too
a dagger
serene,
in the
but-
bandages and come and go as he pleased. The legend then goes that Domitian had long been particularly agitated around noontime, as an astrologer had once told him that that was the time of day that he was destined to die.
Okay, I definitely have listened
So
to
he
this
was
part.
in the
But
habit of constantly asking what time it was until the hour of his demise passed, so he could relax and go about his business without the fear of death hanging over his head.
fucking hate
On
sauerkraut.
September 18, one of his servants, who was in on the plot,
Like, everyone's got
Right,
Batman and
yeah.
Goku. She had
And told
Usagi
him
growing
it
up
was
in the
well
orphanage. Oh
past
my
noon,
god.
when it was in fact just reaching that hour. Content that he was going to live at least one more
She's
day,
just like me
Domitian
for
let
real.
down his guard and retired to his personal quarters to sign some paperwork.
Well, there's your
When
first mistake,
Stephanus
doing
arrived
paperwork.
and demanded an audience with the emperor, claiming that he had uncovered a plot against the emperor's life. Domitian let the boy in to hear what he had to say, unaware that the plot Stephanus was about to reveal was, the one he was planning to execute right then and there. Once he was close enough to the emperor, Stephanus pulled the dagger out of his
Darn it.
sling and stabbed Domitian in the groin.
Ah!
But Domitian was not going to be an easy kill.
You
and having
fucking
survived the initial
dick-stabbing
attack, he
sack
managed
shooter.
to fend Stephanus off for several minutes before further accomplices rushed in and overwhelmed the wounded emperor.
You can't even kill one old
Suetonius
man. Come
reports
on,
that at least
guys.
4 other men helped Stephanus inflict 7 fatal stab wounds on Domitian, who finally collapsed on the floor, dead at the age of 45.
Okay, 45.
The conspirators then hauled the body off and had it cremated without ceremony. The only concession the dead emperor was afforded was that his ashes were eventually deposited in the Flavian temple, rather than simply being scattered to the 4 winds. He had ruled the empire for 15 dictatorial, but more or less successful years, and would be remembered as a monster. Questions have long abounded about who
Ridley
else was
Scott
on the
had
final
something
plan to
against
kill
Domitian.
Cassius Dio implicates his wife Domitilla, and others.
And we're
have
German.
accused the
Oh, after you're
Praetorians
introduced, you're
of
screwed.
Purposeful apathy, if not outright
I
complicity.
appreciate the grind set of sauerkraut,
Further,
but for me, it's a
the
little
Senate
too
suddenly
sour and
announced
salty.
The next day that Nerva,
Which
man
I
of
guess
the
is fitting.
shadows, was their unanimous choice to serve as the next emperor, has raised more than a few ancient.
Like, we got a tub of
Roman
sauerkraut
eyebrows
from
about
when
his involvement
from
in the
Easter,
plot.
and I first of all don't want to open it because it's
I think
probably
we can
horrible by
safely
now.
say that in their conduct, both
But, like, that
before
shit's not
and
getting
after
eaten.
the assassination, that Domitilla and the rank-and-file Praetorians probably knew nothing of the plot. However,
Gosh, I don't know
one
about
of the
this hand
Praetorian
either.
prefects, Titus Petronius Secundus, was probably aware of what was unfolding and did nothing to prevent it. But it also seemed that he did nothing to bring any of the guardsmen under his command into his confidence. Nerva's involvement is far cloudier, as he shied away from the public eye.
Like,
He
some
was well
people will
connected
have like
enough
an
to have
overhand
eyes
grip.
and ears everywhere, so it seems
So their
reasonable
rifle doesn't
that he
bounce
may have known
around?
something. And the speed with which he was confirmed as heir to the throne suggests that someone may have approached him directly about whether he would be willing to don the purple. But his years of loyalty not just to the Flavians, but to the imperial house in general, seem to belie such suspicions. But then again, he did let all the conspirators go without so much as a slap on the wrist, so who knows?
Scrundus
With
as a
Nerva in
name?
place,
Oh, yeah.
The Senate then let 15 years of simmering anger explode in a series of edicts officially damning Domitian's memory. His name was taken off all the public monuments and
Print on
buildings
the
he had
knuckles. Yeah, let's see what the
constructed
gloves
over
look
the
like. Let's see.
years, and statues or reliefs that bore his likeness. were
Yeah, we got
recarved
like
to look
we got
Nerva.
cool like winding
The goal
stuff
was
on
to
here.
pretend
I like
as if
that kind
Domitian
of
never
consistent
happened,
wrapping look.
just as
You got the
Augustus had once tried to pretend that
I don't know,
Mark
the
Antony had
ribbons
never
here
happened.
wrapping, and then kind of a wrapping look
But
on the
the law of
hands.
banishing Domitian from the collective
Here on the
memory
legs.
worked
Very
no
good.
better than it had for Augustus, and even in Rome
Let's get those
itself,
across real
it was
quick.
difficult to keep everyone on the same revisionist.
I'm adding another 10 minutes to this, so we got 20
Out in
minutes
the province, it was an utter
to
impossibility.
get some more
and in
stuff
the
rounded
legions,
out.
It was downright dangerous to even suggest it. The rank and file
Okay, wait, her
still
expression's
loved
still
Domitian,
bothering me.
and they screamed for blood when his murder was announced. When the assassins were let go, they howled for vengeance, and for the entirety of his brief reign, Nerva would have difficulty exerting any kind of real influence on the troops for having allowed such a betrayal. Next week, things will get so bad for Nerva that the Praetorians will actually besiege the palace and take him hostage, demanding, among other things, the literal heads of Domitian's assassins.
It's almost like having the Praetorian Guard was
As
a
I've said
bad
few
idea.
times, Domitian wanted to usher in nothing less than an Augustan Renaissance. And during his time in office, he certainly matched the breadth and depth of the first emperor's interests.
No.
Just as with Augustus, Domitian did not limit
Or
himself
no,
to war and
no. The
politics.
Praetorians were
To both of
perfect.
them, the influence
Are you
of
pulling a
Domitian
knife right now?
rightly extended into all aspects of Roman life: the economy, culture, the arts, morality, and sexuality.
Nuh-uh.
Domitian attempted to follow the
Nuh-uh.
blueprint laid down by Augustus.
You
After
took
all, it had worked out great the first
everything
time
from
around.
me.
But unfortunately,
Uh-uh.
he never did have the personal gravitas to pull it off. Romans of all stripes had scoffed when Augustus tried to implement his conservative morality laws. The reception when Domitian tried to revive them was a healthy belly laugh. When Augustus put his foot down after the disaster in the Teutoburg and declared an end to Roman expansion and a reorganization of the legions into a defensive force, his commanders obeyed. Augustus's military credentials were, after all, impeccable. But when the more or less civilian Domitian hewed the identical line, he was accused of cowardice, dereliction of duty,
Of course.
and worse. He had done nothing to earn the respect of his officers.
You know
and
what brought
generally
on the fall of
openly
Rome?
vented their
Toxic
frustrations.
masculinity.
Even though, had they
I
overthrown
say that
Augustus,
not even
they would
unironically.
have
Or
hot tea
unironically.
without question. Augustus was able to do
They all
much
should talk to their
because he was
therapists.
Augustus.
And maybe Rome
And
could have been
Domitian's
all right.
difficulties stand as living proof of the first emperor's unique talents.
Oh my god.
Domitian forever
Dad
proved wrong,
saying
but the
nuh-uh
Augustan Renaissance
is
was
actually
doomed
too
to
powerful.
failure,
What have you
as
done?
long as Augustus himself was not around to make it work.
My dad definitely would have picked that shit up.
Next week, we'll begin the smooth transition from the Flavian dynasty to the so-called Nervan Antonine dynasty, which will control Rome until the assassination of Commodus nearly a century
about
hence.
This ribbon.
This new dynasty will be populated by the men Gibbon famously dubbed the Five Good Emperors.
The
And
five
during their
good
time on the throne,
emperors. Where
the
did that
empire
arm
will
go?
reach its peak culturally, economically, and
Jesus.
geographically. In addition to their own unique talents, the Five Good Emperors are collectively remembered for the wisdom they showed in picking their successors. Rather than relying on their own possibly deficient biological sons, they chose to adopt men of merit who would
Deficient
rule the empire as
biological
well as they had.
sons. That
The
sounds like a new
example we set in this
manosphere,
regard is often
like,
lauded
slur.
as basically the pinnacle of enlightened politics and noble sacrifice in the name of civic virtue. The only problem with this is that until Marcus Aurelius, none of the emperors of the Nervan Antonine dynasty actually had biological sons to pass power onto.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nerva had to adopt Trajan, who had to adopt Hadrian, who had to adopt Antonius Pius, who had to adopt Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, because between them, there was not a biological son to be found.
Damn.
So while it was a remarkable run of capable men, and they all deserve credit for their eventual choices and heirs, we should not pretend that they were purposefully refusing to hand power to their biological heirs. The first chance one of them had to pass the throne on to a son took it, and that decision is where Gibbon finally landed in his search for the beginning of the end of the Roman Empire.
Oh, well. It turns out actual
The last
monarchies
thing I'll
don't
mention
work.
Before I go is that I
Is that what
recently
they're saying?
recorded a short interview about the history of Rome.
I keep thinking this
for
guy's
BBC
voice is that
5
one
Radio
stupid AI
Pod and
YouTube
blog
Shorts voice.
series
God,
that
yeah.
should be airing this Tuesday night. If you're interested, I've
Hello,
posted
bad
a
Mother
video
Hubert. I swear every
at
time I hear someone say transition, a neuron
historyofrome.com.
activates in my
And
brain
you
like,
can
yo,
also get the
trans people
episode on
mentioned.
iTunes by searching for pods and blogs. I will note, however, that I haven't actually heard the full cut of the interview, so if it turns out that I sound like a damn fool, then I'm going to erase the link and deny the whole thing ever happened.
When's the next stream? I don't know. Actually, no. I was thinking about even tomorrow. I need a quick $300. Well, I don't need it, but I'd like a quick $300, which is why I'm pushing a 6-hour stream and then possibly another 6-hour stream tomorrow. Okay, I'm actually gonna catch us up because I am past this. Dacian Wars, Trajan, the Greekling. That's a silly name. Okay, we'll start with the Greekling.
This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you know,
Reminds me of
Audible
this
is the
vid where
internet's
someone says,
leading
"Dad, I'm
provider of
transitioning,"
audio
and the dad goes,
entertainment
"Oh
with
God,
over
no," and the kid is
60,000
getting
titles
pissed
to
at the
choose
dad
from.
while they're doing literal
To read about
PowerPoint
this episode,
transitions.
Go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome.
Plane
That
tickets.
again is audiblepodcast.com
Money.
/Rome.
Good luck.
By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue
Going
the
anywhere
service,
cool?
and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscriptions options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend picking up The Spartacus War by Barry Strauss, a new take on the old slave revolt that made Pompey famous and made Crassus mad at Pompey. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com /Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome, Episode 81, The Greekling. The Roman Empire had just enjoyed 20 years of wise and beneficial stewardship when the tragic but inevitable news arrived that the Emperor Trajan was dead. Even his contemporaries realized that they were living under the best emperor since Augustus, and fears about what came next filtered through every level of society. With Trajan being so great and all, it's pretty reasonable to assume that whoever succeeds him is going to be worse.
Dog shit.
Maybe not much worse, but it's going to be a step backwards.
Dog
You can't
shit.
get better than Optimus. It's a logical impossibility. And who knows, maybe his successor will be a lot worse.
Dog
It's happened
shit.
before. Compounding everyone's fears was the fact that Trajan had paid almost no attention to the issue of succession publicly, which also meant that, hooray, another round of civil wars just might be how we determine who the eventual ruler, who will inevitably be worse than Trajan, will be. Sweet. The anxiety that surrounded
Well, I think they just need
Trajan's
to cheer up
day-to-day
a little
health
bit.
was palpable, and when he began to seriously deteriorate in 117, his closest advisors began to take seriously the consequences of his death. Would it be possible to find and name an heir who would be acceptable to all the various aristocratic factions, and who wouldn't bollocks up the whole thing once he got into power? Obviously, no one we find is going to be as good as Trajan, so who can we dig up who will be the least bad choice? Names were bandied about, but Trajan's influential wife, Pompeia Plotina, worked behind the scenes to ensure that everyone understood that the only man who could reasonably succeed...
Hey, Eldritch Grandpa, how much are your comms? It's $25
$25
Canadian to
Trajan himself seemed
get
be
like
way
1
too
hour
anxious about
on
Hadrian,
stream, and usually
and
I
had
can
been
get
unwilling to
like a
commit
nice
himself to the young man,
black and
even
white
though
or
he
maybe a
was
little bit of
Trajan's
color.
only living male relative.
This is we got about 10 minutes left on
Trajan
this
had
commission
enjoyed a
here,
good
for
career
example.
and had many doors open for him by
Um,
virtue of his relation to Trajan, but he had never
let
received the
me-
special acceptance.
The Google form for today just filled up, but you can at
But
least
while
look
Trajan
at
may
it.
not have been fully sold on his cocky, promiscuous,
And I
Phil
should
Hayden
be doing
nephew,
more streaming
his
tomorrow
wife
if
certainly
this
was.
one doesn't wipe me
And
out.
when the emperor died without leaving clear
But I'll be
succession
clearing the
instructions,
form probably
his
this
estate,
evening
to
or
put it
early tomorrow
bluntly,
morning, and
no
then
longer
doing
mattered.
another call for more
The
folks
official rumor
to
is that
submit.
when Trajan died, Pompeia
And
quickly
it is
rushed up
first
to
come, first
and
serve,
may
but you
have
know,
gone so far as to hire an actor
it
to
doesn't
lay
fill
in
up
a
too
vacated
fast.
deathbed, pretending to be the emperor for the purposes of issuing the final recommendation
Whoa,
that
whoa,
Hadrian ought
okay.
to succeed him. While the veracity of this story is hard to pin down, the letters arriving in the Senate announcing the last wishes of Trajan and the adoption of Hadrian were all signed by Pompeia, a singular occurrence in the whole of Trajan's reign, leading most to suspect that the empress authored the orders herself. Pompeia, though,
woman?
was not acting out of the sheer self-interest of, say, Agrippina. Sure, she knew that her own position would be secure if Hadrian became emperor, but more important than that was assuring that the transfer of power was seamless and left no openings for civil war. Her husband may have been fantasizing about following Alexander the Great one last time and leaving the empire to the strongest. But Pompeia was not about to let the Roman world be sucked back into the abyss of self-destruction. News of the emperor's death was kept tightly under wraps until Hadrian's position was secured. And when word finally did make it back to the capital, it arrived at the same time as news that the legions in the east had gone ahead and declared Hadrian imperator. The Senate
Me when it
and
meant
any possible
Imperator.
pretenders
Oh.
to the throne
Okay,
were
let's
thus
just-
forced to deal not with a power vacuum, but a fait accompli. Hadrian is already the new emperor. Deal with it. Even without his future success coloring our view of his being named heir, Hadrian was as good a candidate for power as anyone else out there. He was 41 years old, well beyond the reach of the youthful excesses that had ruined Caligula and Nero, had ample military experience.
I don't think useful excesses was what Caligula was up to. I don't think age was as much of a factor in that.
But there was never any doubt after Trajan's initial ascension that his younger cousin and former ward would be on the short list of candidates to succeed him. In other words, when the Roman world found out that Trajan was dead and Hadrian had succeeded him, there was a feeling that, well, yeah, that makes sense. Publius Aelius Hadrianus was born on January the 24th, 76 AD, into a Spanish-Italian family of senatorial rank.
I think that's the
There's some
character
disagreement
Gianni
about whether he
played
was born in his
in
hometown of Italica,
Roma.
near modern-day Seville, or whether he was actually born in Rome while his parents were in the capital on business. But the latter smells a lot like post-imperial revisionism, so I tend to go with the former, even if there's no real proof of it one way or the other. Italica was a Roman city in Spain that had been founded by Scipio Africanus
I'm gonna
to
try and
house
find
his
it.
injured veterans after he'd completed his clean sweep of the Iberian Peninsula and needed to get going on his invasion of North Africa. Hadrian's family, like
Sionius.
Trajan's, had migrated from Italy not long after the colony's
In
foundation,
11
and both
episodes?
quickly became members of a new Spanish-Italian aristocracy, an aristocracy fueled by the lucrative Spanish olive oil trade.
Oh yeah, the yellow eyes. Yeah,
Father
yeah,
was a
yeah.
well-regarded senator, like his neighbor and cousin Marcus Ulpius Trajanus, the future Emperor Trajan. The elder Hadrian served with distinction across the empire, eventually rising to the rank of praetor, before he died unexpectedly in 86 AD, while still in his mid-40s.
Skill issue.
Hadrian was only 10 at the time, and as the only male in line, he was thrust into the role of paterfamilias at an incredibly young age.
Okay,
But since he
excuse
was
me,
still young,
Photoshop. Oh
and
my
everyone
good lord.
fretted about boys who grow up without strong male guidance, Hadrian's education was entrusted
Okay.
to his cousin Trajan, who was
Again, I
fast
think it's
rising in
just like
Roman
a-
politics,
Like a
and another
GPU issue. Like it's
Spanish-Italian
just
noble named Publius Aetianus, who will play a key
I move around
if
one too many
influential
windows and
in
it's like,
Hadrian's
oh,
early
you can't input
history.
anything else into fucking Photoshop. Kill
Young
yourself.
Hadrian was
Die, bitch.
educated in classic Roman fashion,
So
and
cringe.
the zeal the boy showed for all things Greek, literature, philosophy, art, whatever, earned him the nickname Graeculus, which meant Little Greek or Greekling. It was a mildly disparaging nickname, as the typical Roman aristocrat studied Greek culture, yes, but kept the sensuous and corrupting passions of the East at arm's
The
length.
sensuous
Hadrian,
and
though, embraced
corrupting.
all things
Oh,
Greek, and for the rest of his life idolized and sought to emulate his heroes, Homer and Xenophon and Plato. The villa complex he would build for himself after becoming emperor was nothing less than a massive homage to the Greeks in its architecture, landscaping,
see a little
and
bit of orange in
underlying
there too.
philosophic principles. When Hadrian was 14, Trajan brought him to Rome to personally supervise the last stages of the boy's education and oversee his transition to manhood. Trajan was just
Sand is still
completing the
bothering me.
consulship he had been awarded by Domitian for his rapid response to Saturninus' revolt, and the teenage Hadrian found himself planted right smack dab in the middle of Roman power politics. At this point, there would have been little reason for Hadrian to dream that he might himself don the purple one day, but his close relationship to Trajan meant that he was definitely being prepared for an important role in the imperial system somewhere, so he best
We'll
pay
just
attention.
we'll just blur it out. She's running very
Living in
fast.
Rome during the last
So we'll
years
just
of
put a bunch of
Domitian's reign,
artistic
not
paint
that anyone
stripes
knew that they were the last years of Domitian's reign, gave Hadrian a close-up view
over
of
everything.
what to do and what not to do with power, and his later conduct hints that he learned his lessons well, even if there were a few growing pains at first. Through the influence of Trajan, Hadrian received 3 consecutive military tribuneships in Pannonia, Moesia, and Upper Germany successively.
Get a little bit of
It was
tracer
unusual for
fire
a young
in there.
aristocrat to serve even 2 consecutive tours, as most simply did their year's service and went back to the comfort of their estates. But Trajan was obviously intent on instilling Hadrian with all the martial virtues that he himself so prized. For his part, Hadrian seems to have been an excellent and well-liked soldier. He enjoyed camp life. The camaraderie, the attention to detail, the rigorous exercise, all appealed to him.
The
And for rest of
camaraderie,
his
huh?
life, he was able to come and go from legionary camps with ease, speaking the language of his soldiers and willingly sharing in their hardships. Though he is remembered today as the quintessential pacifist emperor, Hadrian always loved military life, and his troops, in turn, always loved him.
Guys,
It was while
what
he
are the
served in
chances
second tribuneship in
he
Lucia
was getting
that
laid
Hadrian learned that his
by
elder
his
cousin
soldiers?
had
Come on,
been
come on, come on, come on, come on.
and it was
He was
while
Greek
served
too,
in
or
his
he
third
really loved
tour
Greek
in
stuff
Upper
too.
Germany a few months later, that he learned that the old emperor was dead, and Trajan now ruled in his own right. Tradition has it, as I mentioned, that it was Hadrian himself who rode to Trajan's command post on the Lower Rhine and delivered news of Nerva's death. Just like that, in the span of about 4 months, Hadrian went from a young provincial noble looking to get started on a career to the sole living male relative of the Emperor of the Roman Empire. Needless to say, whatever ambitions he had had for himself were about to be ratcheted up about 1,000%. But if Hadrian expected to be treated like Gaius and Lucius, or more recently Titus Flavius, he was sadly mistaken. Trajan showed absolutely no sign that he planned to share any of his imperial power with his young cousin. Hadrian's career would obviously receive a healthy leg up, but so did a lot of other people's careers. Everyone connected to Spanish Rome benefited from having one of their own on the throne, but there is no indication that Trajan was any more or less disposed towards his former ward than anyone else. Indeed, if we dig a little, we find that it's possible Trajan was skeptical that the brash, bordering on flamboyant Greekling was fit for high office of any kind, and that it was the constant lobbying of Pompea who kept the future emperor's career moving steadily upward. Perhaps at Pompeia's urging, Hadrian was assigned to act as the new emperor's official emissary in the Senate, soon after Trajan's ascension. He was tasked with reading aloud the emperor's letters home, a job that apparently caused Hadrian some embarrassment, as his rough accent, a mix of Spanish and military pronunciations, was ridiculed by the cultured Italian elite.
Oh, that's mean.
But if he was bummed about not immediately being named Caesar, and instead being turned into a glorified secretary, Hadrian could not help but believe he was still going to succeed Trajan one day, as the emperor arranged for the daughter of his favorite niece, Vibia Sabina, to marry him in 100 AD, further strengthening the familial ties between the two men. The marriage would prove to be politically useful, but personally unhappy, as neither seems to have liked the other very much. For one thing, Hadrian appears to have had far more affection for his mother-in-law than his wife, which forever rankled young Sabina. And of course, it did not help any that Hadrian was gay, a fact we'll explore in more detail next week.
You know,
The marriage
that
period.
might put a fork in it.
Hadrian's career continued its vague course upward.
He
and
really
he
liked his
accompanied
mother-in-law a
Trajan
bit more. Also, he was gay.
nation wars, but we have no record of what, if anything, the young officer accomplished in his first tours of real combat duty. He was awarded a
Go to sleep,
praetorship
fool.
in 106 after the final victory over Decebalus, and was given command of a legion.
I'm so
of
normal, I'm
generals
fine.
that
Also,
same
my
year.
commission is next. Yeah,
The
you
next
can do
year,
it.
he
Eat
was assigned
pizza!
to praetorship in Pannonia, and once again commanded.
See,
a legion.
Pompey, so you
But
heard
in both
Pompeius
cases,
or
he
whatever,
was
and you're
still
like, fuck yeah,
subordinate to
pizza.
the sitting provincial governor.
Pizza!
In 108, he was granted a consulship, but it was a less prestigious Suffolk consulship, a minor slight that escaped no one's attention. Trajan was obviously of two minds about Hadrian. On the one hand, he was moving his cousin up in the world, but on the other, he wasn't coming close to
Kinda like all
granting
that
him
weird
heir
banding.
status, presumptive, apparent.
I
or
eat a whole
otherwise.
pizza every day.
What
Based.
Hadrian made of all this is anyone's guess.
Oh, you're meeting your
I
hometown, or
would
you're
suppose
popping
that
into
he was
hometown? Is that
somewhat
a
in between
far
two extremes.
travel for you?
He doesn't seem to have been vocally cranky that he was being denied what he felt was rightfully his, but neither does he seem to have been relieved that he
Yeah,
wasn't going to wind
pizza.
up on the hot seat himself one day. He was ambitious and he was capable, and
I am ordering pizza in an hour.
but he wasn't marching around with an immature.
Pizza is a
sense of
pie, but a
pride
pie
and
is not a pizza. Not far, only about 3
He
hours.
sort of
Okay, that's nice.
disappears from the public record for a few years following his consulship, eventually turning up in Athens in 112.
Still
where
can
he
be
was
kind of
eager
tough.
to
Like when
rise
we were
to
in
the speed.
Toronto, I was 4 hours
He
away.
immersed himself in the cultural life of
But
the
we didn't
city
have a
event,
car, so
and he
we
was given
had to take the
Athenian
train. So,
citizenship
you know, it
and
was
elected an archon,
money to
one
go.
of the senior civic magistrates of the city. After his tour of Greece,
Alright.
Hadrian
I'm going to
followed
call
Trajan's
this one
east
done
in
for now. I think I'm going to add a
114,
helmeted
at
version
least
and
for
then
the
send
early
that
part of the
along
new
to you,
campaign. Once again,
Crispy.
found himself assigned tasks beneath the purview of historians.
Okay, shut up for a second. Thank you very much, as always. This has been an alternate universe fear point man, where the point man is like fucking Alma, which is sick as shit, cool as fuck, holy crap, holy. Like I didn't get to really like make you guys appreciate the art that Crispy's done along with this, but like Yeah, I really love this one. This one's super cool. Flipped. Don't worry about that. Great sigil. So awesome. Very nice. Sebi time. Hey, you are correct. You are welcome as always. You should get some sleep. It's what, like 3 o'clock right now? Go back to bed. Pet all those cute kiwis for me. All right, let's get Lux's commission set up. One downside of this is that I did not set up. Gosh, it's a lot of stream commissions. Holy crap. I did not set yours up. Let's get that going. Sebi. Okay, yeah. This is Lux's latest hyperfixation based. Roblox. Oh, finally I get a clear review of his model. I saw his concept art, maybe? There we go. Oh my god, he's so long. Like, check this guy out. He's like a long cat. This is insane. Okay, so he's got an anglerfish head, or an anglerfish light, or a barbell, or whatever, but a whale or a sea mammal tail. What were the concept artists thinking? You can't just mix those two. That's like illegal. Oh my god. Okay. I think I'm going to use this this reference just about 1-to-1. Okay. Here we go. It's going to be Sebi in a tiny Texaco. Okay, Tesco or Texaco? I think you wrote Texaco. There we go. And we're just going to make that opaque. And I'm going to put the history of Rome back on.
He was likely attached to Trajan's staff.
Anglerfish, sea snake, and blue whale. Okay, that makes sense.
That he shared in the, quote, day-to-day activities of the emperor. While we don't know exactly what he got up to,
Sir,
we know that he
this
had
is a
front
fucking
row seat
Texaco.
for the initial conquest and the local revolts that followed. The speed with which he abandoned Trajan's conquered territories tells
Okay,
us
we're
that
gonna experiment here. Let's see if we can
the
speed
reliably
paint
loyal Hadrian
this.
was likely critical of Trajan's policies in private. But his doubts don't seem to have affected his relationship with the emperor, and in 117, Hadrian was finally given an independent command. And not just any command, but the governorship of Syria, one of the most important posts in the empire.
The governorship of Syria!
Reassigned the previous governor to Dacia, where a revolt was underway, and for the first time, he decided to hand his cousin some real power. Clearly, whatever doubts he had had about the Greekling had been satisfied, as the governorship
Greekling, more like the fucking Geekling.
For Hadrian, the promotion could not have come at a better time. No one could have known it at the time, but Trajan was entering his final year in office, and the issue of succession was about to rear its ugly and thus far still utterly unaddressed head. It was by a lucky stroke of fate, then, that rather than being just another
There's
staff
another
officer,
one I might be able to
likely
just
assigned for no other reason than that he was related to the emperor, Hadrian found himself instead serving as the governor of Syria when Trajan died. Not only was it a prestigious and strategically critical post, but most importantly, it put him at the head of his very own army. It was one thing to buck for power from the shady corners of the imperial entourage. It was quite another to do so from the head of the Eastern legions. I don't think I need to rehash the circumstances of Trajan's death again, so I'll just leave it that Hadrian was in Antioch in August of 117 AD when he heard that Trajan was dead. Through the string-pulling of Pompeia, Hadrian found out slightly before everyone else, and he was forced to sit on the news. He also was forced to sit on the news that it was going to be announced that Trajan had named him heir, news that cannot have been easy to just sit on. There were more than a few of Trajan's lieutenants, though, who could easily picture themselves in the purple, so it was going to be important to play the transfer of power just right.
I don't think this
For the
quite
most
worked
part,
perspective-wise,
at least in the
but
initial stages,
whatever.
Hadrian hit a pitch-perfect note. He marched out to the head of his Syrian legions and formally announced the news of Trajan's death, at which point the troops spontaneously hailed him as emperor, just as they had likely been instructed to do. He then drafted a note to the Senate, apologizing for the haste with which his soldiers had embraced him. He was sorry events had moved so quickly that the Senate had been cut out of the process. He promised to continue Nerva and Trajan's policy of leaving senators more or less sacrosanct, and promised that once he was sure the borders were secure, that he would return to Rome and consult with the venerable conscript fathers. Back in Rome, all of this hit the Senate at the same time. Trajan was dead, he had named Hadrian heir, the Eastern legions had gone ahead and hailed Hadrian as emperor, and he had accepted. What could they do about it? So they ratified the quote-unquote last wishes of Trajan and confirmed Hadrian as the new emperor, heaping on him all the titles and honors of his predecessor. Hadrian accepted most of the accolades, but pointedly refused the title Father of the People, an honorific he felt should be earned, not just handed out willy-nilly.
Damn.
The first thing the new emperor did was travel to Cilicia to oversee the funeral and cremation of Trajan. Obviously, he could not have done otherwise, but beyond the purely ceremonial optics, the trip allowed Hadrian an early opportunity to meet face-to-face with Trajan's inner circle and confirm their behind-the-scenes support for his new administration. Though Hadrian maintained a confident public front, there was still much to fear in the political backrooms and the legionary tents of the empire. He seems to have secured the support of the Trajan loyalists, but there were a handful of powerful rivals who would need to be dealt with quickly to ensure that his reign was more Augustus and less Galba. At first,
I think I'll
his
even
narrow
just really
purge
quickly
would
do
only
the tile. I kind of
proverbial
like
heads
it.
on the chopping block, but in a few months, real heads would roll, causing Hadrian all manner of political havoc. Initially, though, Hadrian refused to do anything violent. His old guardian Attianus had risen to the rank of Praetorian prefect and wrote to Hadrian soon after the latter's ascension that a few senators were plotting a coup. The prefect counseled immediate executions, but Hadrian disagreed.
That's bad perspective.
This was no time to go around lopping off heads. Maybe later, if there was
Why
proof of their
not?
continued sedition.
Why the fuck
But for now,
not?
The official policy was wait and see. But though he was not in the mood to stain his new
Torn between
administration's
ruling
blood,
Rome with
at least not
benevolent
yet,
hand or just having
Hadrian was
head
well
chopping off
aware of what
days.
the score was.
The
Men
people
who could not
demand
be
blood
counted on,
sports.
or who were suspected of their own imperial ambitions, needed to be removed from their positions and replaced with men loyal to Hadrian. One of the first and most famous to go was Lucius Quietus, the North African general Trajan had left in command of the legions in Mesopotamia. An aggressive Trajanite, Quietus not only had motivation to unseat the new emperor, but also the means to do something about it. What Hadrian needed to deny his rival for power was the opportunity to act. So he unceremoniously terminated Quietus's command and ordered him to head back west. This command change was then followed by the famous order that very possibly would have spurred Quietus into open revolt had he still been in charge, and an order that would set the tone for Hadrian's entire reign. Just days after becoming emperor, Hadrian ordered the legions to begin withdrawing from all the territories in the east Trajan had just conquered.
No!
Was
Trajan!
a shock to the political classes, and had he not already established himself as a favorite son of the legions, it is likely they would have rioted when he more or less
And let's just get a
declared
quick
that they were going
ceiling
to
in
abandon the
here.
territory they had all just won with their blood and sweat. I say more or less because Hadrian never made any formal announcement of his intentions, likely recognizing that an openly stated policy of withdrawal would have been political suicide. Instead, he just began recalling the expeditionary forces back to their former barracks on the west side of the Euphrates. It is not a decision Hadrian entered into lightly, and the speed with which he implemented his new policy and the tenacity with which he stuck to it in the face of domestic political attacks demonstrates that he'd been thinking about it for a very long time.
Everybody's attacking me.
Indeed, as we'll see, the idea of withdrawing behind the traditional, defensible Augustan borders of the empire was at the very core of Hadrian's being. The abandonment of Mesopotamia...
Oh, God.
was
Who
no
are you
tactical
sending to death
retreat.
row?
It was a strategic realignment. That didn't make the bitter pill of reducing the territory of the empire go down.
Is this a real person or is this Seb?
He was adamant about his vision for the future, and it is a testament to his political skill that he was able to make such a hugely
Okay.
Next week, we'll see that Hadrian's vision for an eternally defensible empire was not limited to the Euphrates.
OC
All
Lord
across
crazy.
the empire, he would build defensive fortifications to mark the permanent boundary of the civilized
I kind of like
world.
these funny little
But if in so doing he earned himself a
devices here. He's
reputation
got
as
a
a
cash
pacifist,
register.
then we need to rethink the meaning of that word. Whatever else it is, building huge stone walls that restrict the movement of previously unmolested
I think I want this to
locals
be
is
the
not
sign back
conducive
here,
to
and then he's got like something
I think
tacked
Hadrian
to
is
it
best
as well to
described
get
as running
all
a
of the...
highly aggressive defense. His goal
Might
was
be too
not
small,
to just
though, we're
sit
gonna find
back
out.
and man the walls. It was to project Roman power across the Mediterranean and control not just the civilized interior, but the unruly tribes beyond the frontier. Not with military occupation, but with overwhelming economic and political dominance.
All right, all right. Get a couple of things on this table here. It's doing it again. Yes, I would like to save changes. Thank you. Oh my god, it happened again. I'm going to ultra kill someone. I think it's part of the problem is that sometimes I turn on the video above, like, so I watch the stream. It's like a nice way to see how things are going. It's like flipping the canvas, but not. But I gotta remember that it's gonna fuck up my Photoshop. Alright, next episode. Hadrian's walls. Oh my god, guys, it's the walls. It's the Hadrian's walls.
Hello, and welcome
He's-
to the history
I
of
think he's
Rome.
probably bigger than a normal person too. Good, good.
Episode
Okay.
82, Hadrian's Walls. When Hadrian ascended to the throne in 117 AD, the Roman Empire was actually...
I
in a
want the
more
5-hour
precarious
energy zone here, I've
position than is
decided.
often remembered. Though Trajan had taken the empire to its greatest territorial extent and been a shining example of enlightened despotism, rips in the imperial fabric had begun to show up across the Mediterranean. We have already seen that the conquest of Mesopotamia was in name only, as the entire region was either preparing for or already engaged in uprisings against the Roman occupation. A revolt in Dacia necessitated the transfer of the capable governor of Syria to the troubled new province, a transfer, recall, that opened the spot for Hadrian up. And shortly thereafter, tribal elements in northern Britain began to violently strike at their imperial masters. But more
Now let's
destructive
get
than
Sebby
any of these
in here.
frontier
Whoa.
revolts was an uprising that I have only mentioned in passing thus far that deserves far more attention. For the shocking violence that defined it, yes, but also for the reactionary attitude it couldn't have helped but imprint on the new emperor. A reactionary attitude that would come back to haunt Hadrian later in his reign. I am talking, of course, about the Second Jewish War.
The second
I
Jewish
mentioned the
war.
revolt in passing while talking about Trajan's troubled supply lines during the last phase of his Middle Eastern campaign. But really, issues with Trajan's supply lines is the real passing issue. The revolt itself is
What are
the
those
thing.
Romans doing to
And
the
as it
Jews
engulfed
now?
the southwest Mediterranean, the loss of life was shocking, even by ancient standards.
30 minutes before
After the Flavians
pizza.
methodically conquered Judea during the First Jewish War, many of the Jews who were not killed or sold into slavery fled their decimated homeland for greener pastures elsewhere in the empire.
God damn it,
But
wrong
their
layer.
refusal to forsake their traditions and assimilate into the local Greco-Roman societies they arrived in led to fear, anger, and resentment on both sides. Locals couldn't understand why the Jews were being so stubborn and tried to force them to change their ways, while the newly arrived Jews felt nothing but hostility and oppression from their new neighbors.
What? I feel like they kind of he put that on even footing.
The
Like,
Jewish leader from Cyrene, the province neighboring Egypt,
oh well,
to the
there,
west,
you know,
finally decided he
it
had
was there's
enough,
both
announced
sides.
that as the new king of the Jews,
Just
he
you
would
know, they
declare
failed to
war on his
assimilate,
Hellenist
and
neighbors.
we killed them.
Though there is a great deal of anti-Semitic hyperbole. in
2009.
ancient
It was
history,
2009.
It seems clear that Lucullus
Gave him
led
a
the
little
Jews of
swimming
Cyrene
pool.
on a campaign of cultural cleansing. Greek and Roman temples were destroyed. civic
You know, I've been
buildings
looking
were
for some
sacked, and
TTRPG
all
podcasts.
non-Jewish inhabitants,
I'm sure Critical
military
Role
and
is
civilian
fine,
alike,
but
were killed on sight.
I'm snobby and I'm
The
like,
revolt soon spread
fucking
to
give me
the
something
neighboring
else.
province of Egypt, north to the island of Cyprus, and eventually into the newly conquered Mesopotamia, where local Jews attacked Trajan's rearguard garrisons. At the height of the anarchy, Lucullus was able to seize control of Alexandria, and the city was partially burned to the ground. North, on the closed island of Cyprus, reports have it that upwards of 200,000 Greco-Roman residents were slaughtered by the Jews. At first, Trajan was sure his local governors would be able to deal with the problem without the need for further imperial support. But after the prefect of Egypt withdrew from Alexandria, Trajan became convinced that this was a much bigger deal than he wanted it to be. He dispatched a trusty lieutenant named Marcus Turbo with enough troops to retake Alexandria and onto the usually unoccupied island of Cyprus to put down the marauding Jews.
Johnny Turbo.
While Cyprus
Holy
was easily
fuck.
pacified, the fighting in Egypt was much tougher, and Turbo was only able to declare
There's a
victory in
lot of
late
Critical Role.
17
Yeah, also there's
after
so much that
Cyprus
I'm like,
was
I don't even know where to start. I
Lucullus
want
and what was
polished.
left of his army
Small amount of
fled to the
stuff.
Judean city of Lydda,
Cook.
where they were besieged
Meow.
by the commander of Trajan's eastern invasion force, Lucius Quietus. Eventually, this last stronghold fell as a result of famine and disease, and Lucullus,
Marcus
the
Turbo
ever-fearful
transported into
commander,
Turbo
and an
Overkill, just going like,
untold number of civilians
what?
were executed by the Romans.
Where am I?
For his success, Quietus was summarily dismissed as too great a threat to Hadrian's new, and thus far still shaky, hold on power. That this second Jewish war was still ongoing as the transfer of power from Trajan to Hadrian took place played mightily into the new emperor's decision to abandon the East and consolidate Roman control over what was already theirs.
He's so
Of
cute.
course, in Hadrian's mind, this included Judea, Jewish uprising.
Oh, I never
and more
noticed his
Jewish
little
uprising.
frills
And
there.
after
That's
the
so
revolt
cute.
was
Oh,
over, a
paint's on it.
legion was moved back into the province to ensure its true pacification. Hadrian may have already been formulating his long-term and ill-fated plan for what to do about the troublesome Jewish province, but for now, it was enough that the violence was stopped. As for Cyrene, where the revolt began, the ancient sources report that the province was so depopulated that Hadrian was forced to actively engage in a recolonization project later in his reign. The island of Cyprus simply banned outright any further Jewish settlement. With the endgame of the Jewish revolt serving as a backdrop, and remember that Hadrian was
This
the
man
king
has
of
an
the
ascot.
time just up the road.
He's fancy.
Hadrian made his fateful decision to pull out of the east and allow the Parthian king Trajan had deposed to return to the throne. There is a lot of talk about how much the withdrawal struck at the heart of the Roman notion that their empire would expand forever. But I think much closer to their hearts was the worship of an obscure god named Terminus, who was the patron of boundaries, and who, it was
The
said,
patron of
Jupiter
boundaries.
himself could not move. Deep in the center of the
I
Roman
really
identity
have to
was
set a
not simply
boundary.
the notion that they would expand forever, but that
Anyone
what was
else
taken once
need to,
could never be lost.
Worship at the altar of
Once
Terminus right now.
had set a new boundary, Jupiter himself could not move it.
Oh,
And yet here was Hadrian, a mere mortal, retreating from Terminus's new line, moving him backwards. I think this is really what offended the Senate, who were mightily offended by Hadrian's decision. But Hadrian, as I said, would stand firm, and the eastern pullout was just the opening shot in his war on future military adventurism.
hell yeah.
In October of 117, Hadrian decided that things in the east were settled enough that he could begin the journey back to Rome. He marched up along the Danube and inspected the imperial defenses, appointing a new governor of Lower Moesia named Avidius Nigrinus, and took another shot at Terminus, by
Does he have
ordering the legions to withdraw
4
from the territory
limbs?
they had seized on the far
Or,
side
yeah,
of the
okay, he
Danube.
has an extra one, a third, okay.
Like with Mesopotamia, Hadrian determined the land was too difficult to hold for too little benefit. And as with Mesopotamia, the decision was met with ridicule in the Senate. Hadrian was digging himself into quite a political hole, and he would need to do some serious damage control when he returned to Rome. But before he made it back to Italy, that political hole would become something of a bottomless pit, either through Hadrian's own misguided paranoia, or because of the misguided paranoia of a few overzealous allies. Or maybe it wasn't misguided at all. Maybe it was all totally justified. Whatever it was, and whoever was behind it, the political murders of 4 ex-consuls in early 118 would be a black mark that Hadrian would spend the rest of his life trying to spin, justify, deny, ignore, and just plain forget. The affair was eventually laid at the feet of Hadrian's old guardian and the current Praetorian prefect Attianus, who, as I mentioned last week, was, from the word go, urging Hadrian to engage in some kind of purge. Attianus supposedly uncovered information that the 4 high-ranking senators were engaged in a plot to murder or overthrow Hadrian, and either at Hadrian's direct order or on his own initiative had the men seized and executed without trial. The first 2 victims were Cornelius Palma, former governor of Syria, and Publius Celsus, who had already been kicked out of Trajan's inner circle for suspicion of treason. Both of these men Attianus had already advised Hadrian to kill, though the first time around, as I
He's
said
giving like an
last
ooh-ooh
week,
face.
Hadrian advised less drastic measures.
I know he's
The
supposed to
second
be
2
professional,
victims,
but
though,
I
seemed to
can't think
come
of
out of
any
nowhere,
other way he
and
could
their
fit in
deaths
here without
shocked
bracing his
Roman
head
who
on
became convinced that
on the
regardless
counter.
of Hadrian's stated desire
Hey,
to
what you
leave the
doing?
Senate in peace, that they were dealing with a megalomaniacal.
Did you see your
psychopathic
you did
evil.
it? Oh,
In other words,
okay.
nothing
I'm
less
pulling that up.
than
Is
the
it on
second
Twitter?
coming of Domitian. The continuity is confused about who did
I won't
what
put it
to
on
who
screen without
when,
your
but at the end of the
express
day, Lucius
express
Quietus, on
permission.
his way home to Mauritania, and Avidius
just fucking-
Nigrinus, the recently appointed but quickly dismissed governor.
Oh
of
my God, you're so
Moesia,
cute.
were both dead.
Ugh, that looks
Even
amazing.
more offensive than the murders themselves was the fact that Hadrian, or at the
God,
very
you are
least
so
Attianus,
fast.
had compelled the
Quit,
Senate
I'm hitting
to
you.
act as an accomplice,
I'm smacking you.
just as had been Domitian's practice.
No, he's
The
not
Senate
professional.
was
This is
forced
his
to sign
Texaco.
the
Okay,
death
so he's
warrant
comfortable in
themselves,
his own story. Okay.
officially confirming that the threat against the new emperor was real and the executions justified. No one in the Senate believed a word of the trumped-up charges, and the murderous coercion enraged them to a man. When Hadrian finally arrived in Rome in July of 118, he was greeted by a more or less joyful citizen body, but was scorned by a
Looks
super
cute,
duper
real?
pissed off Senate. Hadrian's wisdom, though, was not limited to law and justice and the arts and all the other things he is remembered for. It also included that keen sense of self-awareness that is an oft-overlooked quality of really effective leaders. In essence, Hadrian knew that he had
Okay, this is
stepped in
wild,
big
but
time,
but because I
and that
met
he
you
would
in the
do
Gabrielle
everything in
fit,
his power
I
to
thought you
repair
would
the
you'd be
damage
blonde.
caused. The ambitious new emperor had an
Cause
impressive
you know, I
list
think
of
of
things he
Gabrielle. I'm like,
wanted to
yeah, he's probably
accomplish
blonde. He
during
probably
his
has like that
power,
blonde,
and he knew
friggin'
nothing was
angelic
going to
hair or
get
something
done
like that.
if he was forever
And I
undercut
conflated
by
basically
assault
you
of the
with
Senate.
Gabrielle's
Or, perhaps more likely,
human
he was afraid
shape.
that they would finally put together a real conspiracy and kill him outright. It had happened before. So Hadrian went out of his way to make amends. He pleaded.
Oh, you are? Your hair's dyed. Oh my God, that's funny. Okay, so you are.
Had acted without his knowledge. He removed Attianus's prefect and swore up and down that he would prove good to his word, that the Senate would remain sacrosanct.
That's too funny.
In the weeks that followed, he made sure to make himself seen publicly and invited anyone who so desired to come visit him at the imperial palace. If they believed he would prove to be a reclusive, autocratic Domitian, then he would show them with his actions that he was an available, genial Augustus. In all his words and deeds, Hadrian sought to continue the Principate and studiously avoided anything that would remind anyone of Domitian's autocratic dominance. In a final nod to the disaffected Senate, he declared that henceforth, any proceeds from legal penalties, fines and confiscations and such, would go directly to the state treasury.
Gosh,
not to the
Gianni being in
various
another
accounts.
or in a
Hadrian
Roblox
hoped
game
everyone
gives
would
me
understand that
a
under his
golden
regime,
bullet
the
that I can
fundraising
hit my
possibilities of prescription
my
and
D&D
treason
DM
trials
with. His
that
his son
Israel
really
believed
likes
in
Roblox, so I'm
would be
kind of like
null and void.
waiting for when I get an email
Though
from
for a
him
variety
going
of
like,
reasons,
"Is
he would
Gianni
never
in a
fully win
Roblox
over the
game?"
Senate. In time, they at least
But I
came
don't
to
think he
believe
knows
that
Gianni's
another
voice
reign of
enough
terror was
to
no longer
recognize
right
it,
around
but
the corner. He may have been a lot of things, some good and some bad, but he was not another Domitian.
guys, he's not another Domitian,
With
okay?
the Senate attended to as best as they could be, after all, time was the only salve that would truly heal their wounds. Hadrian moved on.
I think I'm gonna give him a little bit more like
He wanted
realistic
to make a big
look in a
splash,
minute.
both to celebrate his ascension, but also to get the masses fully behind him, so he could leverage
some
his
cute
popularity
scale
with them
textures,
against
maybe.
the suspicious Senate. A big splash, then, may actually be a bit of an understatement, and I have to believe that most citizens thought it some kind of joke when they heard that the emperor planned to cancel all outstanding debts on any state loan taken out in the past 15 years. But it was no joke, and to prove his point, he had the Praetorians march the loan records out into Trajan's forum and burn them all in a great pyre. A coin commemorates the event that, made Hadrian an instant hit with the people. He then announced that he intended to revise and extend the alimentary system begun by Nerva and perpetuated by Trajan, and further, the number of financial burdens that had previously been borne by the local municipalities would now be funded directly from the imperial treasury. Finally, Hadrian gave the people what they really wanted: games, and more games.
Yeah! Hadrian was a
Gladiatorial
gamer,
shows and
folks.
Chariot races were a given. But Hadrian's early games, especially the one celebrating his 43rd birthday in January 119, marked Hadrian as an unequaled patron of wild animal hunts in the arena. The emperor, somewhat in the face of aristocratic good taste, was an avid hunter and did his best to bring the thrill of felling a great beast to his subjects.
Good for
He
him.
ate up all his bread and circuses with relish.
Can I send you the art for the games cover? It looks sick. Hell yeah, do
With
it.
any dissent in Italy more or less pacified, and his regime now fully legitimized, Hadrian turned his attention to the
There we go.
provinces.
Get him a little cuter.
But unlike previous emperors, who were content to rule the empire by way of correspondence, Hadrian believed that the only way he could make a proper decision about anything was to be there for himself. Unlike Trajan, who was disposed to let his subordinates figure it out for themselves, Hadrian was a micromanager of the highest order, who had no intention of letting any decision of import pass his desk without comment. If you combine the need to micromanage with an active personality determined to assess all situations for himself, what you get is an emperor who has no intention of lounging around Rome all day. What you get is an emperor who will spend more time on the road and visit more provinces than any other emperor before or since. By my calculations, Hadrian spent roughly half of his 21-year reign on one of his extended tours of the empire, and even when he was home in Italy, he resided at his villa in Tivoli, rather than in Rome itself.
Good. Rome sucks. Rome, go
The
hell.
total number of
Stinky.
hours he spent inside the
Yucky.
city cannot be accurately calculated, but having spent his formative years in Spain, his early career stationed in the provincial legions, and the majority of his reign on the road or at his Italian villa, I think it is safe to say that Rome saw less of Hadrian over the course of his life than any of his predecessors. As we
I
move
love the
forward,
Hades 2
this will become a
designs.
growing
Oh,
trend
Hephaestus.
as more militant
I only
provincials
briefly
don
got a
purple
peek at
and
Hephaestus.
never even deigned to return to the alleged capital of the empire. The trend will reach its full
But
expression
what good
with the
character
rise of
designs.
Diocletian, who despised
Oh,
the Senate
yeah, there we go.
and
Oh,
fought
oh,
who
damn.
would abandon
Ha,
it
he's
forever.
so sexy. Ha.
Hadrian set out on his first grand tour in 191, intent on inspecting
I'm
the
kind of
Western
watching
Empire
some of my art peers
seen
kind
much
of
of the East
shit
while
on
attached to
some of the
Trajan's
designs a
staff,
bit, and not in the way
but
you'd
had been
expect.
away
They're
from the
like,
West
man,
for
they
the
lose
better
like the
part of 15
profile,
years,
they
and
lose
wanted
the
to make sure
flow.
frontiers were secure
They're just
and
not
the
as
people
good. It's like,
prosperous.
oh, be nice.
He headed north
The
to
artist for
inspect
this
the
new
Rhine
one
region,
is
who
going
had
like,
for
aw.
so many years been the cream of the Roman armed forces. But since imperial focus had shifted east, had become somewhat of a lax force of time servers. Hadrian arrived in the camps and set about restoring
describe it as
discipline
a bee
and
in their
sense of
bonnet.
purpose. But he was not all martinet, and coupled with severity, were reforms designed to increase
Three
the
eyes.
general happiness of his
What
men,
the fuck? Where?
including a long overdue change to the laws restricting marriage while still in the service.
Above his right eye.
He spent
His
the rest
right.
of the
Okay,
year in
that's
the tents with his Rhine legions, joining them on their marches, often walking right alongside them, and never ever being carried in an opulent litter.
like
While in Italy,
His
Hadrian
right,
used
so
the
like right
ornaments
here?
of power skillfully to subtly cow the Senate. But out in the provinces, he eschewed the trappings of power in favor of simple clothes and unexpensive lodgings.
a little higher.
When he left the Rhine in 122, he left his men more disciplined and
Ah.
more focused than they had been in years, which was a good thing, because Hadrian had no intention
peeking out
of
a
ever
little bit.
actually using them in battle.
Yeah.
He left them instead, happily toiling away on an
Ha,
extended
plays with my
upgrade to
hair.
Domitian's line
I
of
have a third eye, you
Germanicus,
know.
which Hadrian hoped would give them a sense of purpose, and more importantly, exhaust them physically, so that idle hands would not become the devil's playground.
Oh, I almost forgot his.
The emperor's next stop was Britannia, that foggy island on the edge of the world that as a minor province had hosted a surprising number
Britannia,
of
never
major
fucking heard of
imperial figures, including Julius Caesar, Claudius,
Looks a little bit high. Yeah,
Vespasian,
we'll bring it down just a
Titus,
little bit.
and now Hadrian. Hadrian's purpose in Britain was the same as his stop along the Rhine: inspect the frontier defenses and ensure the discipline and reliability of the legions stationed there. The island had seen a local revolt accompanying Trajan's death in 117, and Hadrian was looking for a permanent solution to the periodic British uprising. The emperor's solution became the defining artifact of his reign. This was certainly not Hadrian's intention, given the myriad other splendid works of art and architecture
He flips up his hair
devoted
in his
his
idle
full-time
animation.
attention
Aw.
to.
Oh my god,
The
that's cute.
70-mile-long wall he ordered built from the Solway Firth to the North Sea
I will not
stood
let.
the test
Okay,
of
well,
time,
my email is
and its stone ruins seemed
mkdalma6
to tell the whole story of Hadrian's reign in one dull gray package.
at gmail.com. You send
His
it over.
peace and defense policy, his provincial travel,
Ever
his
you
love
like.
of architecture, his savvy economic and political instincts. It's all there in the wall that cuts a line across northern Britain. At its heart, though, the wall was not meant to be a simple defensive frontier, and we shouldn't accept the this side civilization, that side barbarism that summaries of historical summaries often reduce it to. I think part of the key to understanding the true purpose of the wall is the fact that it bisected Brigantes' territory. That strongest and typically allied with Roman interests northern British tribe had caused trouble before, had possibly been involved in the 117 difficulties, and no doubt was forever seen as a sleeping menace by the Roman authorities. By slicing their territory in two and forcing all north-south traffic to pass through Roman checkpoints, the imperial authorities were able to effectively divide and monitor the Brigantes. The wall was also a tax collection point, a place where Roman civilization was able to take root in the form of the garrison towns that naturally grew around the legionary barracks, and of course, it was an awe-inspiring projection of Roman power. It is interesting to remember that what we see today is just the leftover remains,
Itchy.
and that when it was originally built, Hadrian's wall was whitewashed a spotless ivory color. In the dark climate of the north, the wall was a glowing white line that reminded everyone
I don't know how to draw
who the
frills.
true masters
Blah,
of the
blah,
world
blah.
were.
There we go. Perfect.
Though the wall is, of course, a historical treasure, I can't help but laugh when I think of what Hadrian's reaction would be upon learning that for all his Philhellenism, patronage of the arts and sciences, and the myriad great temples he left in his wake, that a simple stone wall in far-off Britain would be his defining legacy. Leaving the British legions toiling away on a wall, just as he had left the Rhine legions toiling away on their wall, Hadrian headed south through Gaul and into his old home country of Spain, where he spent the winter of 122-123, likely hunting and enjoying the rustic pleasures of the Iberian Peninsula. When spring came, he headed across the Straits of Gibraltar into Mauritania, where a Moorish rebellion had broken out. The brief rebellion seems to have come to nothing, but it would be enough to prompt Hadrian on a subsequent trip to Africa to order that a defensive line be built facing into the Atlas Mountains, where the nomadic raiders were based. As with his wall in Britain, the North African wall was designed as much to manipulate and monitor traffic flow as anything else. The nomads needed to periodically cross the
Holy
Roman
shit,
frontier on
Hadrian
their
the
way to freshwater
traffic
and pasture
calmer.
lands, and Hadrian wanted to make sure that they were inspected and counted as they came and went. Details of the rest of his stay in Africa are sketchy, but the imperial entourage seems to have headed east to the depopulated province of Cyrene, where they then either set sail for Syria directly, or
My
whether
heights
they
are
simply
Wuthering. Click
passed
here to
through
see my
on their way to
Earnshaw.
Alexandria, where they then set sail.
Oh, with this third hand. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Either way, in June 123, Hadrian pops up in Antioch.
He acts so casually here, and now he's
to
just like,
deal with the resurgent
vice grip.
Parthian Empire. With their ill-defined political structure, the Parthians were forever racked by internal squabbles over who
He's got
should
like,
be
does
king.
he have different
But during the
sleeve
brief period
lengths?
where
Maybe.
one claimant united the fractured eastern kingdoms, Rome
Okay,
had
that's
to be on
impossible to see
guard against possible encroachment, and that was exactly what Hadrian was in Syria to do.
No, he doesn't. Well, he sort of does with his third arm.
But following the example of Augustus rather than Trajan, Hadrian planned to solve all the disputes between the two great empires diplomatically. Though the
Guys, we
ancient
gotta do
sources
it
are once again
diplomatically,
maddeningly
okay?
vague, Hadrian appears to have met in personal conference with the Parthian king along the Euphrates, and the two hammered out a deal that confirmed the river as the border between them. The details of what concessions were made along the way were not recorded, but whatever the cost, Hadrian no doubt saw it as a cheaper alternative to the blood and treasure war in the east would naturally drain. The settlement once again sent the hawkish Senate into a tizzy, who couldn't understand why the emperor was bothering to deal with a kingdom the legions had so recently steamrolled. But Hadrian had a vision of peace and stability, and he was not going to abandon it just to satisfy the egos of a bunch of rich old aristocrats back in Rome.
Yeah, Hadrian, woo!
Having come to terms with the Parthians, Hadrian headed back to the west through Asia Minor. Throughout 124, he played the part of tourist, judge, and director of public works in every stop along the way, and indeed, practically every city he would ever visit during his 21 years in office was left with an improved aqueduct system, an expanded street, or a new theater, or some other civic improvement Hadrian had devised or approved of.
Oh, that's
His
so
last stop at Asia
sick.
Minor before he landed
Is
in
this the
Athens
like
in
the official
October
cover
124
art?
was the
Yeah.
province of Bithynia Pontus,
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
southern
yeah,
coast
yeah.
of the Black Sea.
God, that looks so good.
The stopover is important
Is that a
because
little
it was
kid?
while passing through the city of Claudiopolis that Hadrian possibly first met Antinous, the young Bithynian who would come to mean so much to the emperor. No record exists of when the
Well, I
two
hope they
first
make a
met,
lot of
but the
Roblox. I
journey
was
through
watching
Antinous' home
People Make
province
Games
was as
documentary
likely as
on
any.
how
I
Roblox
thought I would get into the
uses
Hadrian and
child
Antinous
slave labor,
relationship this week,
basically.
but I'm going to put it off until next week, as I would very much like to get Hadrian back to Italy before we
But
close
I
out
hope
this
the
week's
devs
episode. So I'm just going
have
to
made a
leave it
little bit of
that
bank.
This is the time Hadrian may have first laid eyes on the boy. Hadrian then crossed the Aegean and settled into Athens for the winter. He was driven to make it back to the city before the famous rites of the Eleusinian Mysteries took place in the autumn, a mystical experience the emperor very much wanted to take part in. He arrived in time and became an initiate in the elaborate Greek mystery religion, just as had Augustus before him. He spent the winter in Greece, laying out plans to transform Athens from decaying backwater into refurbished cultural capital, a plan the Greeks looked upon as a mixed blessing. Ever proud of their historical independence, they appreciated the emperor's interest, but were a bit annoyed at the extent to which Hadrian was planning to put his own stamp on the ancient city. Hadrian may have loved all things Greek, but the Greeks did not necessarily love all things Hadrian. By 125, Hadrian had been out of Italy for 4 years, and though, if he had had his druthers, he probably would have just settled permanently in Athens, the city he truly loved, he knew that he had to return to Rome at some point, or the Senate would ratchet up their feelings of neglect into feelings of rebellion. But it
Hit
would
him
not
with a
be all
rolled up
bad.
newspaper.
Before leaving, Hadrian had left detailed instructions for the construction of a new imperial villa complex in Tivoli, about 20 miles from Rome, that would be a little slice of Greece in the heart of Italy. His on-site managers had reported that the villa, while not totally finished, was at least habitable, and the emperor could look forward to residing in his new home upon his return. In 125, Hadrian sailed from Greece, and after passing through Sicily to inspect the breadbasket of the empire, the emperor finally made his triumphant return to the capital. Though he had no love for the city itself, his return
Article
meant that he
style,
could
so
tour
awesome.
all of the new construction he had ordered
Gimme
before he
ref.
left. Knowing that he was going to be gone for years, Hadrian wanted to make sure the citizens of Rome did not feel that the emperor had
I
forgotten.
don't know if you'll be able to see
When
this.
the capital was already feeling the effects of Hadrian's new architectural vision, including the recently completed reconstruction of Agrippa's burned-out Pantheon.
All I remember is the
Welcome,
kill
welcome.
yourself.
Don't be afraid. I'm
Next
not
week,
gonna hurt
we'll set out
you,
once
despite
again
what
with
you have
Hadrian
seen,
as
heard,
the
and
restless
or been
emperor
told.
tours the
My name is Sebastian, your only friend.
That's so true.
If I'm correct, your supervisors have told you to secure loose assets, documents, files, whatever. However, if I can make it worth your while, I'm gonna ask you to cut a deal. You give me any research you might have on you, and I'll give
What's he
you
doing with
some
all that
of these
DNA?
items I've scavenged. Here, you can just pick it off my tail. These would be far more useful to you compared to some silly data, no?
That's so
If you
true.
don't ask questions, I
Yeah.
won't either. You get yours, and I get mine. And if you already have anything that might be running low
Oh,
on juice,
there it is.
you
Oh, his
can
little
buy
ear twitches
batteries
too.
through
That's
the
so
table
cute.
next to me. Whenever you want to get going, the key card to the next zone is by the radio. Free of charge. No strings attached.
Normal. Time to choose. Eat the document. Eat the document. He's so cute. I will just want to pet him. I'm sure that won't come with any strings.
Italian peninsula returns to North Africa.
Is he
And then
super
head
tall?
back
Yeah,
to the
he's
Eastern
super
Empire,
tall, and
where
he's
his
also
art
got like a
cruise
whole
resided.
tail that he's like
Along
holding
the
himself
way,
up on.
He would pass through the destroyed ruins. of
Bites you, bites you,
Jerusalem,
bites you. I love him, Your Honor.
the city and the wider territory of Judea as a truly Greco-Roman province. A decision that would have serious consequences.
Yeah, he played that video on stream in the line. You get yours and I get mine.
The uninterrupted peace Hadrian had worked so hard to maintain.
That boy has to start an OnlyFans. I swear to God. Like, it's a good thing he's a voice actor and not like an artist or a stripper. I'd be out of business. I would not be able to work in a creative industry next to his power. But luckily, he can't draw worth shit. Although he does do some really cute little guys. He used to, like, when we were sending each other packages long distance and shit, he would include like shitty little drawings of like Diva because we were really into Overwatch at the time. And it'd just be the worst little gremlin drawing of Gremlin Diva. He's so cute. Gotta get him on OnlyFans.
This week's episode is brought to you by Audible.
Stockholm
That
Syndrome.
that made you
Gianni
feel
or Sebastian, yo.
Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment.
Need to kiss him on the mouth.
60,000
Get him.
titles to
Yeah,
choose
here we
from.
go. Here's the
If you're done
Sebastian
with this episode, go to
kissing
audiblepodcast.com
segment.
audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify
let's
for a
get a
free
little
book
bit.
download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to switch things up a little bit and recommend the book I'm listening to right now, even though it has absolutely nothing to do with Rome. I'll probably do this from time to time as I get to exhausting the ancient Roman histories in the Audible catalog. So anyway, even though I'm way beyond the hype and times, Team of Rivals, The Political Genius of Abraham Lincoln by Doris Kearns Goodwin is a pretty awesome book, and I'm sure you'll thoroughly enjoy. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com
Yeah, actually, I think I'll write it.
/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome
Hello.
to the History of Rome. Episode 83, May His Bones Be Crushed.
Okay.
In 125, Hadrian returned to Rome for the first time in 4 years. In that time, he had completed one full counterclockwise circuit of the empire, up through Gaul to Britain, then down through Spain into Africa, east across North Africa, up into Syria, then west across Asia Minor to Greece, and then, after a brief final stop in Sicily, back to the Italian peninsula. His return to the capital was greeted with a mixture of enthusiasm by some, annoyance by others, and indifference by the rest. In the 7+ years Hadrian had already logged on the throne, he had earned a reputation as an ever-active polymath executive whose interest extended to every corner of the empire. While the provincials loved the personal attention Hadrian lavished upon them, the Romans, the ones who actually lived in Rome, were less enthused by the emperor's corresponding inattention. Hadrian had kept the bread and circuses flowing and continued the building boom that had rolled on uninterrupted since the reign of Domitian, but there was a growing feeling that in most respects Hadrian was not really one of them. In the final analysis, the emperor turned out to be a Grecophile Spaniard who loved all the things a proper Roman was supposed to hate: hunting, astrology, poetry. He was also an unapologetic and open homosexual.
What?
There was his trivial, but somehow still earth-shattering decision to abandon the austere, clean-shaven face that had defined the look of the Roman aristocracy for centuries in favor of a full beard. Hadrian was an emperor, yes, but whether he was a Roman emperor was something of an open question. For his part, Hadrian did not trouble himself too much with the social taboos he was upending, and for the most part, his iconoclasm seems to have happened by accident. That is to say, he wasn't deliberately setting himself against existing tradition. He was instead simply supremely confident in who he was and what he was doing. There are a couple of explanations for his beard, for example, from it being an extension of his Philhellenism, to it being an easy way to connect with rank-and-file soldiers, who often wore beards, to a simple desire to cover a pockmarked and warty face. But nowhere does anyone report that he wore a beard just to tick off the conservative elites back in Rome. On a larger scale, his promotion of Greece at the expense of Italy was not undertaken because he wanted to spit on Italian exceptionalism, but because he knew that the long-term interests of the empire begged for all of the provinces to become united on a more equal footing. As I said when I was introducing Trajan, it was fast becoming counterproductive to view the empire as a collection of provinces ruled by Rome, rather than a single, cosmopolitan, pan-Mediterranean political unit. While the vast majority of subjects within the empire eyed this change of focus with relish,
Everybody being good in chat.
Like a lead balloon in Italy.
Texaco was called
Every
Sexico.
man, woman, and child had been raised from birth to believe that they were, in fact,
I too am an
exceptional in every
unapologetic and
single
open
way,
homosexual.
and ruled the world
You
by
might,
divine
well,
right.
you might be the next emperor of Rome. I got great
Hadrian
news for
lived
you.
in his villa at Tivoli from 125 to the beginning of 127, conducting the business of empire from the newly constructed compound rather than from the imperial palace on the Palatine or, God forbid, the halls of the Senate. The world no longer revolved around Rome. It revolved around Hadrian, just as Hadrian wanted. In 127, he got restless again and decided to go on a quick tour of the one province he had thus far neglected, Italy itself. So he spent the rest of the year traveling around the peninsula doing what he did best, adjudicating legal disputes and ordering architectural improvements in every municipality he passed through. It was during this tour that Hadrian decided to implement one of the few reforms that would not survive his death. Future emperors would follow Hadrian's precedents consciously or unconsciously for years, right down to the bearded face. But the emperor's reform of Italian political administration would be repealed practically hours after he died. Since the days of Augustus, Italy had been divided into 17 administrative districts, but the local towns and cities were mostly left to their own devices. Hadrian decided to divide the peninsula into 4 zones, each run by an imperial procurator, who would answer directly to the emperor. It may seem an innocuous shift, but the Italians resented the hell out of the fact that Hadrian was effectively turning Italy into just another province. So, like I say, the reorganization of the peninsula would be repealed immediately once Hadrian wasn't around to defend this universally unpopular idea. Italian exceptionalism would die one day, but not yet. 127 also marked Hadrian's 10th year in office, which he celebrated with appropriate games and banquets. The auspicious occasion was marked with darkness, though, as the emperor seems to have either fallen ill or suffered from a serious accident that laid him up for months, right around the time of his decennial celebrations. But the emperor was not going to be held down for long, and in the spring of 128, he was healthy enough to make a return trip to North Africa, which he had been forced to speed through on his way to the summit with the Parthians in 123.
Before he left, though, he finally accepted the one honorific he had thus far refused, having decided he had finally done enough good to be hailed Father of the People. On this latest trip to Africa, he was able to focus more intently on the particulars of the North African provinces, though the visit basically followed the standard Hadrianic template. Inspect the troops, order defensive fortifications built, improve municipal infrastructure, and settle legal disputes. Hadrian's standout accomplishment during his time in Africa happened just as he was arriving. Plagued by drought, the arrival of the emperor had been accompanied by sudden rainstorms, prompting coins to be issued praising Hadrian the Rainmaker. Before the fall came, Hadrian skipped back to Italy on his way to Greece, where he planned to take part in the Eleusinian Mysteries for a second time, this time as a full initiate. The cult tickled all of the emperor's sweet spots, from its classical Greek character to its overt mysticism, to its ability to bring together the Hellenized world in one unifying ceremony. This last point stuck in the emperor's head, and on this, his third long-term stay in Greece, he initiated a plan to bring the Greeks together as a single political force. The Greeks had, of course, always been the cultural engine of the empire, but their long history of city-state independence and its attendant intra-Greek squabbling had always left them weak politically. So, hot on the heels of his decision to downgrade Italy to just another province status, Hadrian pushed the Greeks to join together in a new Pan-Hellenian League designed to raise them from eastern backwater to major player. He personally lobbied the magistrates of Athens and Sparta, the two most important and most antagonistic cities, to join in the new league that would unite Greece and bring them power within the empire that they had thus far never dreamed possible. Intrigued by Hadrian's promise of increased influence, the Greeks began to work on the details of who would be allowed to join the league,
There we
where
go.
meetings would be held, for how long, and what the extent of its powers would be, and all the other minutiae that accompany these sorts of high-minded diplomatic assemblies. Just to be clear, though, the practical power the new Pan-Hellenian League would wield would be none, as Hadrian had no intention of relinquishing any imperial prerogatives.
Girl boss.
But he hoped a unified community of Greeks would nonetheless contribute to the future stability of the empire. Despite his hopes, though, the League collapsed after his death. Without the emperor's active attention, the Greeks fell back to their old ways and did what Greeks do best, squabbling with each other until the League was left an irrelevant shell. In 129, the emperor sailed from Athens to Anatolia, and from there he traveled down into the eastern provinces, where he called together, presumably in Antioch, though I haven't been able to confirm that little detail, the collection of client kings who served as the buffer between the empire proper and the barbarian lands beyond the frontier of civilization.
The barbarian lands.
For the hawkish Senate, the summit was a complete embarrassment, as it shoved in their faces once again Hadrian's policy of purchasing peace rather than fighting for it, as had always been the Roman way.
They hate it so much.
Client kings were client kings because they were paid by the emperor to stay client kings. The crass financial nature of the relationship offended the Senate, but Hadrian paid them no mind, boasting about the fact that he had won more by doing nothing than others had by waging war.
Based.
Hadrian then traveled south to Egypt in 130, but along the way, he stopped off at the ruins of Jerusalem to take care of some unfinished business. The province had been heavily depopulated during the various Jewish revolts. Its great cities had been destroyed, the Temple of Solomon had burned to the ground, and the political authority of the Jewish high priests a thing of the past. Hadrian decided to bring the troubled region back to life by annihilating the last vestiges of Judaism and rebranding the old province as a Hellenistic colony of the Greco-Roman world. He ordered the devastated Jerusalem rebuilt, renaming the city Aelia Capitolina, the Aelia part coming from Hadrian's own name, and the Capitolina part signaling that the city was dedicated in the name of Jupiter. Hadrian then ordered a temple be built on the site of the old Jewish temple, an affront that on its own may have been enough to spark another revolt, but coupled with the emperor's new ban on circumcision,
Worry!
straw that broke the camel's back.
Subscription, thank
In
you.
just 2 years' time, revolt in Judea would once
And
again
thank
be
you,
headlined,
Lux.
and no fewer than 12
I've been
legions would be needed to
inspired.
prosecute and win the Third Jewish War.
Sorry, there was a third one in there? I wasn't
Hadrian
paying
was
attention.
blithely unaware of the train wreck he was setting in motion, though, and no doubt pleased with how nice and Greek he
He's
had
so
left
cute.
the region. He traveled south to Egypt,
where he planned to indulge in every tourist trap the ancient kingdom had to offer.
Put another
It is
light
the
over
emperor's
here.
trip up the Nile that finally brings us to the relationship that had dominated Hadrian's personal life the past 5 years, his long-standing affair with the teenage boy Antinous. Now, homosexuality as a psychological identity was still 2,000 years or so from being created, and in the classical world, gender roles and sex were not nearly as defined as they are today. So it is hard to come right out and say that Hadrian was gay, or that made him unique among Roman emperors. Gibbon, for example, famously commented that Claudius was the only emperor whose taste in love was, quote, entirely correct. In the ancient world, the line of appropriateness came down to whether one was the dominant or passive partner,
Yeah.
the former being all well and good.
Bottoms
latter
did
was seen as a
not
mark
get a
of
lot of
shame.
respect.
And, as with the case
Did
of
the
Julius
concept of
Caesar
power
and
bottom
Octavian
even
Pope,
exist?
the source of frequent political jabs. That all being said, though, there were certain mores
Like, they
concerning
did, but-
homosexual interactions that it seems Hadrian, as
POV,
in
you just
everything
wanted to get
else
some
he did
chips
with
for
his
the
life,
road, then you get
did
bullied.
with impunity. His choice of partners, his complete abandonment of women, and above all, his willingness to do everything out in the open, bothered the permissive, but subtly so, Roman aristocracy.
Mm.
And this brings us to Antinous, the boy from Bithynia. How the emperor and the young man met is a matter of historical speculation, but however he became attached to the imperial entourage, be it at Hadrian's specific request, or through some more general order by the emperor to bring all the most beautiful youth to his court,
Giant
by
funny
125,
fish man.
the 48-year-old Hadrian and the 14-year-old Antinous were likely living together openly in Hadrian's Italian villa.
Whoa.
The age difference is shocking to modern sensibilities.
Sorry, how
But
old
in
was
a
he?
world where
Oh.
teenage girls were routinely married to middle-aged men,
He can barely
the
fit in
gap
that
was
thing.
not a serious impediment to their relationship. Plus, one of those unstated mores regarding homosexual behavior was that a young man could indulge in a sort of exploratory bisexual period that was often guided by an older man during his teen years.
Ugh.
So while the relationship between Hadrian and Antinous was something of a scandal, those exploratory years were supposed to be handled with all due discretion. By
No, I was
both parties.
talking about Hadrian's
The emperor himself
possible
felt no
boy
sense of
lover.
pressure to end the relationship.
I'm
Besides,
canceling
by all
Hadrian.
accounts, this was no
Problematic
fault of
age
Hadrian.
gap.
He appears to have been genuinely in love. Antinous
31,
had been
same age
born
as
in
Gianni.
111 in Bithynia,
It made
and
sense,
was,
yeah.
by all accounts, a beautiful young man. It is supposed that sometime around 124, Antinous was enrolled in the imperial page program that trained young men for service as valets, secretaries, couriers,
Right.
and whatever else the emperor required. It is also supposed that it was around the time Hadrian returned from his first tour of the empire in 125.
That's what
that
TikTok
Antinous
teens say, then it
officially
is
joined the imperial entourage.
true.
Moving into the emperor's villa, Antinous quickly became the emperor's constant companion, and for the next 5 years, wherever Hadrian went, so went Antinous.
Literally rotting as we speak, yeah.
For all the happiness they shared, though, the couple was headed for a tragedy that we are still at a loss to explain today. In 130, as I said, the imperial court moved south into Egypt.
I put it in the
where
bee
Hadrian
centrifuge,
intended
yeah, the
to
honey
pass the
extractor.
blow of the most
And he
ancient
hates it.
kingdom of
Ah!
He took in the pyramids and the Sphinx and visited the tomb of Alexander.
Well, all
the
right.
Great.
Well, thank you very much, Lux.
Then
I
they
will
boarded
send
a
this. You know, I'm
train
going to send this
flotilla
this
that
one
headed
along
up the
immediately
Nile
because
to
I
the
am done with
ancient
it.
Egyptian capital of Memphis and beyond.
So you can
In October of 130, the flotilla stopped off at Hermopolis. to
Stare
visit an
at it
old
in
temple
its
dedicated by
glorious
Ramses II.
high
And it was while in
quality.
port there that the drowned body of Antinous washed up on the banks.
No,
Hadrian was crushed.
that's
Like
so
I said,
sad.
no one knows for sure what happened, and I am certainly not going to push some version or another with certainty. Most of the ancient sources report that it was simply an accident while Antinous
Oh my
was off on
God,
a
Lux,
sail,
I saw your comic.
but others suppose that Antinous committed suicide, either because he knew that the aged emperor was getting tired of him, or, perhaps worse yet,
Ready for
that
Monday
the
Morning
emperor would
Madness?
not grow tired of him, and Antinous would be trapped in a shameful pseudo-marriage he could not control. Still others state that Antinous was sacrificed, according to the
Come on,
mystical
Gmail, you can do
advice
it.
of Egyptian holy men.
Oh, it's
who told
trying.
the
Okay, there we
emperor
go.
he could achieve long
You've
life
been sent
if another
an
died
image,
in his
Lux.
place. In this last telling,
And I actually think I'm going to take a
that
quick
Antinous willingly gave
BRB to hit my Dark Souls toilet. Yeah, is that okay with you too, Lux? I mean, I feel like Lux is also going to spread it around, and I'll probably put it on my Mention that Lux commissioned it. It was Lux's evil idea. I have nothing to do with this. Marika, I just want to say I think about the fucked up bird you made very often. Good, you should. And I'm gonna get back on that, I swear to God. We'll just wait until we get a little bit more of an income going. Dissertations instead of normal messages. You know what, Lux, you should do that because Gianni should get a taste of his own goddamn medicine because he sends out essays as well. He's a great writer. Oh, nothing to do with it. You're the artist. Well, okay, I guess I'm slightly complicit in this crime. Also, I just realized half the reason I think it's so dark in my room is because I forgot to turn on my spotlight. Okay, I'm going to BRB real quick, and then we're going to be working on... I literally forgot who is next. We'll modify the hour depending on when I get back. I can't imagine I'll be more than 5 minutes. I'm going to get some coffee and use my Dark Souls toilet. Actually, you know what? We have a Miss Ebola commission that I think we're going to hold off on. Oh gosh, did I really? Let's see what I sent. I think there's someone else before that. Wait. No, this is a thermo art piece next. Okay, good. Someone's calling me, but I don't care. All right, I'm going to BRB for like 5 minutes. I will be right back, and we're going to be into Thermo's commission. All right. Let's go to the break. Shut up, call. I'm not getting called. No one's calling me. No one, stop it. All right. Okay, wait. I'm gonna see if there's a sweater in the dryer too. Let's look. Ooh, there's a plaid shirt. Yeah, dryer warmth, dryer warmth. You guys are so lucky I wasn't running the dryer the whole stream. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's good. And the sweater. Just disconnect for no good reason. All right. Oh, we are cozy. I've got my coffee. I got a little protein yogurt with some protein granola on it. And I'm going to change the color of the lights in my office to something a little bit more blue. Very nice. Okay. We're back to it. All right, we are doing a thermo commission. Let me set this up. What the hell? We have an insane reference here, gamers. Sweater, dryer, hardly know him. It's 24 degrees right now. I'm thinking about sweater as death. Yeah, it's going to start warming up even more here in the coming weeks. We're in a fairly cool spot, though. We got a little bit of the cool air coming off the river. And it's like kind of well shaded. We're in a little bit of not a valley exactly, but kind of. Also going to close these. Oh. Oh my god. I keep misclicking. A river would go hard right now, not gonna lie. Yeah. It's really nice in the summer. Move to Ottawa. We'll put you right down by the river, and you can risk getting flooded out every April. PDFs suck. I'm so sorry. Put me in the river. Sail me away. Yeah. We used to live like right by the river, like in the river, basically. And we were able to get a little plastic kayak and kayak around a bit, and in the really, really high heat, just go out on an inner tube. They had like a little boat launch right where we were, and just dunk ourselves. It's awesome. All right. Gamers, I can't help but think that this is the guy. This is just the guy. He's just hanging out. All right. I was just reading the flavor text that goes along with this commission, and it's a bit silly, goofy even. It's going to be a character portrait for your first D&D campaign. How exciting. It is very exciting. Just standing around, resting that pipe wrench on his shoulder, maybe. It will be done. But first, I'm going to need
himself up.
History of Rome.
Some that Hadrian's agents killed the boy in his name, but without his knowledge, and others that Hadrian ordered up the murder himself. What are we to make of this jumble? Honestly, I don't think anyone knows. But the emperor's reaction to the news seems to belie that he was anywhere near growing tired of the boy, or that he ordered Antinous killed. Because, while in mourning, Hadrian founded a city in Antinous' honor at the site where he died. Further, the various astrologers and mystics the emperor often kept hanging around assured the emperor that the new star in the sky he had detected was indeed Antinous, and Hadrian declared that the boy had attained true godhood, and a new cult would be created to worship him.
Aww.
In fact, as it stands, Antinous is one of the most well-known faces of the ancient world, due to the proliferation of statues and monuments Hadrian erected in his honor across the empire. Eventually,
Thank you for fixing him.
Sadness was overtaken by pressing business. But the cult of Antinous spread across the east as local municipalities of every size quickly recognized that an easy way to curry favor with the emperor was to direct a few dollars to the worship of his dead lover. For a while, the cult of the now idealized vision of youthful beauty that Antinous came to represent competed head-to-head with the emerging cult of Jesus Christ for adherents.
The battle
Back in
between the
Rome,
two hot
the news
twinks.
of Antinous' death was
Christ landed on
accompanied by
top.
the news that Hadrian had ordered the boy deified. The Senate was
Just
taken
luck of the
aback
cards.
by what they considered to be a double insult. First, there was the fact that a non-imperial family member was being deified. Mothers, sisters, fathers, sons, they were all welcome in the cult of the Caesars, but a 19-year-old boy with no legal or familial connection to the emperor, who was by all accounts simply Hadrian's lover. People knew Caligula had really gone round the bend when he threatened to make his horse a consul. Was this really so different?
No.
Perhaps the more pressing concern for the
Come
Senate,
on.
though, was that Hadrian, in his grief, had bypassed them completely. Emperors who wanted to stay on the good side of the aristocracy asked the Senate's permission to deify dead relatives. It was just good manners. The last emperor to simply declare someone's divinity was Domitian, very early on in his
Domitian.
reign.
The fucker.
Not that he really cared much right at that moment, but by deifying Antinous, Hadrian suddenly found himself being compared not to Augustus and Trajan, but to Caligula and Domitian. So like I said, Hadrian never would get the aristocracy on his side, and when it came time for Antoninus to deify Hadrian after the emperor's death in 137, well, that became
Giving him a
something of
slightly
protracted
bigger-
struggle. Antoninus finally threatened to resign, forcing the Senate to deify his adoptive father or face
wrench.
the prospect of civil war. After laying the foundations of the new city of Antinopolis, Hadrian made his way back down the Nile to
Sorry.
Alexandria, and from there...
I mean, I know
seems to have headed to
Constantinople's
Greece.
named after a guy, but that one was also
We don't
sounding
know
kind of
whether
silly.
he returned to Italy at all in the meantime. but Hadrian was
Maricaville.
definitely in Athens in 132 when news came that a violent revolt had broken out in Judea. The reason why a rebellion broke out at that precise moment is still unknown, but in general, the Jews had been in a state of apoplexy since Hadrian had wandered through their homeland, all but outlawed their religion, and then rebuilt Jerusalem as some pagan colony.
Hey,
So the fact that an uprising
Stop doing
became
that.
was one of those
okay,
when,
leaves.
not ifs. One thing we do know is that the revolt was not spontaneous. It was a carefully planned affair that had probably been in the making from the moment Hadrian departed Judea for Egypt. In addition to the network of caves and tunnels the Jewish fighters constructed to offer safe harbor in what was sure to be a guerrilla campaign, the Jewish leadership also hit upon a neat trick to help them secretly stockpile weapons. Knowing Hadrian's exceedingly high standards for military equipment, local Jewish craftsmen sent in deliberately shoddy weapons to the local Roman garrisons.
Based.
When the equipment was predictably returned as substandard, it was picked out of the rubbish bin and reworked for use by the Jewish rebels.
Oh my god.
When the
You're
revolt
mixing up
suddenly
Gianni and
did break out,
Gabriel. Yeah, I do that too. I literally do that in my
how
head.
well the Jews were armed.
Bring Gianni to... Listen,
In
Gianni can be
132,
his short name.
prepared as they were ever going to be,
Also,
the
rip
Jewish
rip
leader
poor
Simon Bar Kokhba announced
Gabriel's
that he
balls.
was the Messiah Jewish
I hope he
prophets had
recovers
long
quickly.
promised, and that he was going to drive the pagans out of Judea and restore
Pizza!
the kingdom of Israel. At first, the lunatic ravings of yet another
Ogre.
Jewish Messiah struck the local Roman
You telling me a
administrator, Antoninus
Constantinopple?
Rufus, as beneath his time and attention.
He hasn't been fixed yet, okay.
But it soon became clear.
Well, I hope he
Cyrus
enjoys
was
his
leading
last
a
few
well-armed
hours.
and politically unified
with balls.
insurrection force. The two legions at Rufus's
Stripping the
disposal
light of the
became
father from
increasingly
him.
formidable Jewish guerrillas, and reinforcements had to be sent
You
to
have to
Syria
repeat
and
that
Egypt.
in Gianni's
But the
chat.
ineffectiveness of the new arrivals only bolstered Jewish confidence, and the legion from Egypt appears to have been completely wiped out sometime in 133. By this
I
point,
have a
the whole
Magnificent
province
Good.
was in revolt, and the regular Jewish fighters found plenty of housing and supplies from
FGC May, what'd you
non-Orthodox
put on your
sympathizers
pizza?
across the country.
Tell
Cyrus
me.
declared independence for the new state of Israel, and with the Romans reeling from the unexpected force of the rebellion, the Jewish leadership found themselves in effective control of much of the province. Coins and edicts were issued, marking 132 as year one
of a new Jewish state. But Hadrian was not going to stand by and watch a Roman province simply shrug off their imperial masters. He may have been a skeptic of the efficacy of war when it came to external threats, but internal threats were something else entirely. He ordered his best general,
He didn't see it.
Julius
Fuck.
Severus, to leave his post in Britain and make with all haste
Yeah.
to Judea, and pick up as many troops as he felt necessary along the way.
Damn it.
Hadrian and Severus
Okay, I'm going to tell him in
simple.
person.
Methodically used overwhelming force to crush the insurrection. It took plenty of time, money, and
Right.
men to
Cook
slowly grind out
leftover raw
victory in
pork
Judea.
strips in leek I
But in
have. Oh, that sounds
135,
good.
Victory did come. It is reported that no fewer
I'll probably
than
take some
12
kind of lunch
legions
break
took
after
part
this
in
one
the
too,
action
whether or not
and
I'm...
saw the Romans
How do you
destroy
guys feel about me
55
going
towns and almost 1,000
into the
separate
mic?
villages.
Because I could just take like a proper
In addition
half-hour
to the
break
heavy
where the
Roman
stream's
casualties,
offline and then come
almost
back.
600,000
Maybe I'll
Jews
do that,
were killed
actually.
during the retaking of Judea. Severus finally strangled off Simon and the last holdouts in 135, and the legions declared victory.
Strangled him off, huh?
The devastation and depopulation that accompanied this last Jewish war, a war many scholars mark as the true beginning of the diaspora, reminds one of Tacitus's famous line, which the historian attributed to a British chieftain, that the Romans make a desert, and they call it peace. Surveying this desert, Hadrian decided to double down on his plan to eradicate the Jews and leave in their place a Hellenized population of Greco-Romans.
Bro, I don't know.
Hadrian's
That's good
post-war policy then
optics.
was nothing less
You know
than
I also tried to
cultural
do that?
genocide. He banned the Jews from entering Jerusalem, still called Aelia Capitolina, continued his ban on circumcision, outlawed the Hebrew calendar, and prohibited the use of Torah law. The sacred scroll was carried up to the Temple Mount and burned, and for years afterward, Jewish scholars were executed for perpetuating
Leeks are good.
outlawed religion.
I was trying to find leeks the other day for Mother's Day.
As a final reminder that in Hadrian's eyes, Judaism was dead, the emperor
But I'm
renamed
just going to
the
use green
province
onions. I know
Syria
it's not the same, but
Palestinia,
structurally
after the
similar.
Philistines, an ancient enemy of the Jews.
They're a little expensive over here, but like, yeah.
It is hard to understate the effect all of this had
If
on
you
the
got
future
it,
of Judaism.
flaunt it, get your
From
leeks.
135 on,
They're good for you.
Judea was no longer the cultural, political, or religious center of Jewish life, and would not be again until well into the modern era. The Jewish communities scattered across the Roman Empire were forced to look to an enclave of Babylonian Jews for guidance, safe as those leaders were within the more tolerant borders.
Oh, that's good, Ogre.
As I just mentioned, some scholars mark the true beginning of
FGC
the
May, have you
diaspora
told me what's on your
by
pizza yet or
genocidal
not?
victory
Oh, I
in
bet you're eating the
135,
pizza right now.
rather than by the tame by comparison victory of the Flavians in 70. For
Don't
having
really like
ordered
how
the
this
death and
hand is up
enslavement
here.
of their
Let's-
race and the eradication of their religion, Hadrian is uniquely despised within Jewish histories, who always follow the emperor's name with the epitaph, "May his bones be crushed."
Oh, shit.
Next week, Hadrian will return to Italy, where he will spend the last years of his life decaying into a bitter, agonized mess. Just as his ascension to power had been marked by
No,
political
based
murder,
Hadrian was
so
not
too
so
was
based.
his release of it. These violent bookends to the emperor's career were all the proof the Senate needed to become convinced that despite all of his avowed pacifism, generosity, wisdom, and benevolence, that Hadrian was at his core a paranoid psychotic who would kill them all if given half a chance.
I mean, yeah. Not so good at making wrenches that rest on the shoulder, apparently. I'm actually a bad artist, chat, you'll find. Maybe he'll just be holding it up. Leek is nice. Yeah. Gabby playing fetch with his counselor head squeaky toy I made him. The baby. You gotta hit the gym tomorrow. You can do it. Yeah. I didn't realize this, but I have a swimming pool right nearby, and I'm keep going like, oh, I'm so excited to go to the pool, but then I keep putting it off. I gotta hit it. Maybe I'll hit the pool today, actually, after this big stream. Oh, let me just look at the hours. Let's see. I have them right
Hello,
here on my desktop.
And welcome to the History of Rome.
Friday,
Episode
lane
84,
swim, 4 to
Longing for
5.
Death.
4 to 5 or 8 to 9? I think the 4 to 5 will be
Hadrian
mine.
had been in Athens when word came in 132 that another revolt had broken out in Judea. The 2.5 years of fighting to retake the province would prove to be the most significant military operation Rome would engage in during Hadrian's reign, and it is likely, bordering on confirmed fact, that the emperor traveled to the troubled region to oversee the campaign for himself. But he did not stick around to see the conflict's resolution, and by 134, the emperor was back in Italy, having left the prosecution of the war in the hands of his best general, Sextus Julius Severus.
Sextus!
Trip back from the east, he was Hadrian's last tour as the great traveling emperor, and when he settled into his villa at Tivoli,
In
whether
Richmond
he
for
knew it or
Gab.
not, he was settling
Gab,
in for
Gab,
good.
Gabby, Gabe. I always
By all
shorten it to
accounts, the
Gabe,
last few years
but
of
I know it's
Hadrian's reign
technically
were
probably
unhappy
Gab.
ones, both for the emperor himself and for everyone around him. His mental and physical health began to
Who the
deteriorate.
fuck is
and
calling
as
me
his
now?
life
Good
grew
God.
shorter, so too did his temper. The image of himself Hadrian had worked so hard to create, that of a patient, generous, enlightened monarch, began to fall apart, and all the close friends
Who
and
are you
associates who had
people?
stood by his side through thick and thin began to be pushed away one by one.
I gotta start killing
Hadrian
people,
had
folks.
been proud to call the best and brightest the empire had to offer his personal friends. When he died, though, he was attended by
I have you on
nephews,
speaker and you
relatives,
scared him.
every man who
No.
stood by the emperor. as he
I'm
slipped
sorry,
away
baby
was either
boy.
dead or exiled, or had chosen to withdraw from a ruler who seemed to be lashing out at those he trusted and who trusted him the most. Those who knew him best saw Hadrian's final years as a departure from his natural disposition, while his enemies in the Senate saw it as confirmation that he had been a monster all along. For a while after he returned to
For a
Italy,
while after
things
he
seemed to
returned.
be okay. Hadrian, naturally feeling the effects of nearly 2 decades on the throne, began to think about what the world would be like when he was gone. Frequent, unstoppable nosebleeds had him thinking about his own mortality. Who would follow him on the throne, and how would history remember him? Much like Augustus, Hadrian displayed concern about the future of both the imperial dynasty and the empire as a whole. For an emperor obsessed with the stability and strength of Rome, it would have been nearly impossible for him to treat the question of succession with the same cavalier attitude Trajan had displayed. He had spent his life consolidating Rome's holdings and establishing peaceful relations with potential external threats. He did not want it all to be thrown away by some less enlightened successor. He needed to think long and hard about who he was going to hand power to. But it soon became apparent that the aging and very possibly dying emperor was not the same eminently rational man who had ruled the empire for so long. The ancient histories first point to the emperor's feud with Apollodorus of Damascus as proof that he was beginning to lose his grip. Hadrian, who always fancied himself an excellent architect, had designed a great temple of Venus that was dedicated in Rome in 135. Proud of what he considered a magnificent work of art, Hadrian asked the greatest architect of his generation, Apollodorus,
Fucked up and
to comment
evil
on the design
astronaut woman
construction.
scares puppy.
Obviously fishing for compliments, Hadrian was deeply grieved when Apollodorus sent back a stern critique of the building's foundation,
Oh.
the line of sight for visitors approaching along the sacred way,
Oh.
the size of the doors, they were too small, and the size of the statue of Venus inside.
Oh.
It was too large. If Venus ever wished to go out for a stroll, Apollodorus caustically informed the emperor, she would be unable to fit through the entryway. Now, the emperor and the architect had been on tense terms for years. Standard legend has it that at some point during the Dacian Wars, Hadrian had interrupted a conference between Trajan and Apollodorus to offer his own opinion of the project they were discussing, and Apollodorus, incensed that this young amateur was even approaching the grown-ups table, dismissed Hadrian, telling him to go back to his drawings, that he understood none of this.
Kill yourself.
Relations
Damn.
between the enthusiastic amateur and the proud professional never got much better, though Hadrian seems to have respected Apollodorus enough that he asked the architect to help design war machines that would allow the legions to attack Jewish cave bases during the Third Jewish War.
I appreciate he didn't just like
But
execute this
respect or
guy
not,
out of hand.
Cassius Dio reports that when Hadrian read Apollodorus's critique, that he became enraged and ordered the
Oh.
architect banished from Rome.
That's
and
alright.
shortly
Rome
thereafter
sucks.
had him executed.
Oh.
If this
Never
seems like an
mind.
overly rash response to what was probably reasonable criticism, you're right. and most modern historians do not believe that Apollodorus was actually killed by Hadrian, but that instead, the old architect simply died of natural causes around the time of the exchange, and that Hadrian's enemies drew their own conclusions.
I mean, if he exiled him from Rome,
If the crime itself never took place,
and he was an old man,
Hadrian's last years
I don't
certainly
call that a
made the
natural
belief that the crime
death.
did take place easy to swallow, and that, more than anything else, is the moral.
Gabby is biting me so much. Ah! Gabriel, no! Bad boy.
The emperor's treatment of his own family is confirmed.
To be
fact.
fair, Gianni would do it to you in
Placing
real life too. Be like,
Apollodorus' blood in Hadrian's hands is not so much a matter of falsely accusing the innocent, as it is adding one more name to the list. As 135 gave way to 136, the issue of succession began to consume the emperor. That, and the completion of his great mausoleum on the banks of the Tiber, which is still standing in
what if it's
Rome,
dog
so
shit?
goes
What if the
with that
architect he
too.
had killed, quote unquote, was
For
like,
Gnaeus Pedanius Fuscus, the only
sucks
living male
dick.
relative of the emperor, this should have come as welcome news. Fuscus was Hadrian's teenage great-nephew, the grandson of his sister and a powerful senator named Lucius Julius Servianus. But unfortunately for Fuscus, Hadrian had watched the boy grow up and determined that he was utterly unfit for power,
you suck,
that
kid.
his tastes were too lavish and
Fuck
too
you.
petty,
Fuck
a
you.
Nero in the making if there ever was one.
Fuck you.
Hadrian's unwillingness to commit to Fuscus greatly annoyed his grandfather Servianus, who was past 90 years old, but still growing strong. Servianus and Hadrian had never gotten along, and the fact that they were brothers-in-law seems only to have widened the gap, rather than bridge it. It certainly did not help that it had been widely reported Servianus's was one of the few names Trajan had ever firmly put forward as a possible worthy heir to the throne back in 116-117. That he'd been passed over in favor of his younger, cockier brother-in-law.
I'm gonna
like
do a
the
version that
machinations
gives this
of
guy a
one
mouth
that
and one that
had
doesn't.
always stuck in Servianus's craw. But in his last years, the unmistakable reality that his grandson was the only man living with a blood relation to the emperor seemed to Servianus to resemble some kind of cosmic justice. But in defiance of this cosmic justice, Hadrian determined that whoever he chose, young Fuscus would not be his man. Blood ties be damned. This second Passover of Servianus's family maybe would have gone without incident had Hadrian chosen as heir someone whose worth could not be denied by anyone, much as nervous choice of Trajan had put to rest every other claim on power, even amongst those who really thought they deserved the call.
He's so round. It's a character by
Settled
Thermo D
Servianus's
who did
discontent
who got a
that
commission
Trajan's
a
son
little
were
while
men.
ago,
Like, for example, and I'm just throwing this out there,
and is like a regular
Sextus Julius Severus,
chatter and
the
very cool.
troubleshooting general
Very
who had
nice.
just won the war in Judea.
Let's kill him.
But instead, in 136, prompted
In's
by
mouth.
a massive hemorrhage that nearly killed him, Hadrian announced to a shocked Roman world that he was adopting a relatively obscure and unaccomplished man named Lucius Caeonius Commodus.
That's Gianni. That one's
Lucius
Gianni
immediately
in
pointed to
Tear My
Lucius's
Romai.
reputation as a pretty dilettante as the deciding factor. But the emperor's sympathizers argued that Hadrian was playing a game of four-dimensional chess with the succession issue that only the brilliant emperor himself could fully understand.
He's genius.
I, of course, would adopt the boring conclusion that it was likely somewhere in between these two extremes. The choice of
Centrism. Ah, that's a
Lucius,
lot.
who changed his name to Lucius alias Caesar when the adoption went through, does seem a curious one taken on its own, though. Lucius was a capable enough senator, but he had well-known health problems, likely suffering from tuberculosis.
Ah,
If
that's fine.
Hadrian
You could just walk
wanted to
that one
ensure
out.
the stability of the dynasty and the empire, choosing the perpetually bedridden Lucius was an odd choice to say the least. But, like I say, it is entirely possible that Hadrian was looking beyond Lucius to the man or men he really wanted to control the empire down the road. Lucius would be his stopgap, his very own Nerva, to bridge the interregnum between Hadrian and the young men he really had his eyes on. But before we get into them, it is worth mentioning one other salient detail about Lucius that may have recommended him to the emperor. Namely, that he was the son-in-law of Publius Nigrinus, one of the 4 ex-consuls who had been murdered in 118. Hadrian was concerned about his legacy, and the choice of Lucius may have been an olive branch to the Senate, an admission that he understood their anger and that he wanted to set things right. Most agree, though, that Lucius was not the true object of the emperor's plans. that the fourth dimension of Hadrian's scheme was the grandson of one of the emperor's closest friends and advisors, Marcus Aeneas Verus. Born with his father and grandfather's name, young Marcus Verus, then 15 years old, had caught the emperor's attention early as an unusually serious and intelligent boy. Having been raised in part by his grandfather, who Hadrian held in the highest esteem, young Marcus was marked from the beginning as one worth watching. As the emperor watched Marcus grow up, he was impressed more and more with the studious and capable teenager. We'll get more into the biographical particulars of the man history will come to know as Marcus Aurelius in our next episode, but I just want to note for now that upon Lucius's adoption in 136, Marcus was engaged to Lucius's daughter almost immediately. Though he had a son of his own, a 6-year-old also named Lucius Caeonius Commodus,
That's confusing.
Hadrian seems to have been setting things up so that when the perpetually ill Lucius Caesar inevitably succumbed to one of his many ailments, power would transfer naturally to his new son-in-law, Marcus. This, of course, begs us to ask the question, why not just adopt Marcus straight away? Why take the scenic route through Lucius? The one obvious
Take the
answer
scenic
is that
route
at
for
15,
Lucius.
Marcus may have been a promising candidate for power, but was not yet seasoned enough for Hadrian's taste. Nero and Caligula had proven the folly of allowing the young too much power. Lucius, though weakly constituted, was still in the prime of his middle age, and would likely last long enough to at least get Marcus into his mid-20s, at which point he would hopefully have enough experience to temper the excesses of youth. But who knows? Maybe Hadrian was trying to have his cake and eat it too. Adopt the son-in-law of Nigrinus to appease the Senate, knowing full well that Lucius would die off quickly and Hadrian's real choice of heir could take over. The choice of Lucius appears to have been too much for Servianus and Fuscus to take. Fuscus especially saw the throne as his birthright, and when he learned that he had been passed over, just as his grandfather had before him, the young man set himself on a plan to overthrow the aging Hadrian and seize power for himself. At some point in late 137, Hadrian's spy network informed him of the
Let's give
plot,
him a little
and the
pinky
emperor
out.
took decisive action. He seized young Fuscus, who was no doubt close at hand, as he was still a member of the imperial court, even
Me when
though
I
his
fucking
relevance
grab you.
was now virtually non-existent. Feeling the brunt of the emperor's wrath, the young alleged usurper was ordered to commit suicide.
Oh,
But the death of his great-nephew was apparently not enough, and shortly after Fuscus's death, Hadrian unexpectedly turned on Servianus and ordered him too to commit suicide.
you should kill yourself too.
The Roman elites could take in stride the political assassination of a young man who was very possibly himself plotting political assassination. But forcing an old man to end his life in such a dishonorable way, especially one who had spent that life nobly serving the empire, was a pointless outrage. Servianus, as you can imagine, was himself outraged, but after firmly avowing his innocence and his fidelity both to Rome and the emperor, he did indeed kill himself. But before he died, he swore one solemn, bitter prayer. May Hadrian long for death, yet be unable to die.
Damn bitch.
It seems clear that the case against Servianus was trumped up, and that Hadrian was finally acting on a long-held grudge. But what are we to make of Fuscus's alleged coup plot? For the Senate, it was not even a matter of debate. Hadrian had invented charges against and then murdered his great-nephew to ensure that his own diabolical plans for the future of Rome progressed unhindered. Some sources claim that other men of senatorial rank were also caught up in Hadrian's paranoid net and killed at the same time, implying that Hadrian had basically cooked up a wide-ranging conspiracy so he could prosecute anyone who might trouble his plan for succession. In the end, it's really hard to tell what's true and what's not, especially given the Senate's clear enmity toward Hadrian. But given the emperor's mood at the time, it is possible that he did engage in a carefully planned purge to clear the path for his chosen heirs, and perhaps deal a bit of vengeance to his enemies before he died.
Me when I deal vengeance to my enemies.
Some sources even have it that Hadrian's long-estranged wife Sabina was herself caught up in the purge. Because however it happened, she died in early 137, and was thus easily lumped into stories about the emperor's mad reign of terror. Rumor mongers breathlessly wondered, Did he suspect that she would act as Pompeia had when Trajan died and upset the apple cart of his carefully laid plans?
My fucking apple cart, fuck!
Probably not. Though they had never gotten along personally, Hadrian had always gone out of his way to treat her, and make sure everyone else treated her, with great respect, and in turn, she was as loyal to the regime as anyone. Like with Apollodorus, coincidence is likely leading to conspiracy theory. But if, after the deaths of Fuscus, Servianus, and whoever else, Hadrian thought his house of cards was well in order, he was in for a cruel shock. Just a month after the executions, let's call them what they really were, his heir Lucius Caesar returned from Pannonia, where he had been sent by the emperor to oversee the defense of the Danube frontier for the year. Though Lucius did an admirable job administering the region throughout 137, the climate had taken its
I
toll
got
on the
grabbed!
perpetually bedridden new Caesar.
My bones. My bones. My
Lucius
bones.
was preparing to address the Senate on New Year's Day when he became seriously ill.
Oh, let's get up for a stretch break.
Some report that he overdosed on the medicine he had
If
been
anybody's sitting at
prescribed.
the computer and
But
can get
whatever
up,
the cause,
do a
on
stretch.
January the 1st,
Yeah.
Lucius Caesar died, sending Hadrian's perhaps too clever by half succession plans into disarray.
Yeah, baby. Oh,
The Senate breathed a sigh of
Oh,
relief
yeah.
that Lucius had not lived long enough to fall flat on his face as emperor, as they were all fairly sure he would, and hope rippled through the aristocracy that Hadrian would come to his senses and choose a deserving candidate.
Okay.
But, dipping once again into the well of the handsome, yet
Crunchy.
undistinguished, on January 22, 138 AD, Hadrian pulled out another random name to confound
Yeah, I'm like a bag of
professional
popcorn.
prognosticators.
I'm moving like my sternum
Titus
cracks.
Aurelius Fulvus Boionius Arius Antoninus was a well-liked senator who had traveled up the cursus honorum with a sort of stable plotting. But he was just about the last man anyone would have guessed Hadrian would adopt as his heir. But the fates work in random ways, and Antoninus suddenly found himself next in line for the throne. This time, the choice would stick, and the man we all now know as Antoninus Pius will soon find himself ruling Rome for the better part of 23 blessedly banal years.
Thank God he's
Antoninus
normal.
had been born in September of 86 AD, the son of Titus Aurelius Fulvus, who would serve as consul under Domitian in 89. The Fulvii branch of the Aurelians had emerged during the early imperial period as one of the leading families of non-Italian origin. But though they called southern Gaul their homeland, by Antoninus' time, the family had emigrated to Italy, and Antoninus himself was born in Lavinium.
You'll
about
bend
20
all the way
miles from Rome.
forward, and your spine will just be like,
His
or you roll your neck and.
grandfather had taken the family to the height of imperial favor
Yeah.
during the crisis of 69
The
AD,
cruncher.
throughout which he commanded the 3rd Legion stationed along the Danube. After initially fighting for Otho, he switched, along with the rest of his defeated comrades, to Vespasian's banner, and so found himself seated alongside the Flavians when they finally won that brutal game of musical chairs. Rewarded for his service with a Suffolk consulship at some point in the 70s AD, Domitian rewarded him further with an ordinary consulship in 85. Just 4 years later, his son, Antoninus' father, was similarly rewarded. But both Antoninus' father and grandfather died sometime in the early 90s AD, and young Antoninus, then still known by his birth name, Titus Aurelius Fulvus, was taken under the wing of his maternal grandfather, Gnaeus Arius Antoninus, hence the addition of Arius and Antoninus to the boy's name. The elder Antoninus was a well-respected senator who counted amongst his friends Pliny the Younger, and he brought up his grandson with the stable, if boring, values of a cultured Roman aristocrat. While in his early 20s, Antoninus married Aeneia Galeria Faustina, granddaughter of Hadrian's aforementioned friend Marcus Aeneas Verus. The pairing was obviously fortuitous for Antoninus, and when Hadrian became emperor in 117, the young man found himself on the fringes of the imperial court by virtue of his relation to Verus. In 120, Antoninus was given a consulship, and, having obviously impressed Hadrian, he was later chosen to be one of the 4 procurators who would govern Italy after Hadrian reformed the administration of the peninsula in 127. Long-term, of course, his association with this wildly unpopular reform was something of a black mark on his reputation, but for the time being, it was a signal of imperial favor. Antoninus was likely looking forward to a career of distinction and responsibility, though it is unlikely he ever considered that he himself would be emperor one day. But there he was in January of 138, suddenly called to the imperial villa and informed that he could now add Caesar to his long list of names because the emperor, out of the blue, was adopting him.
Whoa.
Once
That
again,
sounds like fun.
we must ask the question why. Why?
This is just like
Antoninus?
Princess Diaries.
He was capable and trustworthy, sure, but like Lucius before him, there was nothing really special to point to that said, oh yeah, you have to pick this guy Antoninus. He's perfect for the job. It is at this point, though, that we can really get into the guts of Hadrian's thinking, where it becomes apparent that it was Marcus Aurelius Hadrian wanted all along. Because when he offered Antoninus the job of emperor, a job the dying Hadrian assured Antoninus would be his sooner rather than later, he stipulated that Antoninus had to adopt both Marcus and the dead Lucius Caesar's son, Lucius Commodus, as his heirs. Otherwise, the deal was off. Clearly, Hadrian was thinking a generation ahead of everyone else. Antoninus, then, was merely a dependable way to get from here to Marcus. Already well into his 50s, Antoninus could be expected to die off sometime in the next decade or so, giving Marcus time for a proper imperial apprenticeship before he donned the purple for himself.
Orpo.
Antoninus begged a few days to consider the emperor's offer. Though this humble podcast has been dealing primarily with the most ambitious Romans of every generation, which may leave you all with the impression that lust for power was the defining character trait of every man, woman, and child in the empire, not every Roman dreamed imperial dreams. The job was hard, dangerous, and all-consuming. Antoninus
Reminds me of someone asking a Tumblr user, hey, how long have you been on T? To which the OP replied, all my life, I guess. I'm a cis guy. That's funny.
Healthy amount of cash in the bank. Was it really worth giving up the comfortable life of a cultured senator for the infinite burdens of empire? But the lure of power, or perhaps more likely,
Walking's the only exercise you do, but do it all out of it.
induced
That's good.
Antoninus to accept the
5
deal,
miles every
and
day.
on
Oh my
February
God, and in
25,
Florida too.
138 AD, he became Titus Aelius Caesar
Really? Taking T
Antoninus,
gives you
heir to the
hypermobility.
imperial throne, and adopted
Used for
following the
hypermobility,
fall of a
okay.
teenager named Marcus and a precocious adolescent boy named Lucius. In recognition of the adoption, the Senate invested Antoninus
Supposed to have beard and mutton chops. Okay, cool.
and granted him full imperial.
Yeah, I
That
I
is,
glanced at it
power
and I was like,
over
ah, yes, good
authority.
ref. Send off the email. Okay, let's do it. And then I was like, wait, he doesn't have a mouth. Does he have anything else? I forgot the mutton chops. Yeah. Now, mouth, yes or no, because that I can erase. I actually originally had it so I could toggle it off, but then I forgot it and I merged
Hadrian
it.
was suffering from what modern doctors have diagnosed as congestive heart disease, and his body filled painfully with fluid, forcing him to spend most of his final days in bed. In the end, Servianus's
Yeah.
prayer came true, as the suffering emperor tried and failed.
So sorry,
multiple
yes,
times
he
to
does
kill
have a
himself.
mouth?
He had daggers and poison smuggled into his room on no fewer than 3 occasions, only to be thwarted at the last moment. And one attendant at least committed suicide rather than disobey Hadrian's orders to kill him. Antoninus himself finally intervened and begged Hadrian to bear his pain and let nature take its course.
Like this kind of beard and mutton
Hadrian's mood
chops?
seems to have improved at least
The
some
Amish?
following the intervention, and in letters exchanged with his new adopted son,
He does have a mouth. Okay,
apologizes
cool.
for letting his grief take over. A correspondence commenced
More of a
that
neck
eventually
beard, okay.
resulted in Hadrian writing a full
The one guy in
autobiography
Rome that wants to
with the
die and he can't.
record and Antoninus would have the full story of the past 20 years laid out in full. Unfortunately,
Maybe a little bit
no
more
record of
like...
the autobiography exists, though modern scholars suppose that much of Hadrian's entry in the Historia Augusta was sourced to this autobiography. Finally, though, the black magic of Servianus's prayer wore off, and on July 10, 138 AD, attended only by 2 slaves and Antoninus, Hadrian died at one of the imperial palaces in Campania along the Bay of Naples. He was 62 years old and had ruled Rome for 21 years. Hadrian
He
is
does
one
look
of
a
the
little
most
bit
fascinating men in the history of Rome.
Like a cute little monkey
But I
getting the
will
monkey
admit
man.
that after a month of obsessing over him and trying to fit all of his contradictions,
Only
and
if that's
nuances
supposed to be
and
what he looks
accomplishments
like. We
into
can
my head,
adjust, of
I'm
course.
suffering from a bit of Hadrian fatigue. But in this,
Fuck
I never
Hadrian.
feel like I know the emperor as his contemporaries did.
He was, simply put, an exhausting man to deal with.
He's so
Eternally
annoying.
energetic, he was always traveling to some new city or starting some new project. But the wisdom
Gonna be a
of his
great
rule,
first
which
D&D
bordered on
campaign.
visionary,
Yeah.
was accompanied
Tell
by
me
a
about
know-it-all
tell me about your
pomposity that had
D&D
to have driven
character.
everyone
He
to
had
be
big
just a
hands.
little
I'm
bit
sensing
nuts.
like a little bit hobbity, or
No one likes a
just a
man
very
who knows
stocky
everything,
guy.
especially when he shows up at your doorstep and starts lecturing you on subjects you yourself are an expert in. There's a funny story where the emperor and a celebrated philosopher engaged in a debate where it was apparent to everyone that Hadrian's argument was far weaker.
This guy
To
fucking
surprise
sucks.
the audience, though, the philosopher eventually gave in and acknowledged the emperor had bested him. After the event, the philosopher was pressed by his friend, who demanded to know why he had given up so easily.
Please tell me it's because he was
The
annoying.
philosopher simply reminded his friends that the emperor was the most learned man of all. Taken aback, the friends laughed at this obviously untrue statement. But the philosopher insisted that it was true. You should always remember, he said to them, the most learned man of all is the man who commands 30 legions.
Chubbyish traveling halfling mechanic. That's so
Hadrian
cute.
was undeniably a great emperor, and very often a good man. But he was also a flawed human being who could be an
Really
insufferably
annoying.
smug bully. But he did bring the beard back into fashion, and for that alone, he deserves all the praise he gets.
Oh, so true.
There
Unfortunate
will be
about
no episode next
you know
week.
the
Mr. and
persecution
Mrs.
of the
the
Jewish
History of
people
Rome
under
are
his
both
power
celebrating
again, but you know.
birthdays, and we're going to take some time for ourselves. But we'll be back on February 28th to
Great
introduce
Roman
the
tradition.
Antonines, the last enlightened emperors of the Principate.
That was
After their
sarcasm.
departure from the stage, Rome
Sarcasm.
did not see rulers with
Nobody
perfect
clip that.
vision until the rise of Diocletian, and by that point, Augustus's Principate will be dead, and a whole new political order will need to be created to sustain the battered empire.
Dueling pistol on his side. Hell yeah. You know, you're never gonna know when you're gonna need a dueling pistol to duel some bitch. All right, I think we started this one at 20 after because I had a little break, so we got 20 more minutes on this cutie pie. Guess I'll put a little bit more detail in the belt. I gave it just in case your D&D campaign does like we have a digital D&D campaign, and we have like little portraits that they get broken down into a circle. So I gave him a little circle background to make sure he would be adequately within a circular border if you needed that. But if not, and you just want the full rectangle, then he's got that too. Just a matter of cropping. It's all online, yeah. All right, next episode. Antoninus the Dutiful.
This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you are now aware, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from.
That's so poggers.
When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day free trial membership. There is no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I am going to recommend Polybius's Rome and the Mediterranean, which is one of the primary sources I used for all the episodes on the Punic Wars. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 85, Antoninus the Dutiful. When Hadrian died in 138, there was no succession issue whatsoever. Unlike Trajan's Neo-Alexandrian silence on the subject, and the subsequent doubt and violence that surrounded Hadrian's rise to power, when Antoninus alias Caesar returned to Rome with the body of the now-dead emperor, he was welcomed with open arms by the Senate, the people, and the army. Especially the Senate.
They fucking love
They
this
never
guy.
had been happy with Hadrian,
and from the very beginning, he had been a boogeyman in their collective consciousness, with his every act, statement, or decree twisted up in their minds to prove that he was actually a dangerous psychopath. So his death was greeted with barely contained glee enhanced exponentially by the fact that one of their own was taking over. Antoninus had, after all, been an amiable senator in good standing for more than 20 years before being tapped by Hadrian to become his heir.
Tapped, huh?
At least from the aristocratic point of view, then, 138 was a banner year. The monster was dead, and a senator now sat on the throne. Every previous
it's
emperor
a
had
rawhide
made their
hammer?
name
Hell
in the
yeah.
legions, or because they were the blood relative of one of those
Oh,
men
shit.
who had
Oop.
made their name in the legions. The only
Very
real
nice. You know what? I didn't even
exception was
notice that.
Nerva,
Hell yeah.
and he had
I guess
been
that's the
executive
proto rubber
well.
mallet.
Antoninus was unique then, as having made his career as a senator first and foremost, and the years he would spend on the throne would prove to be the most internally harmonious.
Yeah, maybe I'll
in the
spend
history
some of
of
the
empire.
minutes like slightly
For the first
fantasying
time
up
in a
this
long
wrench.
time, the aristocracy was fused and of one mind. The emperor and the senate, thinking and acting almost as one. And unlike previous periods of senatorial ascendancy,
And I
which
kinda like the
usually
tape
led
measure
to
as, like,
unrest among the general
on the belt
population
buckle.
due to the arrogance of the oligarchs, Antoninus never forgot that he was everyone's emperor and made sure his subjects, all of them, were well taken care of. There is a reason traditional Roman historiography has the middle of the 2nd century marked down as the golden age of the Antonines, the zenith of an empire at the height of its power, at peace at home and abroad, happy, productive, and safe. But
This is my
vivid image of a golden
fantasy.
age an overblown myth? As with most golden age fantasies, probably a bit.
Fantasy tape measure.
One of the major problems we have in dealing with the age of Antoninus is the complete lack of primary sources that deal with the period. We have some fragments from Cassius Dio, who was born right around the time of Antoninus' death, and a complete, but somewhat suspect biography in the Historia Augusta. The same was basically true for Trajan and Hadrian's reigns, but with
I
one
love this
major
really.
difference.
Yeah, it's really cute.
Those guys actually, did things. The architectural monuments they built, the wars they waged, the cities they founded, all now serve as a record of their lives set in stone, and historians can piece together a much richer accounting of their reigns than they can of Antoninus, who eschewed practically all of those things. But in choosing not to partake in the glory hunting and monument building that defined his predecessors, Antoninus may have ironically
kinda like the
done
blue
more for his
steel.
reputation than had he emulated them. Because the relative lack of a record means that when we think about the man, we couple a few glowing summaries of his reign with the fact that there were no major wars or revolts or scandals, or really anything that makes historical headlines, and emerge with a portrait of an emperor who ruled over, well, a golden age. In addition to some medium-sized crises obscured over the years, which we'll get to in a bit, the shine on Antoninus' golden age is dulled somewhat by what Rome endured following his death. That is to say, that the one major sustained criticism of his time in office is that Antoninus
Give him a
kicked a
slightly
lot of
different
cans down
adjustment
the
knob
road
here, maybe.
and left it to his successors to use 9 stitches, where a single stitch sewed years earlier would have sufficed. That is not to say that he was a bad ruler, just that the warm, glowing glow that surrounds his reputation
warm,
needs to
glowing
be turned down
glow?
just a bit. His conservative resistance to change wins him justifiable plaudits for ensuring a stable and peaceful empire while he reigned, but at the same time, it left Rome unprepared to deal with a fast-changing world.
A
after
guy
he died.
who talks for a living makes a minor
Rome's great
writing
genius had always been
faux
founded
pas.
on an ability to
Let's
adapt
kill him,
quickly to
Chad.
circumstance, and under Antoninus, that genius atrophied. One of the first things we should note about Antoninus' reign is that it was definitely not supposed to last as long as it did. 51 years old at the time of his ascension, 10 years older than Hadrian had been at the time of his ascension,
The glowing
a reign
glow
of
that
around a
glows.
decade would have been right in line
Smelly,
with average
wait,
life
glowy.
expectancies, and probably what Hadrian had in mind when he plucked Antoninus' name out of the hat. As I said last time, the plan was probably to season Marcus Aurelius enough so that he would not don the purple too young, which would have left him easy prey for manipulative advisors, while simultaneously not denying the obviously talented boy's ascension for too long. But Antoninus lived and lived and lived well into his 70s. Young Prince Marcus, who was supposed to become young Emperor Marcus, was forced to wait in the wings for 23 years, becoming instead just another middle-aged emperor. Not that there was anything wrong with that, just that if Hadrian was planning to leave Rome in the hands of some splendid youth, Antoninus's simple taste and prudent aversion to risk killed that plan dead.
Idiot.
The second thing we should note about the beginning of Antoninus's reign is just how quickly he gained the title Pius, which would come to be his defining cognomen. There are two competing theories about where the name comes from, but both have to do with his actions immediately following the death of Hadrian. The most common version is that when his adoptive father died, Antoninus personally escorted the body back to Rome and then asked the Senate to deify the dead emperor. While they certainly did not hate Hadrian as much as they had Domitian, and so there was no clamor to damn his memory, the Senate had no intention of declaring the nonetheless despised Hadrian a god. The Senate was incredulous at the request, and doubly so because it was coming from Antoninus, who they considered one of their own. Surely he, of all people, would understand why they were refusing the request. But Antoninus, surprisingly, persisted. He told them that to refuse to deify Hadrian would stand as a repudiation of his entire reign, and thus every decision he had made along the way, up to and including his choice of heir.
You got him there.
Hadrian, Antoninus said, is to repudiate me.
I guess.
Which is fine. I will gladly lay aside the burden of empire and leave it to you, or the army, or whoever, to decide who ought to rule. This calculated threat did the trick. Power vacuums were feared at least as much as tyrants were hated. And
Oh,
by
they finally
forcing the
learned
Senate
that?
To face the
Ugh.
former, they abandoned their condemnation of the latter. Hadrian was duly deified with all honors, and Antoninus's steadfast loyalty to his adoptive father, in the face of perhaps even his own doubts, was lauded throughout the empire as a supreme example of a son's duty to his father. Hence the name Pius, which in Latin translates as dutiful. He did not stop at the deification process either. Antoninus piously, dutifully, completed Hadrian's as of yet unfinished mausoleum, and in 139 dedicated the new tomb and placed Hadrian's ashes within. The other version of the story is that when Antoninus ascended to the throne, he canceled death warrants and confiscation orders and prison sentences issued by Hadrian during his last heartless days. The grateful senators, many of whom were caught up in this mini-reign of terror, affixed their brother Antoninus with the title Pius to recognize the good work he had done, sparing them from their unjust fates. Whichever version is true, Antoninus alias Caesar quickly became Antoninus Pius, the name by which we know him today. The two stories are of course not mutually exclusive, and the whole package of Antoninus's loyalty to Hadrian and the clemency he showed towards his adoptive father's enemies could have both worked to reinforce the image of Antoninus as a just and moral ruler. Once he had done his duty to Hadrian, though, he quietly stepped out of his adoptive father's shadow and became his own man, in many ways the polar opposite of the emperor he had honored. Where Hadrian attained distinction for his traveling, for his urgent need to be everywhere at once and see for himself the empire he ruled, Antoninus is best known for not having gone anywhere. In his 23 years in power, he never once left Italy. A remarkable feat when you think about it. Even if they accomplish little with their presence, most emperors at least like to visit various hotspots for the photo opportunities they presented. An exception was Vespasian, who stayed put in Rome for the most part during his decade on the throne, but he had already been all over, and had earned, as it were, his retirement in the capital. Antoninus, on the other hand, except for a brief stint as a procurator in Asia, had been an Italian homebody, and after donning the purple, saw no reason to change his ways, and perhaps felt an even greater need to stay in the capital to reinforce Rome and Italy's preeminence after Hadrian's more equalitarian views on the distinction between
Yeah,
the
real.
province and home peninsula had battled.
I'm glad that fanfic is still under the same.
Italian-centric approach to
I wouldn't call them
government
limitations.
extended
The
beyond
same
basic
realities
fact
that they
the
were
emperor lived and
in
ruled from the
in
capital.
my day.
As I mentioned during the episodes on
It's
Hadrian and
tradition at this
Trajan,
point
the Roman Empire was fast
to
losing
not
its
have
Roman
finished
character.
fics.
Both of the previous two emperors were provincials, and Hadrian especially had promoted elites from the provinces into the Senate and admitted them into his own circle of advisors. At first, One might think Antoninus would continue this movement, as his own family originated in Gaul. But the new emperor instead backed the old Roman elite, and when it came time to appoint proconsuls and generals and members of his governing council, he relied heavily on men of Italian origin. With the future of the empire clearly out in the provinces, the age of Antoninus, then, stands as the last time the emperor that had been founded and won and held by Italians was really actively run by them as well. Antoninus was also Hadrian's opposite in administrative outlook. Where Hadrian was driven by a compulsion to improve, to reform, to rejigger, Antoninus was driven by a compulsion to protect, to entrench, and to maintain. In Antoninus's opinion, the imperial governmental apparatus he inherited worked just fine. It needed to be
Maintainer
maintained,
of
sure,
the status
free of
quo.
corruption and inefficiency and all that, but there was no reason to reinvent the
Neoliberal.
wheel. The only real innovation introduced during Antoninus's reign was in fact an extension of this conservatism. When he took office, he kept on most of Hadrian's staff and extended bureaucracy, itself something of a novel concept, one that sharply contrasted Hadrian's purge of so-called Trajan men. But the real
We're
shift was
approaching the
extension
end of this
proconsulships,
time slot, but we got
procuratorships,
5 or
legionary
6
commands, and all
minutes
that,
here, Thermo
to
D.
terms
If you
of
can
5
think of
years or
anything
more.
else you might want added, let me know.
The Roman aversion to extended
Or
terms
fixed
of
or
office was
changed.
a prejudice that traced back to the founding of the Republic. And while extraordinary extensions did occur, Caesar
There's literally only porn.
These
Yeah,
were
that's
the
AO3.
exception rather than the rule. Antoninus, though, was temperamentally partial to continuity and saw the constant office rotations as a bug rather than a feature of
I think he's
imperial
pretty
administration.
friggin' good. Thank
A
you.
procurator would spend a year in some province, and
Ooh,
just
big
as he was getting
stretch.
to know the particular challenges of the territory, he would be replaced by someone else
Wait.
who knew nothing about anything. It was silly,
Just
and on the frontier provinces,
erase some
it was dangerous.
artifacts here.
So, for example, under Antoninus, Quintus Lollius Urbicus served as governor of Britain for 5 years, while Popilius Carus
Governor
Cato
of Britain.
served as governor of Upper Germany for 9 years, between 152 and 161. His Praetorian prefect Marcus Gabius Maximus served an unprecedented 20 years, from 138 to 158,
Hey, what?
despite persistent calls for his removal for a laundry list of sins. This emphasis on continuity over novelty was also evident in Antoninus' attitude towards public works. Dating back to the reign of Domitian and culminating
Oh
with
my gosh, no
Hadrian's
worries, no worries.
empire-wide architectural
Didn't have a
origins,
chance to micro.
Antoninus' predecessors had used
I'm deleting
extensive
this.
building projects to
No,
modernize
that's no
the
worries.
empire, create jobs,
It's a matter of
and leave
timing, too,
everlasting
like-
monuments to their own greatness.
I don't attach time to
Antoninus, on the other hand,
payment of the
more or less
PayPal bills. I
abandoned
say,
the
oh, you have to have it done
and
before the
focused
stream, but
instead on
it's-
maintaining what was already existent.
I
Because
can
not only
find
was he
you. I
temperamentally
can find you
disinclined
if
to
you don't pay the
initiate change,
PayPal bill.
But he was also temperamentally disinclined to drain the imperial treasury in a quest to build a better temple.
But like, in a couple
It
years.
is a fitting monument to Antoninus, then, that the one place we do see his name inscribed over and over again are on the mile markers of the Roman highway system. Good, properly marked and maintained roads, worthy expenditures. A mighty column,
It's
or a
not
new
going well.
amphitheater,
Yeah.
not so much. This is not
Writing's
to say that
fun.
building simply ceased across the empire. Only that the emperor was no longer
I'll go
footing
on
the
like
bill.
huge stints of
Local
like
elites were leaned on
intense
heavily
like
to defray the costs of
hyperfixation
the
writing, and
projects
then I'll
they
be like,
petitioned the emperor to pay for.
and I can use a lot
If
of
they
it,
wanted
but
new baths so badly, surely they could find the necessary cash buried somewhere on the grounds of their extravagant estates.
comes and goes in quality and
But
in
if he was
output.
a bit of a miser with
doesn't
public
it?
funds, Antoninus was
I'm glad
generous
with art
his
at least
own
I
personal fortune.
kind of have a steady
An
output under
incredibly
control
wealthy
now
man
that I'm a
when he
quote
ascended
unquote
to the throne,
professional, but
Antoninus was careful to separate the imperial treasury he inherited from the personal fortune he had already accrued. The former he watched over like a hawk and curtailed as much as he
Alright.
could lavish
I'm
expenditures.
going to call this one done.
But the latter he dispersed generously for a variety of worthy causes. So, unlike, say, Tiberius, whose reputation as a miser with the imperial accounts was not offset by personal generosity, Antoninus's reputation never suffered for his public tight-fistedness. During a particularly bad famine, he
Alright.
personally paid for and delivered the olive oil and grains
I'll send that
people
off
could no
soon,
longer
or
afford
maybe in the
due to
evening.
shortages. When earthquakes struck or
Let me
fires
pause him
broke
for a
out,
second. Shut up. Okay. Next one. I think I'll do one more before taking any kind of break. Let's see what else we got. Actually, I think I have to physically get back to some folks. I had a pair come in. All right, hell yeah. Let me just send an email to this kind commissioner. I'm so good at writing emails now. I'm like actually amazing and very smart. PayPal.me. I could just start like invoicing people, but that's also too much work. I feel it's just rather give people the link. All right, if I was smart, I would do the next one, do the next email as well, but I'm going to wait until I'm done this and then I'll do that. Oh, you already sent it. You don't know how. Okay, no, you're good. You're good. You're good. I'm sure you're fine. Oh, money. Oh, so nice to have money. All right. Let's get a new file set up. We got a cool character. We got no prompt in here, but that's okay. We're just gonna make a cool. Wait, shit. Let me close some shit here. Close. Yeah. Cat girls, big muscular cat girls. Yeah. Ah. I really like this this commission format. This is like a comic book page. Bleed, I think, which is really, really just like a fun way to format your commissions. Very cool. Oops, shit. All right, for this one, I'm actually going to pull up my library of cool bitches, aka life models, and see if we can get a reference here. There's probably gonna be boobs for a hot second, but I'll try and censor those as quickly as possible. Sword. No, I don't need a sword. Ooh, I do like this one. And she's wearing clothes. We're not going to give her a crossbow, though. But we got a cat girl, so I want to give her like a cat crouching pose. I think. All right, let's get History of Rome back on.
As they frequently did throughout the empire, Antoninus would underwrite the emergency response and rebuilding efforts out of his own pocket. He understood that the coin of the princeps had two sides. Heads, executive administrator of a transnational empire, who must be careful to protect the fiscal integrity of the state, and tails, a private first citizen who must lead generously by example. When it came to foreign policy, though, Antoninus was every bit Hadrian's disciple. Critics have described it dismissively.
This is like a
as
crazy
policy
picture.
of
Like, this
peace
lady
at any
is
price.
going.
But Antoninus definitely followed Hadrian in believing it to be more accurately characterized as peace at a lower price. Legionary activity did not cease during Antoninus' reign, as we'll see in a moment, but it was only deployed in situations where it was literally unavoidable. War is an expensive undertaking in both money and manpower, and usually costs 10 times as much as you thought it would going in, to say nothing of the fact that it usually took twice as long as you thought it would to win the damn thing. Keeping a potentially unruly tribe or neighboring kingdom as a client, on the other hand, was often not just a cheaper alternative to fighting, but also a more predictable accounting strategy. This is where Antoninus takes the most lumps for kicking the can down the road, though, because though this policy of pseudo-bribery worked, Antoninus was loath to extend it any further. He inherited Hadrian's long list of client kings and auxiliary tribes, and continued the financial exchanges that ensured their loyalty, but he was hesitant to add new members to the rolls. He was approached often by emissaries from various foreign tribes or nations, asking for admittance into the empire proper, or status as clients, or recognition as friends of Rome. But Antoninus turned them all down, on the grounds that the empire was at its maximum defensible extent, and besides, he simply couldn't afford to take on any new clients.
She's so cool.
This worked fine during his own reign, but eventually, jealousy from those on the outs, and suspicions from those on the ins that Rome had become an extortable paper tiger, led to an explosion of violence in the north and war with Parthia in the east during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. As I just mentioned, though, it was not as if Rome was literally at peace in all places during the peace-at-any-price age of Antoninus. In Britain, a significant uprising among the Brigantes, whose territory Hadrian had bisected with his famous wall, was put down by the aforementioned Lollius Urbicus after 2 years of intense fighting that led the Romans to push their frontier 100 miles north and establish a second wall, known as the Antonine Wall, around the spot where Agricola had once defeated the Caledonians.
Torso's kind of pointed more in this
There was
direction,
also
isn't it?
on-again,
Gosh.
off-again fighting
But
in
her arm's
Africa,
down, so maybe we'll
where
put her
Moorish
torso back
nomads
out over
became
here.
emboldened and began to descend out of the Atlas Mountains to harass the province of Mauritania. The problem of the Moors would only get worse during the reign of Marcus Aurelius, and Antoninus' failure to nip the problem in the bud with more vigorous action was seen as one of the time bombs he unnecessarily handed off to his successors. In the east, there were uprisings in Egypt and the newly renamed province of Palestine that both required a military response, and along the Danube, a revolt in 158 necessitated the division of the province into 2 districts to effectively divide and conquer the unruly natives. However, despite the fact that Roman military activity never ceased, even during this golden age of peace, there were no great wars of any magnitude, and Antoninus' diplomacy and bribery did the trick to keep Rome out of large-scale conflicts. In his most famous diplomatic coup, a single letter sent to the Parthian king advising that encroachment on Roman territory would not be taken lightly was enough to dissuade Parthian expansion plans.
You want to expand the Parthenon.
Probably the one major difference between Hadrian and Antoninus, though, when it came to their peace policy at least, was that Hadrian was fanatical about drilling and keeping the legions constantly active and alert. This state of persistent readiness left them more than ready to deal with any unavoidable conflict that might arise. Antoninus, on the other hand, who had no military experience and never once so much as ventured into a legionary camp, allowed a sense of complacency to set in that would leave Marcus Aurelius in a bit of a bind when both the Parthian Empire in the east and Germanic tribes in the north exploded into Roman territory shortly after Antoninus' death. As I mentioned, for all of these crises, the frontier battles and the foreign diplomacy, Antoninus himself never left Rome. He ruled entirely by way of correspondence. But if we begin to form a picture of Antoninus as a sort of absentee emperor, we should correct that image immediately. He was active in all aspects of administration and was thoroughly engaged in the welfare of the empire he ruled. Cutting a middle road between Trajan's figure it out for yourself and Hadrian's I'll be there in a few days to tell you what
Legends
to do,
of Avantris.
Antoninus and his aides poured through the incoming dispatches
Tib-
and did their
Tibbies.
best to advise,
I don't know what either of those
define,
things are.
approve, and disapprove.
But
the
I hope
myriad
you like them and you have
requests for
fun
instruction,
watching it.
aid, and funding that came in. But not content to passively react, Antoninus, especially as it related to financial matters, constantly studied the books and demanded explanations from his various provincial officials to justify their decisions and their appropriation. Corrupt officials, when discovered, were dealt with swiftly and harshly. Antoninus had
POV,
no time
you
for
are a corrupt
dishonesty or
official. I kill
selfish
you.
misappropriation. Governance was a sacred trust that he took very seriously. Antoninus' concern for the welfare of his subjects, evidenced by his generous response to disasters and his intense focus on maintaining just and honest governance, extended even to a usually
Gonna hop
invisible
off
segment of the
and eat.
population.
Excellent.
Slaves.
If you come back and the stream's not active, it's
Antoninus
probably because
continued
I
the
did
trend
that as
of
well,
allowing
and it'll
more
be
rights
back
to the living
within
engines
like
of the
30
Roman
minutes.
economy.
But I'm not hungry
I
yet,
plan to
so
deal
who
more with
knows? We
slavery
probably,
next week,
or we might
but
even be able to
suffice it
finish the stream
say,
without.
Following the slave revolts of the late
Interruption.
Republic that
I don't know.
culminated with Spartacus's war,
Enjoy.
the Roman elite began to think differently about the servants who surrounded them. The belief that slaves were so much inanimate property that could be used and abused at will gave way to a more humane attitude. During Antoninus' reign, this trend reached its logical conclusion, with the emperor codifying the idea that just as a slave had a duty to his master, a master had a duty to his slave.
Oh, how
In
nice.
some cases, a cruel master could be ordered to sell his slaves, and in all cases, the murder of a slave was now considered homicide. But again,
You know,
this was the logical extension of a hundreds-year-long
slightly
trend,
better.
and Antoninus should not be considered some human rights radical. If slavery was going to survive as an institution, as the emperor felt that it justly should, these rights needed to be extended to prevent mass uprisings. Cruel masters were a national security threat, more than they were a moral affront. Taken as a whole, the picture we get of Antoninus is a man who wants tomorrow to be like today, and today to be like yesterday. He was conservative in his approach to practically every aspect of his public and personal life, believing his primary function to be the maintenance of what was already good, rather than the invention of something better. I'm going to stop there for this week, because while there are a few more things to say about Antoninus, specifically about his relationship with Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, the men who would succeed him, there is not a ton more material to cover. This, however, does present us with a nice opportunity to briefly pause our story and focus a bit on everyday life in the age of the Antonines. It's been a while since I've docked the SS narrative, but with 2nd century Rome existing politically, culturally, and economically at the height of its power, it seems like a perfect time to put into port for a week or two and take a look around. Plus, Jerome Carcopino's classic Daily Life in Ancient Rome focuses specifically on this period of the empire.
French toast!
So it seems only natural that we should pause during Antoninus' reign to think about the bigger picture. So next week, we'll start digging into social issues and religious
Oh,
trends
my back.
and economic
Okay, it's good.
activities.
Don't mind me
and
just
all the
snapping my
little
spine.
things that define the lives and
Maybe I will
livelihoods
take a
of the
break just so
millions and millions
I'm
of
not
people
sitting at the
who
computer
live
for
under the Pax Romana of the
7
Empire.
hours straight. But we'll do this one first, though.
The last thing I'll mention is that, as a few of you have noticed, we are fast approaching the 100th episode of The History of Rome. I know we are only on episode 85, but with the 2-part and 5-part shows, this is actually the 95th posted episode, and I can assure you that this is the metric I use when defining which will be the, quote, 100th episode. To celebrate, I thought it would be fun to throw the show open to questions from the floor. So, if you're interested, go to either thehistoryofrome.typepad.com or the show's official, unofficial discussion group, Forum Gallorum, at forumgallorum.freeforums.org, and submit your questions to the 100th episode threads we've got set up. The questions can be about anything: Roman things, podcast things, baseball things, personal things to a point, anything really, so don't feel too constrained. Basically, if you've ever wondered about something, just go ahead and throw it out there. I probably won't be able to answer everyone, but I'll do my best to pick out representative questions that
Pull on
mostly
his
cover
illicum like a
what
pull
most
light
people
switch to
are
light up his
mostly wondering about.
area, and that's
The
hilarious.
only
That's so
question
beautiful.
you can't ask is where
Clap
are
it
the
on
early
and
episodes,
off.
because, as I'm pleased to point out, they are now all available on iTunes. I'm still ironing out the bugs, so the ordering is a bit off, and it looks like iTunes is doubling up downloading episodes that you already have, which is really annoying. But going forward, all should be well, and everything should stay put. For those of you who are newcomers, those early episodes can be a bit rough, both in terms of production and style, so please don't judge them too harshly. I was, after all, making it up as I went along. The really, really last thing I'll mention is that the Forum Gallorum is also now hosting a weekly History of Rome chat that launched last week and will occur regularly at noon U.S. Central Time on Saturdays. I should be there next weekend and periodically after that, schedule permitting, so see you there.
Next episode. You know what? I'll listen to his 100-question thread. 100th episode question thread. Okay, wait. It does not have a link to the thing, so I guess we're not listening to that. Go to hell.
This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of
Twitch
audio
can't be mad at me for
with over
copyright
60,000
infringement
titles to
because
choose from.
it's got an
When you're done
advertisement
with this
baked into it,
episode,
right?
Go to audiblepodcast.com.
Oh, I didn't update the goddamn-
/Rome. That again is
My ass is stupid.
audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a
I
free
thought I
book
was so
download
smart.
when you sign up for one of their 14-day trial memberships. There is no obligation to continue with the membership, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of their monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to recommend The Meditations by Marcus Aurelius,
Oh.
because we're right on the cusp of getting to everyone's favorite philosopher emperor, and it wouldn't hurt to get it straight
Who?
from the horse's mouth before I start mucking around with it. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you.
Well, I've never heard of him.
Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 86, Wealth and Class.
You know what, gamers? You know what we're actually going to do? I'm changing this
Since the
to
last time we surveyed
a
the
standing
broad
setup,
outlines
but
of
first I
Roman life.
forgot I need to
Episode
save
28,
this.
Taking stock for those of you keeping score at home. Back then, the Romans had just emerged into a world in which they had conquered Greece and annihilated the last vestiges of Carthage. As you'll recall, this
I do
whole
not have an
particular
automatic one. I have one that's
political rivals for
hand
power
crank, and I
was
just
a
have to make
turning
sure my
point in the
cables aren't
transition
going to get
from
torn up.
republic to empire.
Whee!
Bereft of any unifying external threat, ambitious politicians began to describe their domestic
I think I should get this
political
high
aims
enough to be
in
able
the
to draw.
same us versus them, life or death terms that they had
Everything's
once
so
reserved
far
for
so
foreigners,
good.
like the Samnites
So
and
far so good.
Carthaginians.
Oh no.
At
I'm just
first,
kidding.
this manifested merely as a more violent extension of the old class struggle between patrician and plebe, as with the careers of the Gracchi brothers.
Alright.
But soon, the once
Oh, we're
solidly
good.
unified aristocracy began
Oh,
to
that's
turn
kinda nice.
itself, Marius and Sulla
I have not
and
used the
Caesar
standing
and
function on
Octavian
this desk in
tore
years.
the old republic asunder and created in its place a new imperial order, a semi-divine military dictatorship that ruled the Mediterranean from its seat on the Palatine Hill. We now find ourselves then on the opposite side of that evolutionary curve. Back in episode 28, we were setting the stage for the fall of the Republic. Today, we are observing the result of that all-important social and political transformation. By the middle of the 2nd century, the Republic was not just a thing of the past, it was a thing barely remembered. And more than that, it was a thing no longer even actively pined for. The Romans, in a word, had changed. The political power they undisputedly wielded, the wealth that poured into their public treasuries, the new ideas, religions, and philosophies that had been ingested from Greece and the Near East, had all conspired to fundamentally alter the Roman character. Whether it was even in its own time
You
an
gotta cook at a
unattainable
dinner.
ideal is a question for another time. But the Romans of the Republic
Yo, hell
had
yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
been all about simple homes, strong families.
He's wearing a little
steadfast piety,
skirt.
and above all, an
That's the legs cut off. Oh my god, that's so
devotion to the
cute.
good. The Romans of the
But he
Empire,
still needs a
pointed
belt.
out even by contemporary critics like Juvenal, had become a society
Because he wants to
of
show off his
self-indulgent
nice belt
sloths,
buckles.
whose lives revolved around ostentatious displays of wealth, petty gossip, and the next round of games. At least, that was true of the upper classes. The lower and middle classes, who had once been freeholding farmers, the very root of Republican virtue, were now either oppressed tenants on sprawling aristocratic estates, or else unemployed and crammed into Rome, living what could barely be called lives on the public dole. And this is all to say nothing of the legions. Once comprised entirely of citizen farmer soldiers, the Roman legions had not only lost their amateur status, they were now not even Roman legions anymore. Aside from a few officers, the standing army that defended the frontiers of the empire was, by the 2nd century, made up entirely of provincials. Lured into service because soldiering was basically the only real means of upward social mobility left in most corners of the empire, the men who served in the army lived and retired and died in the provinces within which they served. By this point, the only thing dividing legionary from auxiliary was training, equipment, and pay. The only Italians who even contemplated service in the legions were the poorest of the poor, looking for a way out of their wretched poverty, and ambitious aristocrats who were looking to pad their resumes with a year or two of military experience before settling into their comfortable public careers. But even here, the number of Italian nobles who went down that road was dwindling by the day. Most of the ambitious aristocrats left these days were themselves provincials, albeit rich provincials, who were, like Trajan or Hadrian,
Pardon
looking
me.
to gain entrance
I'm not
into
sorry.
the imperial power structure. The Roman
That was a free one
were,
for you.
for the most part, content to let others do the heavy lifting for them, while they frittered away their aimless lives and sent the wealth of an empire their forefathers had won for them down the drain of their vomitoriums. Am I getting carried away? Okay, I'm getting carried away a little bit. But only in that vomitoriums, as we popularly conceive of them, didn't really exist in ancient Rome. To set the stage, then, for the next evolutionary step of the empire, from Augustus's principate to
You know what? I don't
Diocletian's
know.
dominance,
Maybe some pipes?
I'm going to spend the next couple of
But you know
episodes-
what? I think I'm going to go on a quick BRB. I got to use the bathroom. See you guys. Be good. Which tab do I want? Break. I lived, bitch. Moron extraordinaire. I am going to be evil. Oh no. Dark Souls bathroom time. I was feeling like I'm feeling a little bit, Anytime you feel like that, it's probably because you have to use the bathroom. Just hot gamer tip for you guys.
Exploring how the empire, its citizens, subjects, culture, and economy were constituted during the age of the Antonines. Hopefully, then, we'll all have a much richer understanding of how and why Imperial Rome stagnated, calcified, and then almost broke apart completely less than a century later. Plus, all of this stuff is just intrinsically interesting. As was the case throughout Roman history, the most important thing to understand about the empire is that it was defined by gross inequality. Inequality on a scale that would make Ayn Rand blush. To put it mathematically, the Roman economic classes were divided on a logarithmic rather than an arithmetic scale. To describe it accurately, you basically start with a vast horde of poor citizens and go up from there. 10 times richer than the poor was a group 10 times smaller that could be defined as lower middle class, though the only obvious benefit of their higher annual income was that they did not qualify for any state welfare, and thus wound up struggling just as mightily as the poor to stay afloat. 10 times richer than this lower middle class was a much smaller...
Guys, I'm starting to think
who
that the
we might
Roman
consider
Empire
upper
wasn't
middle class,
based.
wealthy
No.
enough to live a comfortable life and qualify
We
for
have to go
quite some
back, because if
status,
we went back,
but
then we would all
nonetheless
be
politically and
the
economically
higher
poor,
class
but the
individuals,
exponentially
reaping the
larger
benefits of
treasuries the
orgies.
senatorial class. The minimum annual wealth requirement for admission into the senatorial order was 1 million sesterces. Orders of magnitude
I could afford
from
that.
the 20,000 sesterces it took to simply exist on a daily basis. But at first glance, not much more than the 400,000 it took to qualify as an equestrian. But at second glance, there was, as Pliny the Younger pointed out, a vast gulf amongst the senators themselves. Pliny reckoned himself worth somewhere around 20 million sesterces, and he explicitly denied that he was a, quote, rich man. The richest of the rich, the men who would actually describe themselves as such, were a handful of senators worth 100 million sesterces or more. In the hands of these men lay the real power of Rome. To put this all another way, it has been calculated that during the reign of Trajan, only 150,000 of the 1.2 million people living in Rome lived free and independent of public charity. And of those, only a few dozen could hope to wield any economic or political influence. The rest were trapped between the teeming masses and super elite.
The teaming
On the one
masses.
hand, comfortable in their bourgeois lifestyles, on the other, politically impotent. But of course, above them all was the emperor, whose fortune dwarfed the richest of the rich, a fact delighted in by the middle class, whose feelings of impotence were somewhat...
I'm like,
mitigated by
boob
the
physics,
fact
I want to
that
have
even
them squished by the
super-rich
bandages, but
themselves
like, I also kind
controlled
of just
what
want
amounted to an imperial rounding error.
get a little bit of motion here.
By the 2nd century, the combined weight of imperial holdings and personally inherited fortunes allowed an emperor to act with the impunity that defined his position. Some of this fortune was ruthlessly obtained. Nero, for example, confiscated the 6 largest estates in the province of Africa, making him and his successors the de facto landlords of practically the whole of North Africa. Some, extracted in hard-driven business arrangements, for example, imperial leases to mine in Spain, were obtained with the proviso that half the output went into the imperial treasury, and some was simply obtained personally by the emperor and withheld from the state books, as with Trajan's Dacian treasure trove and Augustus's personal claim on Egypt. This incalculable imperial fortune was, as they say, the real power behind the throne. We often speak of the emperor's authority resting mostly on the backs of the legions he controlled, but of course, their loyalty was secured only by an increasingly generous series of pay increases, donatives, and bonuses. In the end, it was the privy purse, more than the sword and shield, that secured the emperor's power. So when it comes to drawing a graph of the social and economic classes in Antonine Rome, the line runs barely above zero most of the way,
Yeah, there we go.
before sharply spiking up through the equestrians and senators on its way to the emperor, whose singular position approached infinity. Running alongside the economic class structure of free citizens were the slaves who served them all. Slavery had always been, and would always be, the bedrock upon which Roman economic life was built, and the age of the Antonines was no different. Though, as I said last week, the Romans had been trending towards more humane policies, slavery was never going to be a picnic for anyone. A few educated slaves attached to very wealthy houses lived comfortable lives and wielded very real power and influence, but the vast majority of those in bondage worked the massive estates owned by the aristocracy, or were sent to the mines, a virtual death sentence. In between these two extremes, slaves served families and businessmen of every social and economic class as cooks, maids, nurses, barbers, secretaries, messengers, accountants, stable hands, really any job beneath the dignity of a free citizen, which turned out to be most of them. It is very difficult to estimate how many slaves lived in the empire at any given time, but working with the same population figure of 1.2 million or so for Rome, about 400,000 of those were probably slaves, making the ratio of free to slave something like 2 to 1, which, as you can imagine, left the Romans in constant fear of a great slave revolt, a distressingly plausible scenario that led to more than one sleepless night. New slaves were created in one of three ways. By far the largest segment were prisoners of war. Men, women, and children caught up in the nets of the legions following their latest conquest. When I've said in the past that after this or that battle, the Romans went plundering and carried off anything that wasn't nailed down, that included the people themselves. Slave trading was a lucrative business, and a soldier could often hope to turn a better profit selling off a family he had held at sword point than he could their shiny valuables. And when I said that there were civilian camp followers who traveled along with the legions on campaign, slave traders were right there front and center, ready to take the captives off the soldiers' hands in exchange for cash. The second method of enslavement came from a law dating back to Romulus himself that allowed a father to sell his children into slavery.
Jesus
Obviously,
Christ.
by the days of the empire,
I mean,
this
the
was
other
a
one is
practice
pretty
long
horrific
and
too, but
established.
Jesus Christ.
But it was there, and in desperate times did still happen. The last method was to be born of a female slave. Though this happened more often than the sale of free children, slave populations were not known to be prolific breeders, both by the circumstances of their captivity, which often precluded romance, but also because if a man and woman could find the time and opportunity to engage in romance, damning their unborn children to slavery was a moral hurdle that they were often unable to clear. Better to wait it out and see if one or the both of them could attain their freedom before bringing children into the world.
Yeah, man,
This
because
meant that
procreation
slave
was
stocks
always a
and
choice
ages
for
of Antonines,
slaves.
while immense, were dwindling. While the Third Jewish War helped, Trajan was really the last emperor to pump up the supply, and he was a generation in the grave when Antoninus took over. Hence, it would seem, laws designed to protect the well-being of the existing slave population, so necessary
Yeah.
to how the economy functioned.
Conquest and collodion-based economies, yeah.
Throughout Roman history,
Please, God, let me live long enough to see my country dissolve, so based.
but also as living status symbols for their masters.
Shit's fucking wild.
This is why, amongst the wealthiest families at least, the
We
division
always
of
gotta
labor
look
among
to the
slaves
helpers.
was taken to absurd extremes.
And run over everybody
One
else.
slave was designated to help a master with his daily dressing, another assigned to handle formal occasions, another for military uniforms, a fourth for dress military uniforms. One slave to deliver dinner plates, another to take them away. One
How
slave
nice.
to open the door to guests, another to escort them inside, a third to sit them down. The point was not that all of these tasks couldn't be performed by a single slave, but rather, look at how many slaves I have. In a culture that never really went in for fancy furniture, or dishes, or art, and even the largest homes in the city were of modest size due to space constraints, the abundance of slaves was the one visible way to show off wealth. This absurd and ego-driven labor redundancy was mocked endlessly, but wealthy families were nonetheless forced to worry about a dangerous slave gap opening up that might render them socially inferior to their neighbor.
Oh, no.
At the lower end of
Won't
the social
someone
spectrum,
please think of
labor
the slave
redundancy
owners?
was not as evident, but still, a middle-class man would be embarrassed to show himself in public without at least a handful of slaves surrounding him.
Oh!
and juvenile
Perish
reported
the
that
thought.
when the defendant showed up for trial and his lawyer
Am
advised
cooking.
he had 8 slaves in tow, he could be pretty well assured that he was going to lose the case. Basically, the modern equivalent of a polyester-clad shyster arriving to take on an Armani-clad corporate lawyer. The slaves owned and paraded around by their masters were treated with varying degrees of respect and gentleness. But by
Oh,
the
nice.
2nd century, treatment generally skewed towards that of a well-liked pet in the city and a respected pack
How
animal in the country.
nice.
Masters who kicked and beat their slaves, or did not take care of them when they were sick, were as much reviled as a rotten pet owner is today. The greatest love a master could show for his slave, though, was not to give him or her a soft bed and good food.
I do think
Was
I've
to
listened to
set
this
them
one,
free.
though. Shit, I tried skipping ahead to the right time, but I
Manumission, as the freeing of slaves
cannot
was
remember
called.
where I was.
Became by the 2nd century a practice much in vogue. Unlike modern slavery, where freed slaves were a microscopic exception to the rule of lifetime bondage, Roman slaves could reasonably hope that if they served their masters well, that at some point they would be set free. Beyond the spontaneous freedom that was often declared by masters on special circumstances, or as the patriarch neared death, many slaves were allowed to earn and save money during their time in service, with the aim of eventually purchasing their freedom. During Augustus's time, the freeing of slaves started.
Also, it
to
goes
become
without saying, if
honor
like
among
I
the
ever listen to an
classes,
episode of Rome
leading
that's a
to
little too
generosity
intense for
arms race
folks,
that needed to be closed by the emperor
by all
before
means,
every
ask if
slave
we
in
can
the
skip
empire
it.
was
We
freed.
probably can.
So Augustus set limits both on the minimum age of slaves
I imagine
to be
there's
free,
like a couple of
30,
pretty grimy
and how
recipe
many slaves a
episodes
master could
about
free at one
some
time,
pillage or something or
100
other.
per 500 slaves.
Maybe not everybody needs to listen to, but
But the freeing of slaves leading to the rise of a new class of citizens.
holy
who
shit,
I
Miss Ebola
mentioned
made it.
often
How's your
on
shift?
the show, the freedmen. The freedman enjoyed limited rights within the empire and was never mistaken for a full citizen, but for the most part, aside from the casual sneers directed their way for their servile origins, freedmen could reasonably hope to become fully functional and often prominent members of society. When the freedman was released from his formal bondage, though, it did not free him from obligation to his former master. The old rules of client and patron still defined Roman daily life, which we'll get to a bit later. And a freedman naturally became the faithful client of his old master, further adding to that master's prestige. During the Republic, freedmen were restricted in what they could be and do once they were free. But by the reign of Claudius, most of those restrictions had been lifted, and Claudius himself set a precedent by stocking the imperial...
was my scream not telling enough? Yeah, you know. It could be like a triumphant, like, ah, scream, right?
Disdain for clerical grunt work shown by free citizens.
Oh, my bad.
But once freedomers
You scared my dog
realized
again. Oh,
how
sorry.
such clerical grunt work
That fucking scared me.
they began to
Sorry.
advocate for reform. And Domitian
I can't
seized
be
the
contained.
opportunity to staff his bureaucracy with more requests
In
from
opera
established.
voice.
Not only to turn out the freedmen who had run the show
ooh.
previously and become experts at political graft, but also to command the loyalty of the equestrians, who had been marginalized by the wealth of the Senate on the one hand and the outsized influence of the freedmen.
I don't know,
on the other.
gamers. I'm sussy of a
The Antonine Emperor
semi-persistent,
continued to follow
light,
Domitian's
dry
precedent,
cough.
favoring equestrians
have.
over freedmen when it came to staffing. But despite this political setback, freedmen as a whole could still expect to compete on an equal footing economically with the freeborn and establish comfortable lives for themselves. And, as I alluded earlier, a freedman's
bet it's
children
nothing.
were born free citizens, rendering
Are
any
you
future
learning about the
project
Roman
limited.
Empire right now? Yes.
The economic activity that Romans and freedmen and provincials and slaves collectively engaged and competed in naturally varied from place to place, but it mostly divided into two main realms: city work and country work. To take the latter first, country work meant farming. By the 2nd century, the existence of the free-holding small farmer was largely a thing of the past, though, and peasants mostly wound up living as tenant farmers on large aristocratic estates. But of course, the massive influx of slave labor pushed many of the free families out of the country and into the city, an economic problem we'll deal with in a second that would plague the empire until its final days. The farms of the classical world, like farms of today, were set to either produce the food that fed the empire or the cash crops that made it wealthy.
The basic staple crops were wheat, millet, and barley, and together they formed the foundation of the grain and cereal-based Roman diet. The basic cash crops were olives and grapes, used mostly for oil and wine respectively. These latter two were not only sold domestically, but were also practically the only valuable exports the empire could muster to counteract the effects of what many considered a dangerously unbalanced trade deficit with the rest of the world. When we get into a more detailed description of the province,
Did you enjoy? Oh, you know what? I
refine a
didn't.
bit
I looked at it
what
and I
came
was like,
from
ooh.
where and why.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I'm just going to leave it. Though the political situation of Rome
Nothing,
was
Chad.
no longer the noble citizen farmer, the vast majority of families living
Nothing
in
at
the
all.
empire were still engaged in agricultural work of some kind or another. Just like peasants of all ages, they lived within sight of where they had been born and died within sight of the plot of land they worked their whole lives. Visiting one of the empire's major urban centers, let alone Rome itself, was a ludicrous fantasy. But as ludicrous a thought as it was for most, the cities of the empire still teemed with the energy of millions. The various occupations of urban Romans were as varied as they were in any city today. Importers, wholesalers, retailers, bankers, cooks, innkeepers, masons, druggists, potters, tanners, jewelers, teachers, and actors.
That tongue,
All
though.
lived side by side
Yeah.
and wheeled and dealed daily to get ahead,
So cute.
hedge against the future, jump at any opportunity,
It's too bad chat can't see
or
this.
make up for a loss.
Yeah.
But of course, these gainfully employed citizens, ranging
Suckers.
from the hand-to-mouth lower middle class to the relatively wealthy equestrian merchants, were far outnumbered by the mass of often unemployed wretches who lived on public assistance. The emperors
Unemployed
tried to
wretches,
keep
be
these poor
nice.
masses quiet and peaceful, with free grain and free games, which the poor gobbled up readily. But they also tried to provide honest work to keep them occupied, one of the major
Thanks.
rationales behind the building explosions that transformed Rome between the reigns of Domitian and Hadrian. Despite the
I guess they'll just have to
public
DM
life
you
was
on
hard
Discord
at the
for this
bottom of the
mystery
ladder.
image. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The grain dole, important as it was, couldn't sustain a poor family, as it was only calculated to feed free men, not their wives and children. The lower middle class didn't even receive this minimal subsidy, and were thus left to fend for themselves, their meager scrapings somehow making them too rich for public compassion.
That sounds like a familiar
Even members of
system.
the better-off equestrian class often found themselves running a persistent household budget deficit just to stay afloat. These gaping financial holes had to be filled by someone, and so... it
Hey,
was
I'm
left
back.
to
French
the
toast was good. Good.
key of the ancient patron-client model of social
Eat the
kinship
French
that had
toast.
defined Roman society for centuries to do the filling. That relationship had once been an overt quid pro quo of
Oops, she's got a
political
tail.
support in exchange for favors and support in times of need, much like the machine politics of 19th century America. But following the collapse of the Republic, and with it the need for voters, it had evolved into a sort of second-track form of public assistance. Every morning, clients would come knocking at the door of their patrons. The patrons would welcome them in and turn over a few coins to honor the respect the clients paid them. In time, the once informal surprise gifts became formalized and expected, and the annual income of just about everyone in the city began to rely heavily on patronage. Clients were further able to cultivate more than one patron at a time, and the most active among them would bounce from house to house each morning, pocketing a few coins here and there until they had amassed a tidy sum that would keep them going for the rest of the day, until they woke up the next morning and repeated the ritual all over again. If this was considered poor form, it was only in passing, as everyone seemed to be doing everything they could to stay alive in an economic climate that was unpredictable and harsh even in the best of times. Besides, the only people who had any money were the super rich anyway, and so when they gave, you had to grab. Though wealth and class in Antonine Rome were not permanent states, and no one, not even slaves, couldn't at least hope for a better life, in practice, there was very little in the way of upward mobility. The rich had gotten massively richer, and they tended to keep their wealth in the family.
Yeah, we got another 10
Every
minutes on
generation,
this. I
a
think we
few
can give
clever
her a
merchants
little
would
color
rise,
tone.
and a few bumbling heirs would fall. But for the most part, the rich stayed rich, the poor stayed poor, and everyone else just kind of floated along in the middle, wondering how long they could avoid the poorhouse themselves. While the so-called 5 good emperors are to be commended for revising and extending the alimentary system and perpetuating the grain doles and stepping in to personally underwrite emergency relief when disaster struck, when you really think about it, they were actually downright miserly. They personally controlled something like half of the empire's GDP, and all they had for the poverty-stricken masses was an inadequate supply of grain, some construction jobs, and the promise that if their tenement building caught fire, that the emperor would cover their burial expenses. You don't have to be a fire-breathing Marxist to find problems.
Okay, calm
I think
down.
twice about the moral underpinnings of a
Fire-breathing
society that was
Marxist.
quite content to live with a Gini
All right.
coefficient approaching 1. Next week, though, we'll get into
Good
what
old
all these people
podcasters.
did when they weren't simply trying to survive. How they educated their young. what they did
Any
for fun,
fire-breathing
how
Marxists in
they
chat?
worshiped their gods, and
You're
what
welcome
gods
here.
or God
My
they worshiped.
fire-breathing Marxist
This
comrades.
last bit is of critical importance because the
This-
age of
my-
the Antonines
My mom.
was a
My mom's been a
transition
long-time
when the
liberal
old
voter,
state-sponsored polytheism of Jupiter
and
Juno
proudly
and
came out
Minerva
to me
had
as a
fallen
socialist
decline,
a couple of
new
years ago, and I'm
Oriental
like,
mystery
yeah, good on you,
religions
mom.
were on the rise. The
We
old
got
religions
one.
were lately seen as little more than a series of empty rituals. While the
Base,
Eastern
base, mom,
religions
you're right.
promised adherents a deeper and more meaningful understanding of the universe and man's place within it. It was during these years that the cult of the Jewish carpenter really began its exponential growth phase. That would
Astra,
eventually
enjoy your food
lead
too.
to its envelopment of the entire Mediterranean world.
She said it like, okay, the whole communism thing up in Canada is not as a big a deal. Like everybody's like, oh yeah, the millions killed under communism, whatever. It's less virulent than the States, but it's the old like if you support or if you're like vocal about like socialist things and wait, if you criticize capitalism, then everybody's like, yeah, well, communism killed millions of people, and what, you like Vladimir Putin? And it's like, did I say any of that? So that's the kind of attitude we have up here for that. But so she was like assuring me that she wasn't communist. I'm like, okay, Ma, you could just be socialist. It's okay. Very funny. What'd you cook? Tell us what you cooked. Tell us now. Possible pose. Excellent. Because you're next. Eye color, yellow eyes. Very nice. Sorry, I keep yawning. Ooh. 2 more hours, and then I'm going to sit on the couch and watch Gianni stream and laugh at him when he gets sleepy. Well, I think I'm going to put my desk back down. I'm tired of standing. Standing sucks. Who decided I would stand and do this commission? You're crazy. Squeaky, 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 squeaky. Oh, you won't feel sleepy watching your house. That's true. Diced pork. Oh, pork strips with some leek and rice. Oh, that's right. Leek pilled. All right, let's get the next episode up.
Hello,
Whoa.
and welcome to the History of Rome,
Turning you down, buddy.
episode 87, Thinking and Feeling. Last time, we discussed the general economic and political ordering of Roman society in the age of the Antonines. Today, I want to add additional layers to that discussion by talking a bit about how these various classes felt about education, religion, and philosophy. Obviously, your outlook depended a great deal on your position in society,
a couple
but
more
as
little
with most
details on
things,
this and
it was
then
never quite that
Be
simple.
done with this cool cat lady.
Wealth and class usually locked Romans into inescapable social roles, but it did not necessarily predetermine their worldviews, what they held dear, what they believed, and to whom, if anyone, they prayed. One young senator reacted to his inherited wealth by turning towards stoic self-denial, while his neighbor embraced the joyfully nihilistic leanings of the Epicureans. One middle-class merchant took the loss of his inventory to fire as proof that he needed to double down on his offerings to Jupiter, while his competitor took it to mean that the old gods had forsaken him, and that he must find a new religion to explain and justify his sorry lot in life. One dirt-poor pleb looked at the squalor in which he lived and decided to enlist in the army with the hope of rising through the ranks and maybe retiring to a comfortable farm someday, while his brother said bag it and went off to bet on the races. There were general outlooks that defined each class, but by no means did everyone march in lockstep with one another. Identity formation in ancient Rome often followed the same path it does today. At first, a child was locked into their family structure
I'm going to call that
with the attitudes
done.
and material possessions of their parents.
Thank you very
dominating
much.
Their understanding of the world.
I don't
But
think
at a
the
certain
commissioner
point,
is in
that
chat at
child
this
made
time,
contact
but
with the outside world, free from the
I will
active
be sending them the
mediation,
VOD and the PNG
translation, or
later.
protection of their parents. For most of us, as for many Roman
Yeah.
children,
Meow.
that point of contact
Actually,
was
wait.
primary school.
Just do a
Now, of
quick
course,
little-
the middle and upper classes were the only ones who could afford
Whoa.
school for their children, as there was no universal free education as we know it today. So we're going to briefly leave behind the poor to learn what they can of the world.
Oh,
on the
leave
streets of
behind the
city
poor,
or in the fields
typical.
of the country, and focus on the curriculum of the wealthier children. But do not fret for the poor boys and girls
Alright.
too
Oh,
much.
that's thermo.
Critics, both modern and ancient alike, cringe
All
when they
right.
contemplate the damage wrought by the
It's
inadequate,
time. It's
boring,
time for Miss Ebola's
backwards,
commission.
limited, and cruel years of primary education that were endured by the future leaders of the empire.
Oh yeah.
Because the one major upshot of Roman early education
Oh,
was that it
yeah,
left
oh, yeah.
its pupils intellectually incurious, distrustful of teachers, and generally
Wavelength.
glad to be
Okay,
rid
wait,
of
let me
anything
pull
that
up
reminded them of school,
the original
books,
reference
or
to.
learning in general. Not exactly the values of a ruling class with staying power. In the days of the Republic, things were different. One of the major responsibilities of a father, if not the overriding responsibility, was to handle the education of his children. In practice, this meant the boys and not really the girls.
Yeah.
But that aside, it was very important for a father to develop and oversee the education of his offspring. Cato the Elder famously
You know,
spent
I think
much
I know
of his time
exactly
focused
where
on the intellectual and physical
can
growth
get
of his sons and demanded that his colleagues do the same.
An even further pose reference.
But as the empire
from-
grew and enveloped the East, it became fashionable to turn over the children to educated Greek slaves for schooling. The father might consult with the teachers to develop lessons and monitor progress, but gradually the whole process was outsourced to the tutors, and then, finally, to the group learning sessions we are all familiar with today. For those of you out there who are critical of how we handle early education in modern Western society, I can assure you that the horrors awaiting the Roman school children were 100 times worse. The class curriculum for children aged 7 to 12, in this case we are talking about both boys and girls who seem to have attended school together, was limited to reading, writing, and arithmetic. Students would use wax tablets to practice writing and an abacus for basic math. This seems well and good until you dig a little deeper. For starters, students were required to learn the names of the letters of the alphabet first, without any context for what they might mean to later word construction. They would repeat the names of the letters until
Alright.
they had memorized the proper order. This memorization
I don't know if I can
went
put
on
the-
before the teacher
Not the
even
original
showed them what
reference,
the
but
letters
the
looked
reference
like,
I have on screen.
further exacerbating the mindless repetition of the process.
They're gonna kill you.
Once the letters were named, the teacher would reveal what the letters looked like, and then command the student to copy the forms on their tablets. Without any initial instruction into how to hold or use their stylus, they were suddenly ordered
Okay,
to
I've
copy
definitely
perfectly
listened to this episode
forms that
again.
they had
Man,
never before seen.
After this stream, I'm gonna
Mistakes
figure
in
out
this or
exactly
any
where I
other
am in the
subject
podcast.
was met with corporal punishment, raps on the wrist for small mistakes, and full beatings for repeated failures. Arithmetic held no
Oh.
hope of relief, as primary math boiled down to repeating over and
Oh, no
over
worries.
and
It's
over again the basic
PayPal.me.
numeral, and then repeating over and over
Let
and
me-
over again the results of their combinations or multiplications. These rote memorization exercises could eventually be
Oh.
recited without the need
Or
for the
coffee,
child to
also
either
that.
switch his
If
or
you
her
got
brain
25
on.
CAD lying around.
And of course, The mind-numbing repetition was compounded by the fact
Ricky, when's my birthday? The
Roman
23rd of
children
July.
went to school every single day.
What are you planning to
No
do?
weekends, sporadic holidays. 5 solid years of dull memorization, recitation, and copying. An endless monotony, broken only by the occasional beating.
That sounds like
I've heard
fun.
horror stories about Catholic school, but honestly, it sounds like a lazy
Nothing.
day
July
of art
23rd.
compared to what Roman children endured. Marcus Aurelius considered the fact that his guardians kept him out of primary school altogether as one of the greatest things that ever happened to him in his entire life. Once the student had had all the joy of knowledge sucked in, beaten out of them, they were ready for secondary education, which, for the Romans, meant grammar and rhetoric. Grammar was taught by focusing on a rigid canon of classics, featuring Greek writers like Homer and Menander, and Latin writers like Terence and Ennius. The rigidity of the canon was apparently so absolute that it was something of a radical revolution when more recent figures like Virgil and Seneca began to appear on the required reading lists. The teaching of grammar did not depart too far from the form of primary school, with emphasis being placed on memorization and oral recitation of whole passages. The focus was never on the content of the works in question, but rather on the words and the order in which they were used. Educated Romans may not have been great poets, but they were pedants of the highest order, which of course made their cocktail parties awesome. The final stop on the road of Roman education, left only to those who truly had the means to pay for it, was rhetoric. For the Romans, who so highly valued oratory, rhetoric was the top of the intellectual pyramid. But again, the lesson plans were so pedantic and ludicrous that it is difficult to fathom what they really thought they were getting out of it. Beyond endlessly spelling out every single way a potential sentence could be phrased, "It's good to see you this morning. This morning, it is good to see you. Seeing you this morning is good." The primary focus of the rhetorician was to prepare his students for life in the highly litigious public sphere. This meant working constantly at debate. The teacher would invent some
Literally
thorny
the
case
most
and then have his
annoying
students
education
work out
I've ever heard.
prosecutions and defenses. As with the grammarian, the focus was on eloquence, presentation, and theatricality before content was even considered. These were not philosophers debating moral truths. These were sophists debating who could deliver a better speech. Once the course in rhetoric was complete, usually in the late teens, the educated Roman was as educated as your average educated Roman was ever going to get.
Head tilt.
You can't help but notice, then, all the things missing from their quote-unquote education. Science, advanced math, music, geography, economics, literature beyond a few approved classics, and art were all completely ignored.
Yeah, but they can argue
This
really
totally
well.
stagnant, unappealing, and downright informationless educational system would haunt
Sent
the
just out,
Romans
thank
as they
you.
tried to hold on to their empire. in
Make
the
that
face of
chest
the
bigger,
foreign
girl.
and
You-
domestic
yes, ma'am.
turmoil that would soon rock them in the 3rd century. Going forward, the best and brightest of any given generation would often prove to
Chat.
be mediocre and dim.
We got two
with
big
the
boob.
most talented often
lady
succeeding
commissions in a
despite
row
what
here.
they had learned in school,
Can I get a
rather
W?
than because of it. This general failure of education, though, which managed to
Whoa.
simultaneously stunt both the right and left sides of the Roman brain, did not stunt
Whoa.
the Roman yearning for answers to the great questions. Why are we here? What are we doing? What's the point? And is there a point? Finding no answers in the books that they had had beaten into them as children,
Nature
most
is healing.
2nd century Romans
Huge
turned
W.
to either religion or philosophy for solace, the former absorbing the majority, the latter a small but dedicated minority. The religion the people turned to, though,
Okay,
to
one
deal with
literally
that evil
one
first,
arm
was
of the
not
chair is
religion of their
up
mothers
here,
and
and the other one's down
fathers.
here. I don't know why.
By the
How
2nd
did that happen?
century, the titular deities of Rome were losing their hold on the people. Belief in Jupiter, or sacrifices to Apollo, or celebrations in honor of Minerva continued out of sheer inertia, but there was no faith underlying the rituals anymore. The impact of Rome's conquest of the East was felt everywhere, but nowhere was it more dramatically felt than in the religious revolution it unleashed. For years, Roman officials had tried to maintain the preeminence of the old Olympians, but despite various decrees banning the cult of Isis and overt persecution of early Christians or Egyptian astrologers, Roman faith continued to leak out of the Temple of Jupiter from 1,000 tiny holes. For the upper classes, these exciting new religions promised a form of enlightenment denied them by their empty, merely rhetorical educations, while the lower classes listened intently as priests told them that the material world was a transient delusion and that soon enough their souls would be set free. Slaves,
Doctor.
women, and common soldiers would flock to Christianity.
When are we going to
its
finally
radical
adopt this
profession
uniform
that all were equal
in
the
all
eyes of
in
God?
all medical institutions across Canada? That's
Though
my
various
question.
Eastern cults differed in their particulars, almost all involved some
Doesn't
sort of
matter who you
initiation
are,
process,
you're wearing it.
and the promise that once
You
initiated,
get the high
followers
boots,
would
so
be
when you're
privy
wading
to
through blood, you
secret
don't get it
mystical
all the
truths.
way up your legs, although that didn't
These
appear to
secret
help here.
mystical truths usually revolved around using
A
esoteric
cute
astrology
thigh
to
band so you
predict
can
the future,
hide
and
extra
then the
needles.
use of complex rituals to secure good fortune.
I think this
Best
is
of
actually a
all,
very
barring a
sensible
few exceptions,
proposition.
the
I think I
various
might write my
Eastern cults
representative
never
about
tried to
this.
stop their new Roman converts from joining other cults, and in many cases encouraged them to do so. According to the faithful, this was a simple recognition that there was no harm in comparing and combining religious knowledge
Okay, I
for the
actually might
greater
get a
good of
reference
the
for
adherent, while satirists
kind of
noted
head
that
angle.
more likely, huckster cult leaders felt that there was no harm in each of them getting a bite at the same rich apple. Conservative Romans bemoaned the rise of these cults and the strange behavior they provoked, women plunging into the Tiber during winter, men crawling on their hands and knees through the streets, and children babbling incoherent warnings about the danger of Saturn being in the house of Osiris. But they were unable to provide any alternative to satisfy the converting masses. Just as with literature, the old Roman religion had been purged of its meaning, leaving behind only a series of empty rituals that no one understood or cared about. Superstition kept them performing the rituals, but they no longer excited the passionate feeling that they once had. The Eastern cults, in contrast,
I wonder
were
if there's
fresh and
anything that could
exciting
come in and change
filled
that.
with just the right mixture of secrecy to get them hooked, exotic cosmology to keep them interested, and promises of eternal personal salvation, which was apparently what everyone decided they were now searching for. During this period of transforming religious values, the religion destined to leave all the others in the dust began to really gain its foothold in the Western world. Christianity was, in many respects, similar to other Eastern cults. It had a secret initiation process, strange rituals, and an exotic take on the universe. But in other respects,
It's just so funny to
different.
think of Christianity as exotic.
reflecting
It's
its Jewish
very
roots,
interesting reframing.
Christians were staunch
given the,
monotheists who demanded their followers
well,
forsake
my
all
upbringing.
other religions.
Such
This
an
requirement
exotic
of
religion. I
total
mean, I guess it
commitment
really
to a
is.
single religion was practically unknown in a pagan world where idols, gods, and rituals were considered interchangeable. But this was not the only thing that set the Christians apart.
Purposely tried to break as many outfit rules for
In the
hospitals as
century between the
possible.
death of
Excellent.
Jesus, supposedly around 30 AD, and the reign of Antoninus, Christian dogma had been filtered through the various, sometimes contradictory lenses of the early church fathers like St. Peter and St. Paul, and so the version of the religion that began to flourish in
don't
the
know
2nd
if it's
century
angle
AD
yet.
was thoroughly Hellenized and focused as much on sexual denial and withdrawal from the material Greco-Roman world as it was in preparing for the second coming of Christ, which everyone agreed was just around the corner. This was all weird enough to provoke the scorn of average Romans, but Christianity further invited ridicule by willingly embracing the politically and economically downtrodden,
Huh.
slaves, the poor,
Nerds.
and,
Huh.
critically for its early success, women.
What?
This religion
Sorry, I
of
probably
slaves
scared people
was
again.
viewed with suspicion by the existing power structure, who were further provoked by the Christian unwillingness to offer sacrifices to the deified emperors. A simple request for political obedience that even the combative Jews had bowed to. Though
It's
it
just a
was in
simple
their own way,
request.
they offered sacrifice to Yahweh in the name of the Caesars. But the Christians refused any compromise, and so incurred the wrath of Roman administrators across the empire. But despite these persecutions, Christianity continued to gain faithful adherents who were willing, and sometimes even proud, to die for their religion. The question of how and why early Christianity managed to flourish in the face of almost overwhelming odds is too big of a question to answer just now. I promise there will be much more to say about Christianity before the end of the history of Rome. So for now, I will simply remind you of the point I made last week. By orders of magnitude, the politically and economically downtrodden made up the bulk of the population in the Roman Empire. When Christianity began speaking a language that empowered these forever marginalized groups, well, the rest is history, you know? Apart from the religious seekers of the 2nd century, who delved into mystery cults to satisfy their desire to know the meaning of life, a small minority of educated elites pursued a slightly different course.
Valentine from Skullgirls.
believing
I
philosophy
know what
rather
Skullgirls
than
is, right?
religion held the key to understanding the universe. In many ways, ancient philosophy was
Like I hear
indistinguishable from
Skullgirls all the
ancient
time
religion,
because I listen to
with the key distinction
the
being
not the
merely
Best Friends,
that
Castle Super
philosophy
Beast.
rested its case on
I don't
human
think I have
rationality
ever pulled
rather
up
than faith in
Skullgirls.
human
Like, I guess
virtue.
I've seen the logo before. I've never
But other
pulled
than
up
that,
an image. I
they
had
both
no
had
idea that's what
basic
this looked
tenets
like.
of belief and action, quasi-godlike historical figures to worship,
Like,
and
who
high
are you
priests to
people?
instruct the faithful. In Rome, the two dominant
Happy to
strains of
catch
philosophy
funny art
were
stream after work.
Stoicism and Epicureanism.
Well, I hope you had a good shift,
Both
or at least a
were
tolerable
disdained by
one.
the average Roman, who thought the extreme behavior each branch preached was incompatible with everyday good taste, and only a few dedicated thinkers embraced philosophy over the rising tide of Eastern mysticism. Not that either Stoicism or
Why'd I put her head like
Epicureanism
this
taught
when
the kind of extreme behavior
I
that
know I can't draw from
stereotyping
this angle.
masses usually thought they
Well,
did.
no,
But
I've
hey,
done from
when
this
you've
angle
escaped
before. We got
childhood
this.
with an extreme aversion to further education, ignorance of philosophical precepts does not exactly come as a surprise. We'll wind up going into a bit more detail on Stoicism as we move into the reign of Marcus Aurelius, that philosophy's most famous Roman advocate. But just to lay some initial groundwork, Stoicism as a school of thought was founded by Zeno of Citium in the 3rd century BC as an offshoot or a continuation of the work begun by the Cynics in the 5th century BC. Taking its name from the Stoa, or porch under which Zeno taught, the Stoic philosophy was grounded in a belief that emotion ought to be subordinate to reason, and that this subordination allowed men to live a virtuous life. in
I'm doing a
accordance with
bit of a
nature.
jerk-off gesture underneath the table
It is
here.
important to point out that the Stoics were not anti-emotional robots. They just believed that negative emotions were highly destructive and could only be reined in by reason.
There are no
Discord and
negative
chaos reigned
emotions.
when men allowed their passions to get the better of them, especially passions that raged uselessly against the unfolding plan of nature. Stoicism was thus an attempt to marry the determinism of the universe with the free will of the individual. Correct judgment conformed with the laws of nature and produced the calm mind and spirit that was the desired end state for the Stoic adherent. Stoicism was surprisingly egalitarian in its message, though not in the same way Christianity was. Seneca famously reminded his readers,
For the
"Kindly
short white
remember
man and a
that he
Bucky's
whom you call
enthusiast to
your
tell me
slave
about the current music
sprang
drama
from the
for an
same
hour and 40.
stock,
Yeah,
is
based.
smiled upon by the
Keep
same
it professional.
sun,
Wait
and
till
on equal
after
terms
stream.
with yourself, breathes, lives, and dies.
Chicken
The
strips.
point being that deep down, we are all the same, suffer the same, yearn the same. But where Christianity promised those slaves eventual salvation, the Stoics simply exhorted men and women of every station to accept the world and their place within it. Just as a Marcus Aurelius must resign himself each morning to meeting the joyless burdens of his office, so too must the slave resign himself to the joyless burdens of his. Ambition
nice.
ought to be confined to a desire to play your part as best you can each and every day.
Jerk off
That
gesture
Stoicism
again.
did not turn out to be the religion of the slave should not come as a shock to anyone.
Yeah.
Despite its reputation for producing dour, joyless men, Stoicism flourished throughout the Greco-Roman world for the positive ideal it gave many to strive for. No one, especially the Romans, could
I'm
argue
gonna
with the
definitely
Stoics'
return
four
to
cardinal
this face,
virtues,
but-
which they derived from Plato: wisdom,
Let's-
courage,
Ooh.
justice, and temperance. That the average Roman of the 2nd century disdained the committed Stoic was evidence more of their own anti-intellectual prejudices than any real problem with the philosophy itself. It took hard work and constant self-reflection to properly practice Stoicism, and let's face it, hard work and self-reflection were not necessarily the principles upon which the empire was now founded. On the other end of the philosophical spectrum were the Epicureans, who, though they pursued the same end state as the Stoics, a calm and tranquil mind, they went about it in a very different way. Founded in the early 200s BC by Epicurus, the
Yeah,
purpose
this
of
face
this
is
new
definitely gonna get a
philosophy
little bit more.
was to help students attain a state of mind free from fear, pain, or turmoil. This was a radical notion in the ancient world, a place notorious for its fear, pain, and turmoil. Where Stoicism met the challenges of life head-on and demanded that they be endured, Epicurus exhorted his followers to identify that which caused them pain and then purge it from their everyday lives. Though the message was often misunderstood to mean that one ought
She's
to
looking
embrace
very
hedonistic
butch. I do tend to
pleasure-seeking,
default butch
the
here.
Epicureans were usually far more modest than their non-Epicurean neighbors.
Might even pull this
Guzzling
back
wine is a
and give her a
fleeting
little bit
joy
more of a
that is
stylized
balanced by the
face, but
morning's
I'll wait
hangover.
until...
Sexual inhibition leads to all manner of jealousies, fights, and misunderstandings. Hedonism, in other words, usually leads to more pain than pleasure.
No, we're doing it now.
The true Epicurean simply cultivated a close circle of friends and enjoyed their company while dining on simple meals and partaking in non-disruptive pastimes like sitting and chatting. They took no part in politics, tried not to get involved in lawsuits, refrained
Oh,
from
God.
commercial activity, and generally
turned her
tried
into the
to mind
question.
their own business. The only responsibility an Epicurean really had towards other people was to do unto them as he
it's
would
getting
have them
more
do unto him.
stylized.
If the whole point of life was to avoid pain, there was no sense in inflicting it on others. That would just be wrong. The biggest thing Epicurus tried to remind his students was that they need not fear death. The fear of death was the single biggest
Did you
source
see
of
the
all
Discord
the
message
chaos,
I sent you?
disruptive violence, and anger
see.
that permeated society. And if one could conquer that fear, everything else would fall into place. To this end, he came out fully as a sort of
Are you
proto-atheist,
similar username on
denying completely that the gods played an active role in the lives of mortal men,
What's your,
and that there was
what's
any
your
sort
Discord?
of afterlife that you needed
What's
to
your
worry
Discord
about.
handle? Is it M?
You are alive now and have sensation. When you die, sensation will cease. There is nothing
The
to fear,
like snake
because there
baby or
will
the
be
puppy
nothing to
puppy
feel.
images?
What you have today
Excellent.
is all you will ever have.
Those are
So
okay.
don't waste your time spinning your wheels.
I'm
worrying about
doxing
something that
your
will
son.
A, inevitably come whenever it
Oh,
wants,
behold.
and B, won't
Oh my
hurt
God.
anyway.
Oh, the
Beyond the misunderstanding
baby.
over what the pursuit of Epicurean pleasure meant, it was this atheism that caused the Epicureans the most problem amongst
Damn.
their superstitious and highly
Never thought I'd
religious
say it,
neighbors.
but I'm gonna back up some
Because
more
when you
here.
put the two
Let's.
together, you get a freaky stereotype of a nihilistic atheist.
All right,
who would
restart the
just as
clock.
soon ravage
Restart the
your
clock,
daughter as
chat.
look
Well,
at
maybe
you.
not. We'll take 10 minutes off it.
Nothing could have been further from the truth, and by the standards of the day, the average Epicurean, like the average Stoic, was a model citizen. What few demerits you could honestly assess them with comes mostly from an unwillingness to engage in public life, which was a bit like a Roman choosing not to breathe. But it had nothing to do with the fact that you had to keep calling the cops on them every Saturday night. The philosophy students of 2nd century Rome, be they Stoic or Epicurean, usually came out of the upper classes, men with the means to indulge their peculiar habits. But not all of them were rich and educated. One of my favorite groups of people, and no doubt one of the least popular groups in their own time, were the poor philosophers. Lampooned off and on over the years, these were men who often had no prospects and no hope of any work beyond dull manual labor, who suddenly became enamored with philosophy, grew their beards long, and
Turns out
wandered
it was
the streets
tension. Oh, man,
criticizing the
yeah.
material obsessions of their fellow citizens in between requests for handouts.
I'll get like a
These
mild
street
tummy ache
gurus
and
who
like
assured
I'll
anyone who would listen
fucking
that
be
their
like, ugh,
poverty was not only a chosen state,
which surely
but also
contributes
of the
to
highest
feeling
virtue.
yucky.
Combined effortlessly the roles of crazy bum and freeloading
Simply
artist
stop
to
it.
produce a character unique to the classical
Adjust
world,
glasses.
the panhandling philosopher.
Do you think Jesus is rolling
The
his grave with
streets
how
of
badly
Rome
people are
would have been a
misinterpreting the
less vibrant
text?
place
Oh yeah.
without their angry harangues and subsequent
He's looking down
requests
and
for
he's just like,
cash.
oh fuck. Oh me.
In all of these things, we are left, I must say, with the picture of a civilization on the verge of decay. Education
But
has
I don't think
become
that's new. I
stagnant
think
and
ever since
counterproductive.
he
The
died,
elites
he's
were
probably
either
going like,
withdrawing into irresistant cults or esoteric philosophy, and everyone else was focused on just trying to stay alive. The vision, dedication, and camaraderie of the Republic was all but gone, leaving in its wake an ignorant, self-absorbed society that had no idea what horrors were lurking beyond the frontiers, just waiting to smash the comfortable world the Romans had begun to take for granted. Unfortunately, due to time constraints, everything we've covered today has been little more than a thumbnail sketch of a thumbnail sketch. Any one of these topics, Roman education, the Eastern mystery cults, or ancient philosophy, could easily become the topic of standalone.
This is why he's not
podcasts
coming
of their
back.
own.
He's
And so I
staying.
would encourage you to take this episode as
Oh,
an
no, I'm
outline
good.
for further study, rather than
Earth?
say,
Yeah,
the
that place is
comprehensive
fucking
final
weird,
word on
man.
Roman rhetoric, which I can assure you it was not. If any of this stuff sparks your imagination, remember that
There we go.
Amazon
This is
or
much more
Powell's
fun.
are both positively overflowing with books on all of these topics.
I can't read.
Usually at
Books.
cut-rate prices, too, because as much as we know how fascinating Seneca's Letters from a Stoic is going to be, the free market is under the impression that it can only charge $5 for it.
Aliens rolling up their windows
Next
when
week,
flying by.
We're going to follow the Romans through the course of an average day, from waking up and heading out the door, to the barber shop, the law courts, the afternoon bath, and the
Gotta
evening
hope
meal.
we'll figure it out, but
2 weeks from now, we're
maybe
going to
we
go on
will
a
just
tour
do
of
all the same
provinces
shit over and over
wrap
again.
our heads around what the Romans controlled,
But the
how
whole
they
way we'll be
controlled it,
inventing new
and what
delicious
each region
sandwiches,
brought
so
to the greater empire, be it natural resources or simply more soldiers for the legions. That will bring us up to the 100th episode, which I'm really looking forward to since you guys have filled the comment thread with some great questions. I'm going to put a deadline on submissions, though, so I can have a little bit of time to sort through it all. So if you haven't posted
You
your
heard it here,
question
folks.
by
He's
the
gonna
time
kill you.
next week's episode comes out, then you're just going to have to wait for episode 200 to come around before I'll be able to address it.
still not quite perfect, but next. Ooh, posture check. Oh. Yeah, maybe I won't do 6 in a row next time.
This week's
That's okay.
episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify for a free book download when you sign up for a 14-day trial membership.
Whoa.
There's no obligation to continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book that you got.
Whoa. Okay,
You can
well, we
also
gotta.
keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future
Yeah,
audiobook purchases.
yeah.
This week, I'm going to recommend A Distant Mirror by Barbara Tuchman, which has nothing whatsoever to do with Roman history, but is a fascinating account of the 13th century, a century as utterly catastrophic as our own dearly departed friend, the 20th. Just remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome,
Earth's
episode
fucked.
88, A Day in the Life. When the sun rose, so too did the Romans. For the country population, this was only natural. After all, they had to get out in the fields and get working. But even in the cities, a Roman daily life revolved around daylight. Across the empire, whether farmer or lawyer, slave or emperor, the first crack of light was your cue to get up and get going.
No.
The Romans made a number of civilizational leaps that helped bridge the gap between prehistory and the modern world. But one conspicuous absence was any sort of public streetlight network in their cities. This meant that whatever you need to get done today has to be done while the sun is still up. Once darkness fell, you'd better be safely back home, or you're going to be in for a long night. So there was no time to waste, and the Romans wasted no time. There was no such thing as a morning shower, a leisurely breakfast, or even a cup of coffee. The Romans slept in their underclothes, woke up, slipped on their overclothes, grabbed a glass of water, and maybe a few nuts or a piece of bread for breakfast, and were out the door literally minutes later. Vespasian liked to brag that he could go from sleep to ready for work in 30 seconds. But just because all Romans got started at dawn did not mean that they were all natural larks. As poor old Marcus Aurelius testified in a quote near and dear to my own owlish heart,
Obviously pained to be forever awakened at such a hideous hour as dawn, the Stoic Emperor chronicled his recurring internal debates as he fought each morning to do the right thing. At dawn, when you have trouble getting out of bed, tell yourself, as a human being, I have to go to work. Why am I complaining if I'm going to do what I was born to do, the things I was brought into this world to do? Is
So when
this
Karl
really
Marx
what I
was
created
making
for?
his
To snuggle
that
under
one
blankets
book
and
he
stay
made that
warm?
was really good,
But, you say, it's nicer here. I see.
he was like
So you were
looking at
born to
the
feel nice?
like
Is that it?
Roman
Not to do
civilization
things
and just being like,
experience them? But we have to sleep sometime, you say.
oh,
And I
I
agree.
don't know about that.
But nature set a limit
Or,
on that.
I don't
Just
know
as
about
it did
that.
with eating and drinking, and you're over the limit. You've had more than enough of that, and when it comes to working, you're still below quota. This is usually the point where I personally would roll over and go back to sleep, but then again, I sometimes think I would have made a pretty lousy Roman. Once out of bed, the Roman farmer went
I
off
appreciate
and
that most of
did
your
what farmers
characters,
do.
Miss Ebola, have
They worked all day in
cardigans,
the
or at least I
field,
think they do.
Came home, ate some dinner, and went to bed.
That seems very like
Since
surgeon
that's not a
doctor.
particularly interesting
I think
routine,
of
I'm going to spend the rest
like
of the
Dr.
episode
Fitz, and I
focused on
think
the lives of
well
the
Scrubs
folks of the
first,
city.
then the
Just
cool
remember as we go
lab
along,
coat,
though, that
and
90%
then
of the empire's population
cardigans.
simply spent all day slaving away in the fields. When you get right down to it, for most Romans, that's what Roman daily life was. But again, boring. So, off to the city we go. Just as they did not linger in bed, Roman men did not linger at home either, and most were hitting the streets as soon as they physically could. Roman women during the age of the Antonines usually spent most of their days indoors, so after they woke up, they either fussed with their hair, if they were wealthy, or began the household chores, if they were too impoverished to have slaves do it for them. You'll recall from 2 weeks ago that the annual income of the average Roman was subsidized by the morning calls they paid to their patrons, and so naturally, that was the first thing the men did after waking up. The only men who remained at home during these crucial early hours were those high enough on the socioeconomic pyramid to be receiving visits, rather than making them. If you were rich enough, you rolled out of bed.
That's because women in
welcomed
cardigans
in
is
the
hot.
waiting mass of
Based
clients,
opinion.
and began dispensing the daily allotment
Very
of cash
true.
and prizes.
You're
Clients
like,
were
oh, she must be
received in
so
order of
cozy and warm in
prominence,
that.
with equites cutting ahead of the lower class schleps, and senators cutting ahead of them. The trick then was to get there early, so you could be received before the richy riches started showing up and forcing you to wait in the wings. That way, you could pay your respects, get your cash, and then get along with the rest of your day, or have time to hit up a few more patrons. For those of you wondering what the patron got out of all this, after all, votes were no longer a valuable pro quo, so why even bother? The answer is that for the super wealthy, even more prestigious than being surrounded by a ton of slaves was being surrounded by a ton of free citizens who called you their patron. If a large entourage of slaves was the fancy car of the Roman world, a large entourage of clients was the private jet. If you had a job, after you paid your respects to your patron, you hustled off to work. If you didn't, you called on a few more patrons and then generally loafed around the city, playing
Me
the part
loafing.
of spectator at legal proceedings or chariot races, depending on whether it was a work day or a holiday. The Romans didn't observe the same regular work week that we've grown accustomed to, 5 days on, 2 off. But by no means did that mean that they worked every day, or even, God forbid, 5 days in a row.
No, it's going back in her lap. Whoop.
The Romans loved their days off even more than we do, and each month was packed with holidays of various shapes and sizes and purposes. The old Republican calendar listed about 90 days of public holiday throughout the year, but by the reign of Claudius, that number had grown to at least 150, and that number did not include the steady stream of spontaneous holidays, festivals, and games that emperors were forever declaring to shore up support for their regime. In all, Jerome Carcopino reckoned that by the 2nd century, Romans, at least in the capital, enjoyed roughly one holiday for each day of work, and that is something I think we can all get behind. When it was, a workday, everyone was settled in fully by mid-morning. Retail shops were open in the commercial spaces that existed on the ground floor of almost every tenement building in the city.
Restaurants, taverns, and inns served food and drink to passerbyers. Barbers worked on the men's daily shave that everyone was socially obligated to undergo, until Hadrian finally put a stop to that unpleasant madness. Trade guilds managed the imports and exports of their city from offices adjacent to the Forum. Manufacturers, brickmakers, potters, and the like toiled in their various districts, and everywhere in between, manual laborers built, moved, picked up, and set down the ever-changing landscape of the city. The streets were crammed with people, and chaos reigned. Everyone was trying to get somewhere, and everyone else was trying to sell something, or beg for something, or announce something to those walking and riding by. The porticos of every building were jammed with makeshift businesses of every sort, and run by businessmen of every nationality. Adding to the general craziness were the children of the empire, suffering through the lessons of their teachers, who usually taught in these same porticos.
Actually, I think drawing is
Adding to
morally
the chaos was
incorrect,
the fact that these
and
crowded
we shouldn't
streets
draw,
had
in
been laid
fact.
out haphazardly and without an ounce of foresight. The city had grown organically over the centuries,
curves
and an
like
accurate
this.
street map, if such a thing was even possible, would have just looked like a jumble of random lines. Some roads crossed themselves, others were far too narrow for the arterial traffic they now bore, while others led to nowhere at all. In setting up colony cities, the Romans always planned the streets using a grid system centered on a well-calculated axis. But the mother city was beyond hope. The dark shame of
That
the
shit was
excessively tightening
fucked.
Romans. The hustle of economic life that energized every inch of every street reached its peak in the Forum. Most cities and towns in the empire were built around a forum, the large open area that served as the center of political and economic life. This was where the ruling councils would meet, the main religious temple stood, and the primary business of any extended metropolitan area was conducted.
Let Mint cook.
By the 2nd century, Rome itself
Nice
had long
toasty arms,
outgrown
ice cold tits.
the
You
Forum,
get it, Mint. You're
and various
damn.
rulers,
Mint's
Julius
on it.
Caesar, Augustus, the Flavians, and most recently Trajan, all
Like having,
built
like, cold
additional
ears.
forums near the
Like, little
original
cold ear.
to accommodate the increase in both population and
Warm
economic
hands, though.
activity.
Holy shit, warm hands.
It was in these forums, too, that the famously litigious Romans
People just ripped
sued
hair
the
out of their
bejesus
tweezers or
each other.
shells. Ow. Oh, I guess, yeah, you
Every
just,
day,
what,
in
clamp
various
the
public
shells like you would
buildings around the
tweezers?
various forums, judges, jurors, lawyers,
Okay, we thought it'd be, like,
defendants,
really funny to try,
plaintiffs,
like,
and
waxing.
spectators,
And
all
holy
crowded
shit,
together
like, not so
to
bad on your
parse through the
legs.
ugly business of
But I was
suing
like,
and
okay,
being
I'm gonna
sued.
try my face. How bad could it be?
Where your case was heard and by whom it was
Yowza.
heard depended on the facts of the case. Romans sued each other over everything, and just like today,
A home
there were
waxing kit. I
attorneys
didn't
who
have someone do it.
specialized in contract law and family law,
But,
and estate law, commercial law.
I got one.
criminal
Okay, what?
law,
How'd I do it?
employment law,
I did.
international law.
I know exactly. I was like, oh
It was
well, I
the
can't get
Romans
this
that
regular.
were
I
the
don't want to do this
end of
regular,
this
but I want to try
The
it
drummed up
because
business
I just
by
I
the
need
first on the
to
scene
try it before I
anytime they heard
die.
of anything bad happening to anyone, anywhere. Cases were submitted and
But,
trials began each morning and were supposed to last until around noon.
My
But
God,
continuances, appeals, and
I
recesses
did
would often
upper
push
lip.
things well into the late afternoon.
Not that I really have any like
Civil
major
cases
upper
were
lip
usually
hair. Well,
presented
it wouldn't
to a
matter if I
body of
did.
jurors overseen by
But
the
I was like, oh, I'll try the upper lip.
graders.
That's what people do, right?
Membership in the jury
And
pool
I
was
got
marked
one
with
half done. And I was like,
The pool usually consisted of young
and I
people
got the other
from
half done. I was like,
organizations. Appeals in
and
either
I
civil
I
or
went in for the
criminal
middle
matters
part
could be
because
made
I
to
didn't
the
quite get
Supreme
that.
Judicial Body,
And
which,
and
in the second
halfway
century,
through, I was like, no,
emperor,
I can't.
who
Oh
would
God,
then
it
be
hurts too
forced
much.
to come
And
to
so
sit
I
in
had to sit
session
there with a
to
fucking
sort it
Hitler
all out
stash
all over again.
for like 30 minutes
Roman
while
law
I
probably
like
deserved its own dedicated
hype
space,
myself
and
up to rip it
hopefully
off.
I'll get around to writing it one of
Thank
these
you.
days. The
It did when I was
procedures
in
and influence
when
of
I was
Rome
in
are worth
high
the
school.
price of
I
admission.
every excuse I
But
had
today, I
to
wanna focus
to
on the
cross
trials
dress.
as an aspect of
Take that
everyday
how you
life,
will.
rather
But every
than on
single
the
drama
particular and how the
monologue,
Romans kept each
I
other
either
honest.
gender bent the speaker to be male,
For the general
or I
public,
just
the
chose male
courtroom battles were a
dialogues.
source of
And I was
daily
like, yeah, I'm gonna
amusement
put on some
when there were
fucking
no
stubble
games to
today.
attend. Just as in the arena, there were favorite advocates and orators. Who would be
Anybody
followed
types an
around by
egg in chat,
fans
I won't
who would
argue with
cheer
it, but
noisily for their hero's well-turned phrase and hiss the opposing counsel. Sometimes these fan clubs would be kept on retainer.
I did
by
the same, now I'm
theatrical
trans.
crime
Yeah, based.
attorneys looking to stack the deck in their client's favor
by packing the house.
I think if I
with
thought about it
uses and
earlier,
orders.
I might have taken
The
on that
courtroom
journey.
sessions would
Right
begin
now,
in the
though, I'm like,
morning
it's so
and
much
were
work.
supposed to be wrapped up by noon.
It's so much
But,
work. I'm
like I
figuring it out.
say,
But that's like
things
kind of the
never
beauty of
end
it.
on
Everybody
time.
figures out their own way and
By the time court adjourned at the end of the day,
how far into
everyone
fucking
was
around with
exhausted.
gender they want to get.
The judges, from being forced to sit and listen to windbag advocates zealously and overzealously represent their clients. The attorneys, from having to perform said
Maybe
orations.
technically
the
gender
clients
fluid, but
from
I
sitting
don't
and
really
waiting
want
and
to
sweating
use
out
the
their
label.
fate,
I feel
and
weird
everyone
using
else
that label
from being crammed into too close
because sometimes I
quarters
dress
for
butch
too
and
long.
sometimes not, and I'm like, ooh, I feel like
When the
that
last
today.
case came and went, everyone quickly hurried to their favorite public bath of choice, where the average Roman spent the better part of his late afternoon.
Felt understood. You get it. You get it.
It wasn't just the courts that shut down in the afternoon. Across the
But who
city,
knows? Maybe I'll
and
look
this
really
is
good with
true
like a
both
lot
for
of huge
Rome
muscles, and
itself
I'll be like,
and the
you
hundreds
know,
of
fuck it.
municipalities across the empire who followed the capital's lead. The workday drew to a close.
Shit's
in
so
the
funny
early
because
afternoon,
like you get
and
all
heat
the
became
freaks,
unbearable.
all the anti-trans freaks who are like,
Siestas were a common way to break up the
gender
day,
matters
as work
so
gave way
much,
to
and also it
recreation.
matters so
But
much to
after
these
catching a quick
snowflakes.
nap, and
They're
maybe a
always
light
thinking
lunch with
about
cold
they
wheat
gender.
bread,
They're always
Romans of
talking
all
about their
stripes
gender, and
headed
it's like,
down to the baths. If the forum
nah,
was
the
the
beauty
focal
of it
point
is that
political
gender
and
doesn't
economic
matter.
life, the
You can just
baths
do
were
whatever.
the center of social life. The public bath was a luxury that had grown in fits and starts over the course of the Republic. But by the age of the Antonines,
That goes
it
far
had
to say
developed
gender's
into
cringe.
an indispensable part of daily life. During the Middle
Well, no,
Republic,
that's not right.
baths began to appear in the private residences of the rich, as the virtuously dirty Roman citizen farmer gave way to the clean and cultured leader of the world's ruling class. Eventually, wealthy
Tech where
patrons
alt is
began to
expensive and you're
construct
scared of people.
bathhouses
Ah,
in
yeah, I
their
hear that,
neighborhoods
dog.
of residence for the general public to use.
Oh, you
During
can't hear the
years
stream
of
yet?
833 BC, Agrippa took
That
control
might
of
be on
the
your
public
end,
baths
but
in Rome and came up with 170 scattered across the city.
gender
By
doesn't
the
matter to
time
me,
the
just how
spring
much you
was
like being
over,
dominated.
there were at least
Based, inclusive, Miss
171,
Ebola,
as
once
Agrippa
again.
built one himself
See?
that he generously announced would be free to the public forever. Over the course of the next century, the popularity of the baths would explode, and by the reign of Trajan,
When I find my clothing
Pliny
style
the
is
Younger
over for
reckoned
you
that there
motherfuckers.
were more than
Eugene, I
1,000
think you'd look great in
female
plaid, but
Romans.
I say that as a plaid head.
At first, the bathhouse was a simple unit. Usually, there
I'll
would
give
be
you the
some
Canadian
changing
pass for
rooms,
wearing
a
plaid.
cold
I don't know
pool,
if
and a
there's
hot
any
pool,
Norwegian precedent
heated
for
from an
plaiding.
underground furnace and pipe system run by slaves.
But let's see,
But
you
as
got
time
your tank
passed,
top or
the
your
bathhouse
t-shirt or
became a
tank top
full-blown
underneath.
recreational
You got
complex.
your plaid or your
addition to the
hooded
litany of
zip
hot
up sweater,
baths,
and then you put
cold
your plaid
baths,
over it,
warm
and then
baths,
jeans.
private baths, air
Norwegians love
baths,
plaid, oh, so
steam
based.
baths, and any other kind
Plaid
of bath you can dream
bucks.
up.
I'm wearing plaid right now.
There were also
Except now I've
sport
got
rooms
t-shirt,
where you could
plaid, and
wrestle,
then a
work
shirt
out,
over that, which is
or
not
play
standard.
one of the myriad ball games the Romans had come to love. If rigorous activity wasn't your thing, there were gardens, promenades, sitting rooms, and even libraries. All pleasantly landscaped and providing ample shade from the heat.
Marius
or
sweaters.
cover
Which
from
ones
the
are
rain.
those?
In the promenades wrapping around the complex.
Oh, those are
retail
awesome.
shops
Thank
sprang
you.
up, with
That
legitimate
actually means a
vendors
lot to
selling
me. I
food,
love those sweaters. Oh,
drinks,
fuck.
clothes, and
Can I
jewelry,
dress Gianni in one
while
of them
their
too?
black
He'd look so
market
cute. Oh my
cousins
god.
dealt in less savory wares. Depending on which emperor's reign we're talking about, the baths would be open in the early or late afternoon, and at some point,
Bathing.
an hour or two would be set aside so that women could have the baths to themselves. And that didn't mean that there wasn't mixed bathing, just
Oh.
that if she wanted to, a Roman woman could bathe in peace.
That's kind of nice.
The bath would then stay open until around
Uncommon Roman gender
nightfall. Some
W.
citizens came and went quickly, staying just long enough to get clean. But others began to see the baths as the whole point of life. These
Me.
loafers would line up and wait for the doors to open, and then stay until they were kicked out at closing time.
That's awesome.
Everyone in between these two extremes would enjoy a leisurely bath, maybe work out a bit, or stroll through the gardens before returning to the hustle and bustle of the city. You get the very real sense that for most Romans, the bath was their sole refuge from the pressures of an otherwise hot,
Scared
dirty,
of people,
and noisy
yeah.
city. After the bath,
You
everyone
take
would
it in your own
retire to
time,
their
but I'm sorry
residences
that you feel
to
that
get
way
ready
because
for the one
you know
formal meal that the Romans actually enjoyed.
can't say it's not a possibly
As we've
real
seen,
feeling, but
breakfast and lunch were
I hope
precious
you are able to
canned
surround
meals
yourself
of
with people
cold
who will
meat,
understand
bread,
and celebrate
nuts, fruit, and
whatever
water.
you choose to deck yourself out
Anything
with.
that could be eaten on the run or while preparing to be on the run. Dinner, though,
And if anybody
was a
gives you
different
trouble,
story.
I'll kill him.
The family would actually sit
Just
down
let us
together
know.
to eat
Mhm.
hot
Let the
dishes
chat know, we'll
served
beat them
on
with
a
hammers.
real, actual plates. Though sit down is the wrong word. They would actually recline on couches, propped up on one elbow while they ate, because anything less would be uncivilized. A curious
Seems bad for
historical
the
footnote on
digestion.
the subject concerns Cato the Younger, who, just before the Battle of Pharsalus, declared that he would eat sitting down in a
Do I
chair
really want to
until
commit
the
myself to
tyrant
drawing a
Julius
foot?
Caesar was dead. After
Once
Caesar
once
won,
again telling
Cato
myself
apparently
I am going to
followed
become
through
a
on
foot
this threat
fetishist just
and
so I
never
can draw feet
reclined
real
while
good.
eating again. A small but daily protest against the fall of the Republic.
You know what, we're just going to crop this
But
out.
getting back to the topic at
We'll
hand.
worry about that later.
On most nights, dinner was a meal shared not just with the family, but also with close friends. The Romans, in other words, were big on dinner parties.
Ooh, dinner.
Usually good taste and size constraints kept the total numbers between 6 and 9, but the wealthy and vain liked to throw parties for 30 guests or more, with multiple tables and dozens of courses. Getting invited to dinner was serious business in Rome, and the satirists of the Imperium had a field day with the antics of freeloaders forever angling to get themselves invited to dine, and jealous potential hosts fighting over the most prestigious guests. But leaving the mockery aside, everyone invited everyone else to dinner every night, and then returned the favor the next night. Going out to eat meant going over to a friend or colleague's house for dinner, as the fancy restaurant had not yet been invented. The meal itself could range from a modest 3 or 4 courses to preposterous dozens, with intermissions in between the main eating bouts. The Romans should not be mistaken for great culinarians, but by the 2nd century, they at least had the whole empire from which to draw their ingredients. And even if preparation sometimes left a great deal to be desired, the smorgasbord of dishes was still impressive. Fish from the Mediterranean and wild game from the forest was standard fare, but boar, goose liver, oysters, and lamb all
God,
made
like
appearances
boar.
at the
Ever
main
since
dish.
Asterix and Obelix,
These
I've been
main
like
dishes
boar,
were served with
boar
asparagus,
meat.
apples, olives,
And I finally got to
grapes,
taste it, and it's
beans,
just about what I
pumpkins,
imagined. Oh,
eggs,
so good.
figs, cabbage, and dozens of other exotic fruits and vegetables from across the empire.
My
and
dinner!
beyond.
Some janitor looked
The
at me
drink
like he
of
saw the
choice
devil.
in all
Ugh.
houses was wine. Often heated in the winter and chilled in the summer, aristocratic Romans took
Got to
their
wear it
wine
to a
selection
con.
as
Yeah.
seriously as they do today, and often paid top dollar for the best years and vintages. Everyone else, meanwhile, drank whatever bottom shelf
Turtlenecks
jug
all
of
the way. Weird
viscous
clothing makes me
alcohol they could afford.
out of the neck if it feels too exposed.
To
Yeah, I hear that.
underscore how
I
important
don't like
wine was
constriction
to
on my
daily
neck.
life,
Like I like
I should
turtlenecks,
point out that those free grain allotments I've been
but
talking about
but
also
sometimes I'll
include
wear
free
one and I'm just like,
allotments of wine,
eh.
because apparently
her feet might be too
starving
hot
to
for me.
death
Exactly.
and remaining sober
That's why I
for a
can't draw them.
while
If I draw them,
were
I'll
roughly
instantly
equivalent to catastrophes in the mind of the average
cream my
Roman.
jeans.
Due to the
And it's
limits
not
of their
that kind of
distilling
stream yet.
technology,
Wait
what
until
the
after
Romans
5.
purchased was actually more of a wine concentrate than it was the table-ready wine that we know today. The concentrate would be mixed with water before serving, usually half and half, but sometimes as high as 1 part wine for 5 parts water.
God, these guys must have
Only
been
the most
pissing
debauched
rocks.
hedonist actually drank the wine straight. The average dinner began around 4 in the afternoon, depending on the time of year, and lasted until just before sundown. Appetizers and main courses and desserts
Pet
came
peeve
in the
incoming.
order that we're
English speakers
accustomed
pronounce
to,
smorgasbord.
and the evenings were usually interspersed with informal musical and poetic performance.
Smorgas.
But unless you and your
smorgasbord.
companions were crazy
Smorgasbord.
brave, everyone said their goodbyes
Okay,
as the sun
K-
began to set.
Smor
This was to ensure
smorgasbord.
that guests had a chance to make it
I don't know
home
what the O
before
is
being
supposed to
engulfed
be.
by a
I don't know what the
terror more
umlauts
frightening than
are.
Hannibal
I'm a
leading an
terrible,
army of
terrible.
barbarian Gauls, the city
Dutch.
at night.
No, do Dutch have umlauts?
As I said, Rome had no streetlights.
Watch it, Astro. The Tinted Mint
Had
does
no
have
fuel
access
for
to
free
hammers.
torches to light their way. So
Although
being
that
born
was
after
Swedish
dark
mockery.
was a
That wasn't
dangerous
that wasn't
proposition for
Norwegian
3
mockery.
reasons. 1. Rome was a maze.
No,
It was easy to
no.
get lost in during the day, and almost impossible to navigate at night. 1 wrong turn, and you were spending the night in the street.
All right. Who wants to try and pronounce my name
2.
correctly?
Night was when the most unsavory.
You
and
actually, I
unsavory
bet
characters
Minty
emerged
could
from Rome's ample
would
underbelly.
would get it pretty
That
quick.
wrong turn may not just make you
Or
late,
or could give
it
the
may also get you mugged.
European
beaten,
accurate
or killed.
pronunciation of my name.
And 3, in an attempt to decongest street traffic during the day, Julius Caesar had decreed that all commercial shipments be
Put
delivered
some
only
hair
at
over
night.
her shoulder here. Like maybe
The
on this
precedent
side.
stuck for the remaining life of the empire, which meant that the poorly lit streets of Rome were, preposterously, crammed with carts making deliveries. One wrong step or one reckless driver, and that was it.
Your ass is getting run over.
All of this added up to the universal understanding that Rome after dark was no place anyone wanted to be. Best to be at home with the doors
Michael
locked and the windows
Jackson!
shuttered by the time the sun went down.
Oh, it's
Besides,
okay. Okay,
we had
okay.
to
You get a
be at
pass.
the
All right.
dawn the next morning anyway.
Marika. That's pretty much it.
So that's a bit of a slice
Oh,
of
the
daily
U
life.
in burn.
Up at dawn, work into
Smut.
the afternoon, take a bath,
The
have some dinner,
smut.
and go to bed.
Smart.
Obviously, we
Smart.
can add several layers of complexity to this story, and I hope to
Glass.
eventually add a few of those complexing layers, and deal with things like sanitation, clothes, the
Broad.
theater, and of course, the races
Smart.
and gladiatorial shows. But
Glass.
for now, I think we're off to
Broad.
a pretty good start.
Smart.
Unfortunately,
Glass.
I'm going to have to
Broad.
take next week off, but we'll be back for sure in 2 weeks.
I can
to go
basically
on a
speak
tour of the
Swedish now.
provinces. Then
I
the
have an
next
IKEA
episode,
near where I
then
am,
it's back to business.
which has shockingly
Marcus
good ice cream, by
Aurelius
the way.
and
If you guys ever
Lucius
go to
Verus.
IKEA,
The
they're
wars
doing an
that
ice cream
erupted
thing
in the
now.
east and along
They
the
have a vegan
Danube.
one,
At
and
least one really major
um,
plague.
like it's
Then
tits.
they
It's
hand off to
awesome.
Commodus and his
It just
assassination.
tastes like
The
pureed
rise
blended
of
fruit, and
Septimus
probably
Severus,
is so good,
and then the
but
total
still really
political,
creamy.
economic and social breakdown that accompanied
We're
the
just
fall
the
of his
mystery feed
dynasty
here.
40 years later.
All right, let's get some more details here. All right, we need tentacle hair. Miss Ebola was, she's gonna have me wing it a little bit on the tentacle hair because she wasn't able to find any not safe for work references. Yeah, I got it. I've already forgotten how to pronounce it. Okay, next episode. Provincial matters.
Hello, and welcome to the
Hello, gamers.
episode 89, Provincial Matters.
It's actually more like 69.
During the reign of Antoninus Pius, Rome was at the height of its power. The empire was large, stable.
I remember when I
and
went to Sweden, we were
relative
chilling in the
peace both
hotel and kind of
internally
watching
and
TV. It
externally.
was some American movie subbed
The
in
age of
Swede, and I
military
turned to my
expansion
SO in
had
disbelief
given
saying,
way to an
"Pussy
age of
Eman's
bureaucratic
kiss?"
management, and with the exception of Trajan's last
Die.
reign, the Romans had more or less come to terms with the fact that their domains were what they were. So, what were their domains? Today, I want to go on what will have to be a high-speed tour of the empire, so we can, at a minimum, touch base with each of the 42 odd provinces that now make up the
I'm
Roman
thinking like
Empire.
add the
I'm pretty sure
little
that
bit of
number
wet
is
shine to
42,
the tips here.
But it's hard to get an exact count, as the emperors were forever fidgeting with the borders and divisions.
If I
of
overwork
their
the detail
administrative
here, it'll draw
districts
too much
and
attention to the
adding and
tentacle.
subtracting
But
from the list of what technically counted as a province. So maybe I should just say the now more than 40 provinces that make up the Roman Empire. I think the best thing for us to do, so this doesn't become too complicated, is to roughly follow Hadrian's first tour of the empire. Start in Italy, travel north into Gaul and Britain, then south through Hispania, then go east across North Africa, north through the
my mom's
Middle East,
really
and
excited.
then
She's
back west across
possibly
Anatolia,
gonna go do a
into
talk
Greece and the
in
Balkans,
Italy. She
and then
came up
back
with a
to
new
Italy
way
by
of
way the
fucking some
Alps.
kind of statistics.
This full circuit
analyst
will take us to the
thing that everybody's
backyards of
super
the
pumped
roughly
about,
65 million
and,
people living within the Roman Empire,
her boss is
and
gonna
into the
go
camps of
in
the 30
2025.
million stationed along
But
the
of
border
course, she who
protecting the
came up
Romana.
with like the model
Before
or
we get
whatever,
started, I should remind
it's like,
everyone
yeah, I
that in
don't
the
know
age
if we
of
can
the
afford
Antonines,
two.
The Augustan
But we'll
constitutional
see.
settlements of 27 and 23 BC were still in effect, and that the Roman Empire was divided
Potato
between
salads.
senatorial and
Salads.
imperial
Scandinavians go
provinces.
fucking bonkers for potato salad.
Barring
Yo.
few exceptions, the former were composed
salmon,
of
shrimp,
peaceful
cucumber, mayo.
interior
Yee.
provinces, while the latter were
Pretty
composed
good.
of the more militant border provinces.
It's not like my
The distinction
favorite.
between the two can also be made by looking at
Like,
which
I think if I
provinces
actually had to
contain
go like
legions.
hardcore
Provinces with
favorite
legions
cuisine, I
were
think it
almost
would.
always imperial,
Okay, I hate to
while
blanket term it
ungarrisoned
as
provinces were
Middle
usually,
Eastern
but not
cuisine,
always, senatorial.
but any food from the
The
Levant
senatorial provinces, as the name suggests, were administered by the Senate,
is
who, in
is
theory at
is
least,
freaking
chose by
tight.
lot from among their ex-praetors and ex-consuls.
It's just got like the
who would be
perfect
assigned
combo
as
of the
governor to a
exact spices that I
territory.
go like crazy for,
In
like
practice, though,
cardamom,
the lots were usually
cilantro,
predetermined and pre-approved
all
by
that
the
stuff. You
emperor.
get some curries in there
Imperial
too.
provinces, on the other hand,
But I appreciate
needed
like the
no such
simple
lottery
flavors
charade,
that
as they
Scandinavian
were
food has.
administered directly by the emperor.
Meaty,
According to the
savory,
settlement, the sitting princeps technically held proconsular authority over all of his provinces.
very oily and heavy.
was
Yeah, it
thus
can be very,
merely
very
appointed
heavy.
men
It's
to govern in his
like
name.
it's so funny that it's such a hot
Within
area,
this
but they're
system,
eating
the
like
provinces were
spicy
further
food.
divided
They're
into
eating
order of
really
importance
heavy food, and it's
between
like, yeah,
major
well, shit.
proconsular territories,
I guess that's what you got,
minor
and
pro-praetorial
keeps you fueled.
territories, and
But every
really
time we have
minor
like shawarma, I go like, oh
pro-curatorial
my god, I feel
territories.
10 times stronger.
Technically,
I could lift a
these
house.
further distinctions required incoming governors to have served at a certain magisterial level before being granted a particular province. For example, you needed to have previously risen to the rank of consul if you wanted to govern Syria, but only to the rank of praetor if you wanted to govern Lusitania.
Well, what the
But
fuck?
in practice, this only applied to the senatorial provinces, and not even always then. The emperor, meanwhile, could and did appoint whoever he wanted to govern whatever he wanted, whenever he wanted. The remaining pro-curatorial provinces were all imperial and were unique in that equites qualified to act as governor. These, as you can imagine, wound up being the really minor, really out-of-the-way provinces. Think Mauritania. A sitting provincial
Okay, I'm
governor,
thinking about
whatever his
Mauritania. I
rank
don't
and
know anything
status,
about Mauritania.
was tasked with only a few basic responsibilities, as the Romans liked to govern with a light hand. If he was in an imperial province, chances are his overriding concern was for the fitness of the legions and defense of the border.
Yeah.
If all was
Yeah,
well
yeah, yeah.
there, his next concern
Yeah, hot
was
tea
for
as
the
well.
orderly
Cooling-
and
yeah, okay,
efficient
true.
collection of taxes. In addition to this
Okay, this
collection
is
of
this is
revenue,
so
a
lame.
governor would further
But like
act as
when
a
when
sort
I
of
read
provincial
Dune,
auditor
Dune was
who kept an eye on the
not a
court
primer
and
on a
made
lot
sure
of
corruption
like
and
Middle Eastern
inefficiency
customs or anything, but like
not
they would do
unnecessarily
something.
weigh
I'd be
down
like, oh
his
cool, yeah,
corner of the
world building
empire.
or whatever, and then
Unless
I
he
would
was
watch a
corrupt,
documentary
in
or
which
read
case
up, and
his
I'd be like,
job was
oh,
to make sure
that's
that he
that's
skimmed as
just
much
an
as
Arabic
possible
tradition.
without getting caught.
That's just a tradition that
In
they
between
do,
drilling
like
the
wandering
legions and
through
cooking the
deserts,
books,
not deserts.
governors also
Well, that
acted
also,
as the
but
supreme
wandering
judicial
through
authority in their provinces,
rulers
and
dressing
would
up
travel from district to
as
district, hearing
peasants and
cases
walking
and
through
parsing
their
out
their
justice.
their people to kind of see
Being
what
just
people
one
are up
man,
to. Like Paul
these
does that
basic
in the
responsibilities took up all of the governor's
in the
time,
third book.
with the rest of the day-to-day
A bunch,
operations of a
and
province
that's like
either
a trope,
delegated
a
to
storytelling
local
trope
elites
in
or simply left
specifically
to the
Islamic
great wheel of
literature.
anonymous inertia. Finally, before we get started, I want to mention that I have posted a link to a pretty sweet map of the empire from Wikipedia.
They do
So if
like
you wanna
siestas
follow
as
along
well,
at
which
home, just go
I guess to get through the hottest time of the day is pretty common in Spain as well as in the Middle East.
I also want to mention that provincial names do not exactly
Very
roll
interesting.
off the tongue, so I apologize in advance for any mispronunciation.
God, falafels and hummus fuck so
Keeping all
bad.
these things in
Ah!
mind, let's get going on the tour, because as it turns out, this is a massive episode, and when recorded, will easily be the longest
we're
in the
gonna-
history of Rome. I figure we'll blow past the as of yet uncracked 30-minute mark somewhere around the Hellespont and still have Greece and the Balkans to go. So everyone ready? Okay, let's go.
Wah, we're going.
The Italia of the Roman Empire more or less conformed to the borders of modern Italy itself. You'll recall that prior to the Second Triumvirate, the land north of the Rubicon River had been its own province.
It's kind of an
Cisalpine
unfortunate way to
Gaul,
clip
or literally Gaul on this
this
side of the Alps.
piece.
But that Octavian
Let's-
merged the territory with Italia proper, having witnessed the danger posed
leg's
to
too
Rome
short.
by rogue general.
I'm just making
commanding
myself
troops
all
on the
sorts of
near side
problems,
the
aren't I?
Alps.
I gotta stop.
Specifically, he was thinking of
I gotta
Julius
stop
Caesar
making myself
and
problems.
Mark Antony. Following his triumph over Antony, the
There
new
you go.
emperor followed this up by stationing all the remaining legions in the provinces, leaving only the newly formed and personally loyal Praetorian Guard in Italy itself.
Personally
Except
loyal,
during
sure.
extreme emergencies, or after the breakout of a civil war, there would not be any legionary presence in Italy for the remainder of the empire, which was just fine by the local population. Native-born Italians enjoyed the further perk of being more or less exempt from direct taxation, which was in part a holdover from the early days of the expanding republic, when Rome demanded soldiers from her new Italian allies rather than cash payments. But it was also a conscious policy to keep those closest to Rome happiest, so as to avoid mass uprisings. Except for the brief detour through Hadrian's very unpopular administrative reforms,
Very unpopular.
Italians
They hated
also
it.
enjoyed a great deal of local autonomy. Julius Caesar had broken the peninsula into 17 districts, each centered around an urban center, and it was left to the councils of the individual districts to govern themselves. The emperor and the senate technically had jurisdiction, but the local elites took it very personally when either came snooping around in their business, and so Rome generally took a hands-off approach to her nearest neighbors.
Spain is a pretty, yeah, I guess that makes sense
In
with the
general,
like
Italia
conquest
was
of
fat and happy during
Spain
the
for the
imperial
longest
period,
time. Like wasn't it an
protected from
Arabic state
invasion by
for
the
a
buffer
really,
of the
really,
provinces,
like a really long time.
abundant natural
And then
resources,
only in the last
rich
400
soil,
years
and
they
benefiting from
that
the
went
lion's share of the emperor's generous largesse.
very cool. I gotta get into
It
Spanish
was good
food
to be a Roman
and like
citizen
Mexican
during the
food
age
again,
of the
because like
Empire.
Mexican food for
It
our
was
household
great
was
to be an Italian
taco
one.
or taco kits
Off the coast of the
and
peninsula
and
were the first
nachos,
provinces outside
which
of Italy
I mean
to
when they're
come
made
under
with
Roman control.
white
first
people
was
salsa
Sicily,
and
claimed officially and undisputably
like stuff out of
at the
Loblaws is
conclusion
kind of
of
like
the Punic
whatever.
Wars.
It's not bad,
The most important
but I've been
breadbasket of
recently
Rome,
taking
the
to
rich soil of the island,
Mexican
provided the
Mexican food
that
talk.
almost single-handedly fed
Mexican
the
food
empire until
YouTube shorts where they
Augustus
have
claimed
the
even
big
bigger
dishes and they're
breadbasket
cooking up
of
whole
Egypt
haunches of
for
meat,
Rome.
and I'm like, oh fuck.
Despite its proximity to Italy and
Paella.
its early influence on the empire, Sicily remained a
Thanks,
rural
Garnet.
backwater, dominated by the slave estates of a few wealthy senators who cared little for anything but growing crops
Yeah, we're
and
just
selling them
wrapping
back
up
to the
here.
state.
Let's get a little bit more.
Conditions on the island were harsh, and 2 slave uprisings in the 100s BC were bad enough that Spartacus
Let's give her a little bit
is
more of an
classified
ominous
as nearly
atmosphere
the
here.
third
Let's,
servile
and
war.
maybe a little bit.
North of Sicily were the
Implying
sister
Macon.
islands of Corsica and Sardinia, claimed by the Romans in between the Punic Wars in 231 BC. The natives were hostile to Roman rule, and so, content to keep to their coastal settlements, the Romans mostly left the rugged interior to the locals, which was an agreement that seemed to work well for everyone. In general, Corsica and Sardinia had little political or economic impact
Fighting
on the
game
greater
ass character. I
empire,
love this so
but
much.
for a time, they
All of
practically
Miss
held the
Abula's
fate of
work
the
is good in a
Mediterranean
fighting
in
game.
their
Actually, aren't you
as
commissioning
first
some
Julius
folks to do
Caesar
a little bit
and
of
then Octavian relied
a
on
little
the
bit of
grain
haha?
of the 2 islands
What if
to
I
feed
made
their armies.
a video
Had
game?
anything
Just kidding,
happened to
unless
disrupt the food supply coming from those relatively unimportant islands, the history of the world may
because
have
that
been
is the
very
first
different.
genre I would think of.
The first official territory outside Italy claimed by the Romans on the European mainland, not counting their still undefined holdings in Spain, had been Transalpine
Damn,
Gaul,
didn't quite get the
or
garter
Gaul
in there,
on
but
the far
okay.
side of the Alps, which was annexed in 121 BC. The territory stretched from the
I'm gonna
Alps
bring
in
more
the east
attention to
along
her
the Mediterranean coast
boobs.
to the
Get a
Pyrenees
little
in
bit
the
of
west.
shine here.
The Romans had previously entered into an agreement with the local Greek colony of Massilia to allow the Romans passage from Italy to Spain in exchange for Roman protection from the barbarian Gauls in the north. After the legion successfully campaigned against the northern Gauls in 123,
I finally have a
BC,
top that
the
will give me
territory was officially
cleavage.
brought
It's
into the burden
not
of the
something I
Roman
super
Empire.
seek
The strip of
because
land
generally,
thereafter
I think if
became
you
known
have
to the Romans
cleavage,
affectionately as our
there's a
province,
risk that things
a
might
name
pop
which has
out.
stuck with the region over the years, and the
But it
French
does
know
give
today
you
as Provence.
a huge sense of power. It's
North of
actually
our
insane.
province
It goes straight
was
to your
the
head.
wild interior of Gallia Comata, or long-haired Gaul.
Like no wonder women rule the world, because
Long the setting of many
the
a Roman
the
nightmare,
the
Julius
head
Caesar
rush
finally banished
of, oh
those
my God, I
particular
can have
demons
cleavage in
the
this
50s
outfit.
BC, and brought everything east of the Rhine, south
It's
of
a
the
powerful
English
drug,
Channel,
my friends.
and west of the Atlantic Ocean under Roman control. In 22 BC, Marcus Agrippa divided the country into 3 separate provinces to better reflect economic and geographic divisions. Lugdunensis, the most important of the 3, containing
Lugdunensis.
both the
Yeah,
Roman
yeah, you
capital of
lug.
Lugdunum, hence the name, and a major imperial mint. Aquitania, which bordered Spain and wound up a
It's
minor
slightly weird cropping on
pro-Praetorian
this one,
province
but
run
you
by
know,
the Senate,
sometimes you just
and Belgica, which formed today's Low
need some
Countries
slightly weird
and was
cropping.
the last and least Romanized of the 3 Gauls. There never was a single Gallic race, and even Agrippa's rezoning did little to accurately reflect the realities of the multiple and rival Gallic tribes that lived in the country. each considering themselves independent of every other. Each year, though, all the kings and chieftains would meet in Lugdunum for a ceremony that formalized the one bitter reality they all shared.
We hate the
Rome was in
Romans.
charge, and the emperor was their master. It wasn't really that bad, though. Most of the truly independent-minded chiefs had been killed, leaving behind a tribal elite that had been quickly and thoroughly Romanized. Except for a few minor flare-ups and one big transgression in 260 AD, which we'll get to one of these days, the provinces of Gaul remained a loyal and stable corner of the empire, providing from its rich land a variety of agricultural products, including by far the best cheese, and from its delicate local high-quality glass, metal, and woodwork. East of the Gallic provinces were the military zones of Germania Inferior and Germania Superior. Until
Hi,
Domitian, the zones
I
were
said top.
technically a part of Belgica and Lugdunensis respectively.
I
But
am
in
said top. Oh,
reality,
sorry. Hi,
the
I am
generals
said top.
commanding the legions along the Rhine were autonomous, and so Domitian turned the two zones into true provinces to better reflect this reality in the 80s AD. The character of the German provinces was dominated by their strategic defensive position.
There we
Two
go.
legions were
Alright.
stationed on the Lower Rhine, and two on
Alrighty.
the Upper Rhine, making it one of the most militarized territories in the empire. Until the focus of Roman war
Actually, you know what, let me-
to the Danube in the
Okay,
early
I'm gonna finish
100s
signing
AD,
it. But
the Rhine
I don't know,
legions
any
were the most
changes
fearsome
or
fighting force in the
quick little
Roman world,
fixes you can
and
think
were
of there,
tasked
Miss
with
Ebola?
fending off the menace of German invasion. In addition to formalizing their provincial status, you'll recall that Domitian also spent a great deal of time and attention constructing the Limes Germanicus, which not only served as a defensive barrier, but was also a way to control trade coming in and going out of the empire. Specifically, the highly lucrative trade in amber. One of the most valuable commodities in the ancient world, and found in abundance along the Baltic coast, it would be shipped down along the so-called Amber Road to Rome, with gold returning in kind. Domitian made sure that the Roman state got a piece of the action both ways by forcing
White
traders
surprise,
through
yeah.
the gates of his well-armed Limes.
You know, the only reason I know it's called Sclera is because, like, years ago there was a
Across the English
fad,
Channel
and I mean,
from
I guess it's kind
mainland
of a
Europe was the
long-standing one.
foggy island of
But
Britannia,
getting like
which
eye
became an
commissions
imperial proconsular province following Claudius's invasion in 43 AD.
for icons
The
specifically.
island may have seemed an unimportant little piece of land, but the three legions stationed there tell
Swear
a
to God, it's the
different
only
story.
reason I know like
Aside
digigrade and
from
plantigrade
Syria,
too.
no single province housed as many permanent legions as Britannia, which begs us to
Get a
ask
little
the
bit of
question,
shine here too.
why? The answer is that Britain contained abundant natural resources that were inconveniently located beneath the feet of unruly, independent-minded locals.
Yeah.
In addition to gold, silver, tin, iron, lead, and marble, they could
Magnificent.
all be dug up in great heaps.
All right, I'm gonna send
Britain
that off
also
after the
provided
stream.
the
Now we got
empire
another
with
one,
gold,
babies.
timber,
Whew,
animal
last one.
skins, slaves, due to the persistent revolts, and, of course, the best
You
hunting
know, it's-
dogs money could buy.
It's not so
This
bad.
combination of natural wealth
Like, I don't know
and
if I'd do
angry
this
locals
like a
added
6-hour
up to one of the most
extravaganza
militant
again, but
provinces in the empire. Hadrian settled the northern
I don't know, I
border of
still
the
feel
province with the famous
creatively-
wall he ordered built in 122, though Antoninus
Creatively
built his own wall about
ready.
100 miles north that became the new border of the empire for about 20 years,
Alrighty.
until it was abandoned for a variety of reasons in the 160s AD.
Very good. Okay.
Despite its unruly natives, Britannia would remain a lucrative corner of the empire until it was abandoned.
All
in
right,
the
I'm gonna pull up a.
400s
Where am
by
I gonna pull up a
Western Roman
reference for
Empire,
this?
facing both internal division and
You
external
know what? I might
barbarian
not.
invasion. South of Britannia,
I
and
love this
across the
character design.
Pyrenees
This is
from
so
Gaul,
fun.
lay the Iberian Peninsula, which the Romans called Hispania.
Yeah.
Long in the Roman orbit, it was actually one of the last territories in the empire to be truly pacified, holding out until Marcus Agrippa finally dealt the decisive blow against Spanish independence. The Roman foothold in Spain, originally restricted to the Mediterranean coast, had been won by Scipio Africanus during the Second Punic War, and was settled initially by his wounded veterans. The territory along the coast Scipio had snatched from the Carthaginians was divided into Hispania Ulterior and Hispania Quiterior, or literally, further south,
Kiterior?
nearer to
Kitir?
which
Kitir?
would remain the Roman
Mentioned?
administrative district
Ultra kill
until
dev?
13 BC, when, following
Why did I
Agrippa's
start from the
final
top down or from the bottom up?
pacification efforts, Augustus
Jeez.
divided the now wholly owned Iberian
I take it
Peninsula
back.
into
I'm creatively
Lusitania,
bankrupt.
basically modern Portugal, Baetica, modern Andalusia, and the largest of the three, Tarraconensis.
Thank you. Hey, Axolotl cat.
Ironically, once the Spanish tribes were finally beaten down after 200 years of near constant warfare, the peninsula only required a single legion stationed in Tarraconensis to maintain order. Hispania was one of the richest and most important regions in the empire. Its gold and silver mines were the best in the known world, and the Romans developed complex hydraulic mining techniques to extract every last ounce of precious metal from the Spanish mines. But beyond the geologic resources, which included marble, tin, and lead, the fertile Spanish countryside made Hispania a center of olive oil and wine production.
Countryside.
These two products alone, the liquid that
I don't know
kept
why I
the
said it like
empire
that.
running, would have been enough even without the gold mines to make the province of Spain wealthy beyond measure. As we've seen, by the age of the Antonines, the Roman-Spanish elite formed a powerful faction within the Senate, producing at the height of its power two of the best emperors the Romans ever had, Trajan and Hadrian. Across the Strait of Gibraltar, which was either carved by or narrowed by Hercules, depending on who you ask, lay the twin provinces of Mauritania, Mauritania Tingitana and Mauritania Caesariensis, both of which were minor procuratorial provinces on the northwest African coast. Following the victory over Carthage, the territory was made a client kingdom dominated by its eastern neighbor Numidia, which was the preeminent Roman client state in West Africa at the time.
I'm drawing my
In
friend in the
40
Pizza
AD,
Hut
for
maid
no
dress
real
right now.
reason at
I
all,
need to look that up.
Caligula lured the loyal king of Mauritania into a trap and had him executed, claiming
Holy
the leaderless
fuck.
kingdom as his own personal domain, hence the name Caesariensis. Revolt followed, but Claudius
Oh my
decided that what
God,
was
an
done was
ants.
done and formally annexed the kingdom
Holy
in 43
shit.
AD.
Technology has
Mauritania's
come
primary
so far.
contribution to the empire was wool and a high-quality, always in-demand purple dye, though it was also known for providing the legions with excellent light cavalrymen. Eventually, the province would become troubled by local Berbers, the dark-skinned North African natives, who had resisted first Phoenician, then Carthaginian, then Roman encroachment.
Good for them. Fuck them.
The Berbers of Mauritania became known as Moors, Mauritania, get it?
No.
And would eventually wreak havoc on the
Do you guys get that?
undermanned
What did he
but
mean?
incredibly rich province of Hispania, beginning during the reign of Marcus Aurelius. East of Mauritania was the province of Africa proper. The heart of the old Carthaginian Empire, Rome had claimed the territory after the final destruction of Carthage in 146 BC. The Romans were initially somewhat ambivalent about governing overseas territory, and their primary concern in Africa was simply to ensure that no other power established itself in Carthage's place. For the most part, though, the loyal client kingdom of Numidia was the one actually tasked with doing the heavy lifting of keeping Africa free from anti-Roman sentiment. Once Rome finally embraced its international character, though, Africa became a key center of agricultural production, providing the empire with a huge array of olives, corn, bean, figs,
Olives,
grapes,
corn,
textiles,
bean. Sorry,
marble,
corn?
wine, timber, livestock, pottery, and wool.
When was this? Is
Coastal
corn
cities
not a
became
new
highly
world?
developed and fully Romanized, becoming major trade centers, as well as
Grain?
producing high-quality crafts of their own, including their famous clay lamps, which became the class of the empire. After Augustus's final constitutional settlement, Africa had the unique distinction of being the only
Jedzia, hi!
senatorial province that contained a legion, which was also, by the way, the only African legion stationed west of Egypt. In between Africa and Egypt was the senatorial province of
I
Cyrenaica,
made it very long.
which was a
There
minor
we go.
agricultural province that was distinguished by its wide
Mhm.
variety
Yeah!
of native medicinal plants. Most Romans
I like
barely
the difference
registered
between
Cyrenaica's
this very
existence
enthusiastic
until the
pose
Third
and then
Jewish
the
Revolt
sitting
erupted
there and
from
just
its
like flipping
borders
through
in
your notes.
132. The slaughter and counter-slaughter that accompanied the revolt left the province depopulated to the point of it becoming something of a ghost town, forcing Hadrian to concoct a colonization program to prevent the lights from going out completely. To the east of obscure Cyrenaica was the incalculably important prefecture of Egypt. The rich Nile Valley was so critical that it wasn't even technically a province, and remained instead from the time of Augustus,
Hopefully I can
a
get this
country
art
owned
style, but I
personally by
think
the
I can
emperor.
get it pretty close.
It was governed by an equestrian
Good art
prefect,
style.
as Augustus and his successors felt that a senator could not be trusted with the task. Ruling in Alexandria was an easy stepping stone to ruling the entire world, and so no one of senatorial rank was even allowed to visit Egypt without express imperial permission. This was, you'll recall, possibly the reason why Tiberius had Germanicus killed. Egypt was not only the breadbasket of the empire and the key transfer point of trade with India and the Far East, but its capital of Alexandria was the center of culture, science, and the arts in the Greco-Roman world. Unfortunately for locals and Romans alike, though, imperial control of Egypt, enforced by the 2 legions run out of Alexandria, was often heavy-handed and arbitrary. Taxes were administered and collected heavily and randomly, leaving the locals resentful and the Romans hated, and from the late 130s on, Egypt was a constant source of anti-Roman agitation and revolt. But through it all,
She
the
looks kind of
ancient kingdom
offended.
on the Nile River
The
continued
way I
to
drew
pump out
this.
the grain
Let's-
that fed the empire. East of Egypt was Arabia, comprising most of what we now call the Sinai Peninsula. One of the last additions to the empire, Arabia was annexed by Trajan in 106, and was one of the few territories not abandoned by Hadrian when he came to power a decade later. Taken and held mostly so that the Romans could control all the trade routes into the Mediterranean, Arabia wound up a surprisingly stable province, and was a loyal and lucrative corner of the empire well into the Byzantine age. Its single legion was famous for refusing to back eastern pretenders to the throne like Avidius Cassius and Pescennius Niger,
Who?
instead choosing to remain loyal to whoever ruled in
Who
Rome.
are these people?
Polar opposite of loyal Arabia was its northwestern neighbor, the once vigorously rebellious Judea, but now the utterly depopulated and weak Palestinia. I kind of feel like we've already spent enough time on this rebellious little province that never seemed particularly rich enough or important enough to have been the source of so much trouble. Their primary exports wound up being slaves and refugees fleeing for their lives. North of Judea Palestinia was Syria, the key province of the Eastern Roman Empire. Conquered and organized by Pompey as he went east young man in the 60s BC, it housed 3 and sometimes 4 standing legions, and was the main staging point for all operations against the Parthians, with whom this critical territory shared a border. The provincial capital of
Parthians.
Antioch became a hugely important urban center, and was the de facto capital of the Roman East.
Maybe it'll make her look a little less alert.
Complementing its
She's
rigid
really,
defense against
really
incoming
studying.
Eastern
She
armies,
is really
Syria
shocked by her work.
simultaneously embraced all the incoming trade from the East, and became a decadent
Just
and
calm her
wealthy
down a bit.
middleman,
There we
acting
go.
as the overland terminus of the famous Silk Road coming in from
She has
China.
become normal.
Proper Romans, though, forever held Syria up as the example of everything that was wrong with exposing Rome to Eastern temptations. The legions stationed there were constantly accused of showing lax discipline, and the soldiers castigated for constantly going native amidst a population more than willing to corrupt their supposed masters.
Go, they're corrupting
But
them.
despite its reputation for loose morals, no one could deny that without Syria, the empire would have been far less rich and far less powerful than it had become. The imports and exports that passed through and originated from its borders generated the gold and supplies that allowed Roman power to explode exponentially following Pompey's annexation. Round the bend from Syria
Ooh,
were the
I forgot
provinces of
to make this a
Anatolia.
saved file.
Directly bordering Syria were Cilicia, which hugged the Mediterranean coast, and Cappadocia, which headed up into the Taurus Mountains. Cappadocia was an imperial province that, thanks to its shared border with Armenia and Greater Mesopotamia, wound up housing 2 legions. The province that would become best known for its series of underground cities is, to me anyway, best known as the province
This
that
hair is
always
so cute,
backed
too.
the wrong side in a war,
Whoop.
yet still managed to escape major reprisals. The Cappadocians backed first Antiochus against the Romans, then Mithridates against the Romans, then Pompey against Julius Caesar, then Brutus and Cassius against the Second Triumvirate, then Antony against Octavian. In every case they lost, and yet somehow managed to ingratiate themselves enough with the winner that they were ever after accepted as loyal allies of the victors. I would guess, though, that the 2 legions now stationed in their backyard was promise enough of their loyalty. To the south was Cilicia, a senatorial province that needed no legions. Combined administratively with the island of Cyprus, Cilicia was most famous for its rugged western half being a haven for pirates, until Pompey burned all their ships and turned the erstwhile brigands into fouler-mouthed than average farmers. But the eastern half of Cilicia was composed of rich flats that produced millet, olives, and sesame, in addition to providing excellent pasture land for substantial herds of goats and cattle. West of Cilicia was Lycia Pamphylia. It was also a Roman province. West of Cappadocia and northwest of Cilicia was the unimpressive but still unique province of Galatia,
Rude.
which literally
Unimpressive.
translates as Gaul of the East. It was known by this seemingly out-of-place name because the territory, mostly high plateau, had been settled by a group of migrating Gauls in the 280s BC. They retained their semi-nomadic pastoral lifestyle and enriched themselves by launching periodic raids on the richer kingdoms surrounding them. The Galatians
We're doing like
initially
20
joined
different art
Antiochus
styles today.
and
Like, I am
Mithridates
personally
as
switching
they
between
attempted
20
to
different art
resist Roman
styles.
expansion. But by the end of Sulla's eastern campaign, they had attached themselves
I'm gonna
firmly to the
head
Roman
off
cause
to bed.
and remained a loyal
She
and
looks
non-negotiable
disappointed. Yeah, she kind of
partner
does.
until the last
Especially like
years
zoomed out.
she
Zoomed
died
in, it's like,
in
oh yeah, okay, I
45
feel like I can see a
just as
nuance of detail.
Augustus
No,
was defining
she's
the new
disappointed.
imperial
We'll
political
cheer her up a
order.
little bit. Maybe she's reading better news in her
Galatia was
in her
annexed
notes.
and claimed by the
Bye-bye.
empire
Have a good
for
sleep
its
there,
imperial
Astra.
provinces. Thereafter, it was a provincial backwater, best known for the fact that, because it was a provincial backwater, early Christianity was able to flourish there relatively unmolested by the Roman authorities. North of Galatia and Cappadocia were the often combined provinces of Bithynia and Pontus, which together ran the length of the southern Black Sea coast. The rich valleys of Pontus had been the home of some of Rome's fiercest enemies during the 1st and 2nd centuries BC, but by the age of the Antonines, all such resistance was dead, and the locals contented themselves as tradesmen, farmers, and as particularly good iron and steelsmiths. Their sister province of Bithynia had the good fortune of being located at the crossroads of Asia and Europe, leading its urban centers along the Sea of Marmara to become rich and important trading powers. The Bithynian interior was rugged and forested, and the locals liked to boast that they were one of the few places on earth that Alexander had been unable to conquer outright. The Macedonian king had instead decided to simply keep moving when the fierce locals took to the mountains, rather than bog his
fuck this
army
place.
down in
That's
a
funny.
protracted siege of the dense, steep countryside. The
Move their
province,
butt
then
over a
a
little
client kingdom, also wound up being a thorn in Julius Caesar's side, as he was dogged for years by rumors that he had gone to bed as the passive partner with the king of Bithynia.
Oh.
You'll recall that his enemies often scribbled graffiti on the walls of Rome, calling Caesar the Queen of Bithynia.
Mean.
Bithynia Pontus was also the corrupt and disorganized province that Trajan had sent Pliny the Younger to straighten out in the early 100s AD, a difficult task that at best produced mixed results. The rest of the west coast of Anatolia was swallowed by the province of Asia, a senatorial province that had been brought into the empire following the death of King Attalus of Pergamum in 129 BC. His kingdom had been created as a buffer client state following the withdrawal of Antiochus in 190 BC, and, with no male heirs, Attalus simply left the kingdom to Rome in his will. This territorial windfall was a political windfall in particular for Gaius Gracchus, who argued forcefully and then
Gracchus.
violently that Asia ought to be carved up democratically rather than being handed over to a couple of rich patricians. After years of indifferent Roman rule, Mithridates invaded and slaughtered every Roman he could find in the Asiatic Vespers of 88 BC, prompting Sulla to take revenge and reclaim the territory for Rome, in whose sphere of influence it remained until the fall of the Byzantine Empire. Asia was characterized most especially by its decentralized political structure. Dozens of coastal Greek colonies, each more ancient and storied than the last, vied with each other for prominence and refused to let any of the others gain the upper hand. In their race to secure the emperor's favor, Asia wound up being the first territory to really embrace the practice of worshipping the cult of the Caesars, and emperor worship became deeper and wider spread in Asia than just about anywhere else in the empire. Across the Hellespont from Asia was Thracia, supposed homeland of everyone's favorite gladiator,
Asia.
Spartacus.
Thracia.
The land between Macedonia and the Sea of Marmara had been one of Rome's undefined holdings that was annexed officially by Claudius as he and his ministers attempted to make the empire run more rationally. The rugged country was known for its disparate local tribes who seemed to hate each other more than they hated the Romans. Down the road, the province will produce a number of notable soldier emperors, including the beast Maximinius Thrax, whose assassination of Alexander Severus helped
That's a
spark the
sick
crisis
fucking
of the
name.
3rd century, and Constantine's great colleagues/rivals, Galerius and Licinius, whose demise helped close the door on that particular century of chaos. North of Thracia was the province of Moesia, eventually divided by Domitian into upper and lower halves to make the whole territory more militarily agile. The superior and inferior in this case referring to the downhill path of the Danube rather than the Rhine. The country had been finally conquered by the grandson of Marcus Crassus around 29 BC, but it was not organized as a province until at least 6 AD. Located on the south bank of the Danube, Moesia became one of the keys to the whole Roman defensive strategy, and 4 legions were stationed there permanently, 2 each in the upper and lower sections. Its strategic military value was never in doubt, though its responsibilities were lightened somewhat by Trajan's conquest of Dacia in 105, which pushed the northern border across the Danube and left Upper Moesia, at least, an interior province. Beyond its military value, Moesia also came equipped with gold fields in the west and excellent
I
farmland
think I
in
made
the
these
east,
little
and obviously
side
its
panels a little
location
too
along
deep.
the Danube left it in control of most of the international trade coming down that great river, making Moesia rich, which was nice, but also leaving it the constant target of envious Germans on the north bank, which wasn't so nice. This was why the locals in Moesia were enthusiastic supporters of Trajan's Dacian conquest, and hoped for more where that came from. They would be let down by Hadrian, though, and Dacia would be the last major province added to the empire, and the only Roman territory on the far side of the Danube. Its abundant mineral resources, especially in the gold and silver department, gave the Roman economy a much-needed shot in the arm, though it proved to be a tenuously held territory at best. Hadrian had wanted to withdraw, but was compelled by economic and political necessity to retain what he considered an indefensible position. The money flowing in was nice, though, and while it lasted, Dacia was a key cog in the imperial minting machine. The province would eventually be split into upper and lower departments by Hadrian.
We are
after
just
he determined
about-
he could not just let go of
We're
the
probably going to
province
raid to
altogether.
Gianni's channel
And at some
when he
point,
goes
during
live
either
in
his
20
reign
minutes or so.
Antoninus's, a third
Well,
province
okay,
was
I'll
spun
raid in
off,
30 minutes because
leading the Romans to
we
call
got an
them all
hour to do
collectively
this
the
bad
Three
boy
Dacias.
here, this drawing. But
among the last
I will
territories
raid
added
y'all.
to the empire, Dacia was also one of the
And then
first
I'm going to
be
watch his
abandoned,
stream and sit
and
on the
was
couch
left
and
to
be
its
like,
fate by Aurelian in 275 AD.
Photoshop.
though
Please bring me back my
only
cursor.
after he had decisively beaten the Goths in battle and killed their leader. South of Moesia was the cradle of Greek civilization, now called Macedonia and Achaia. Finally conquered by the Romans during the Third Macedonian War in 146 BC, the exhausted Greeks were forced to give up their independence and accept foreign rule. Out of respect for the great and ancient civilization they had just defeated, and which they admired so
I
much,
just want to hold a
Rome
notepad.
pretty much left the cities of Greece
Low
free
down,
to
of
govern
course.
themselves. Macedonia was obviously harder hit by the last war than the cities around the Peloponnese, and for a while it limped along a depopulated mess.
So
With the
full of
construction the
pizza!
Via Egnatia, a
Good!
major Roman
Be full
road
of
from
pizza.
Tarentum to the
Be
Hellespont,
cozy.
it was revitalized and rode its booming
pizza.
business and trade and travel back to prominence. Achaia, meanwhile, less chastened by the Macedonian wars, tried to hold on to its independence more forcefully than their northern neighbors. Believing themselves simply better than the barbarian Romans,
Okay, we're getting a
the
reference.
Greeks
I don't know why
Athens
I'm
and
struggling
Sparta
here.
treated their new overlords with barely concealed contempt. when Mithridates came calling in the 80s BC, promising to lead the whole of the East to freedom, the Greek elite readily agreed to help out. Sulla made them pay for their
Gosh, I'm
defiance and
like suffering
famously
from
sacked
Germa
Athens
withdrawals. I
in
haven't sat
brutal
down and watched
fashion
like a
in 87
Germa
BC. Thereafter,
stream
the
or
chastened
whatever
Greeks,
in like
while still feeling superior, were far less
days.
inclined to act on their contempt. For the next century, the once mighty Greek city-states languished as a fallen backwater. Athens retained its traditional status.
Oh my god,
as a
I think I just
cultural
found
center,
something.
but it had long been eclipsed by Alexandria as the
I
cultural
didn't
center
know.
of the Mediterranean world.
I didn't
It
know
was
that's what this
until
pose was
Hadrian's
from.
active Greek revivalism that the city of the Aegean began to return to prosperity and prominence. The craftsmen of Greece, meanwhile, produced a number of high-quality household goods that were
Okay, I couldn't
highly
actually
sought
find a
after
good
in
reference, so
Rome,
we're just gonna wing
and
it.
the rugged
Chat.
country was a source of high-quality tin and copper. But by far, Greece's most important contribution to the Roman economy was its export of educated slaves, who, in time, came to run practically the whole empire. Overtly conquered,
They
the Greeks had a
practically
bit of
ran the whole
revenge
empire,
by
guys.
covertly running
So,
in many ways
listen.
the empire they supposedly served.
yeah, supposedly, sir. Yeah.
West of Achaia, and for a long time simply a part of Macedonia, was the province of Epirus.
When you think about
Conquered
it,
along
the
with
slaves were
rest of
actually
Greece
the
in
ones in
Macedonian
power.
Wars,
When you think
and
about
peeled
it,
off into its own
women are
province in
actually the ones in
67
power.
AD.
When you think about
This maritime territory was
I'm being
situated
overly
along the
cynical.
Ionian
He's
Sea,
speaking
across
within
from
like
the boot of
the
Italy.
language of the history text. It's fine.
Originally, one of the Romans' first footholds in
I
the
talk a lot of
east.
shit.
Remember that the Romans took possession of the coast in the mid-200s BC to prevent piracy. The culture and economy of Epirus was centered around its port towns, servicing the trade lines from Italy to Greece proper, though it was also known for producing its own excellent
This is my
cheese,
equivalent of
wine, and oils.
reading a bad book and on a
Northwest
subway
of
and
Greece
shaking
and
my
due
head so
west of
everybody knows I
Greece
disagree with
was
it.
the
I
critical
have to have
place
some of
known as
my
Illyrium
petty
or
whatchamacallums.
First conquered by the Romans in the 160s.
I walk in
BC,
and they bring out my
the
drinks and
region
they're
wasn't
like, "You want
fully
your pizza?" And I say,
pacified
"Yes,
until
please."
Octavian,
And they
with the
say, "It's
final
already in the
stamp
oven."
on
I say,
things in the
"Thank you."
mid-30s BC.
Then my eyes roll back in my
In the
head like a shark and I consume
constitutional
8
settlement of
slices of pizza in
27,
under 5 minutes.
Augustus claimed Illyricum as an imperial
Bazinga.
province and eventually stationed 4 legions there.
That's me with shawarma, dude. I'm like that
Illyricum
cat
wound up
eating
being the
eating like a
backbone of
steak.
the
They're like,
Roman Empire, as it stood at the crossroads between
that's what I'm
east
like
and
with
west,
with
north and
shawarma.
south. It bordered both the Adriatic Sea and the Danube River, and depending on where you were coming from, it was the gateway to Italy, the gateway to Greece, the gateway to the Far East.
I thought he was
while
gonna say
all the
fart.
while acting as defender of the northern border. At some point during the reign of Tiberius, Illyricum was split into the more peaceful and mineral-rich
Wouldn't it be
Dalmatia
funny
in
if
the
he said
south,
fart though?
which is now the Croatian coast, and the more rugged and
Hank
militant
J.
Pannonia
Wimbledon
in the
simp,
north.
hello.
Pannonia
Are
was
you
actually divided
nice
further by
chilling
Trajan
in the
into
in the
Upper
pre-Gianna
and Lower
stream?
Pannonia to make the
I
territory,
also am
like
kind of looking forward to
Alesia,
it.
more
I was
agile
telling
and
Chad
responsive to
earlier, like
attacks.
I'm going to raid you guys over at
Illyricum in
4:10 after
general
I'm done this
has been called
commission,
the province
and
that
I am
held the
also going to
empire
watch the
together,
stream on like the
as its
couch,
constantly under
recovering
arms
from my
population
workday.
formed the bulk of the critical Danube legions, and eventually produced the emperors that dragged Rome from the depths of the disastrous 3rd century: Claudius Gothicus,
what am I doing here?
Aurelian, and then finally Diocletian. Neighboring Pannonia to the west, as Europe begins to climb up into the Alps, was the imperial province of Noricum, composing most of modern Austria. Granted independence by Julius Caesar for taking his side during the Civil War, the Noric people were left alone until they made a fateful decision to join in a Pannonian uprising in 16 BC.
How dare
that
they?
eventually, once put down, led to Noricum being called a province, even if it was not formally organized as such, until Claudius noted that they were still an off-the-books territory in 41 AD. For years, Noricum was ungarrisoned, but Antoninus moved a legion into the country in order to shore up the northern border, perhaps anticipating the storm that he saw coming down from Germania. Lacking high-quality soil, Noricum was a classic iron and blood province, providing both high-quality
That's
steel
not really clear what's
and
happening with
high-quality
their hand.
soldiers
Okay.
for the legions. We wind up then finally, and, rather anticlimactically, in Raetia,
Well, I wanted to be
problem
cool and have her with,
composed
like,
of modern West
opening her
Central
notes and
Switzerland.
consulting them with one
Conquered during
hand.
the joint
But I think I'm
campaign
going to
of
actually
Tiberius
drop
and
this
Drusus.
back of the pad
Horatio
down.
was a classic example of the Romans making a desert and calling it a peace.
Actually, it might have been a book.
Though it had no permanent legionary
Well,
presence,
too late.
Horatia still wound up a
Well,
key
not too late,
part
I
of
could
the
switch it, but-
extended Limes Germanicus, holding down the eastern
Notebook?
portion of the fortification network with a locally raised militia. Relatively depopulated, the native Ratians
Uh-oh, Madness Sims are here. I guess I got to do mod work.
and a particular brand of wine that Augustus declared was his favorite in the whole empire.
I hate autocorrect.
So there you have it. In making this circuit of the empire, I think the only thing
No,
I
Miss
noticed
Ebola
were
knows
the
that
three
if you
tiny
start sharing
administrative districts in the Alps, organized in
delicious
14,
Rule 34,
47, and 63 AD
that
respectively,
me and her are
to
just going to be like,
protect
yeah,
communication lines and keep
yeah.
travel
Oh.
routes through the Alpine passes clear. By all means,
I think
though,
that's an empty
if I
threat,
miss
Miss Ebola.
something, please
There,
let
yeah,
me
I'm
know.
calling you out.
I should
You would
probably
no
at this point
sooner
knock out a
ban
nice concluding paragraph
a
that artfully
a Crinkles
condenses
or
the
a
many faces
Project
and
Mad
many
Nexus
places of the
fan
Roman Empire,
than you
but the
would.
tour has left me exhausted. Next week is
I don't know.
question
What's something
time.
you're unlikely to
See you
do?
then.
I can't think of anything. I'm too eepy. Yeah, fill in the blanks for me, please. Spare. Oh yeah, spare automatons. Yeah. All right, next episode, probably the last episode. Technical difficulties. Oh. Okay, here we go. The 100th episode.
This week's episode is brought to you by Audible. As you now know, Audible is the internet's leading provider of audio entertainment with over 60,000 titles to choose from. When you're done with this episode, go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome. That again is audiblepodcast.com/Rome. By going to that address, you will qualify
Make her
for
slightly
free
more
book
interested. She
downloads
used to be
when you
really,
sign
really
up for a
interested. Like
14-day
her eyes were
trial
super
membership.
open, but now
There's
we'll
no
just put them
obligation to
normal.
continue the service, and you can cancel anytime and keep the free book you downloaded. You can also keep going with one of the monthly subscription options and get great deals on all future audiobook purchases. This week, I'm going to make kind of a strange recommendation. Apparently, Audible is putting out these little 5-minute segments for kids on things like whales and dinosaurs and volcanoes. Well, they have one for the Roman Empire and one for Julius Caesar. If your kids are too young for the history of Rome, by all means, this is a great place to get them started.
What do you
Just
mean?
remember to go to audiblepodcast.com/Rome so that they know who sent you. Hello, and welcome to the History of Rome. Episode 90, the 100th episode. So here we are at a nice shiny milestone, cut and stamped, fittingly enough, during the age of Antoninus Pius, who cut and stamped so many milestones during his reign.
Good for him.
I never thought when I started the show
Ooh,
that
milestones.
I would ever get near 100 episodes, nor did I think for a minute I would still be doing this almost 3 years after I published the first episode.
You tested my patience, therefore there will be made an example.
That first episode was just over 1,900 words and lasted 11 minutes and 48 seconds. After I got a few episodes of similar length under my belt, I did some loose math about how much progress
I love
was making
history.
each week so I could figure out what kind of hole I had dug myself into. The results seemed crazy. To complete the whole course of the empire would take 225 to 250.
And there's so many good
1,000 words
podcasts out there
and wind
for
up
it.
being 20 hours of recorded material.
I
spread
started
out
the
over maybe
history of
75
China, but
episodes. In other words, I was
it's
committing
really
myself
good,
to
but
producing
I
a
am not
gargantuan
familiar
pile of
enough
words.
with like
I tried not to
Chinese
think about
names
it,
that I
and
think I
went
need
back
to go back and
researching the
re-listen to it
Palladian
and like
secession of
take
494
notes.
BC. Fast forward to today. 99 episodes in the
You should
can,
know by
or
now I
100
take great
as we
pleasure
speak.
from making fun of and bullying MC fans. It's
329,186
why I make fun of Matt and
words.
Gianni constantly.
The
Oh,
album I maintain
no!
is now
Poor
calculated in
Hank
terms
J.
of
Wimbledon
days rather
Sim.
than hours.
Miss Ebola, they
And we're not
already
even connected
afflicted
to
by
Rhodes yet.
a debilitating
how long is
love
the
of
history
Hank
Rome
J.
going to take to complete?
Wimbledon.
The answer?
Wimbledon, you
I
have to
have
be
no
nice
idea.
to them.
I don't make projections anymore.
No. To be clear,
week's tour of
you're
the
not being
Empire
bullied
was
because
an
you get
absurd
like fictional men.
6,400
You're being
words
bullied
and lasted
specifically for
43
being in
minutes
the
and 42
Madness fandom.
seconds.
But unfortunately for you, or for
Certainly
unfortunately
not.
for Miss Ebola, I'm outing
begun
her
when it's done,
as
and not
having a direct
before.
line to Crinkles,
Of course,
and
as you
also
know,
being,
today we're going to continue to make no forward progress,
a Madness
and
fan.
instead
Sorry, Miss Ebola, I had to
celebrate the
break my
occasion of
silence.
the 100th episode by
I can't
opening
let you
the
do
floor
this
up
to them.
Questions. Obviously, I'm not
Would you
going
be
to
a
able to
hypocrite?
answer every question
Yes.
that came in, but there were definitely a couple of topics that seemed to be on more than one person's mind. I'll do my best to cover those.
She knows
and
exactly
then
what
tuck
y'all
in a few more I
are
liked
capable of. I
particularly,
say y'all, but
or
like
that
I like-
allowed me to talk
I
about
like
things I missed
Madness.
along the
I
way.
haven't played Project Nexus though,
In
so I guess
cases
I'm
where
not a true
more
fan.
than one person asked essentially the same question, I'm going to
Cancel
name the first person
Perennial
who
astronaut.
posted, which seemed a fair and
So it's
judicious
come to
way of
this.
doing things. So,
Never
without
thought I'd
further
see the
ado,
day I'm flying
let's get
down there,
started.
or I'm flying up there.
Nemo, among many others, asked, "Who are the 5 best emperors, and who
Challenge
are
you
the
to
5 worst?"
a beachcombing competition.
I initially had a sort of rambling explanation for
I have a
how we
hot
ought to be
pocket.
judging these guys, and what terms
Yes.
like best and worst mean to me. But then I realized that if I went on like that, I'd only have time to answer like 3 questions. So, in the interest of maximizing the number of
Hot
questions
pocket.
I'm going to be able to get to, I'm just going to cut to the chase. Number 1, Augustus, for obvious reasons. Number 2, Diocletian.
Oh, we
for
lost an
almost
arm. I think I'm gonna have to fix her
single-handedly
face a little
reviving
bit
and
again.
rejuvenating a
I don't
broken
think this is
empire,
quite it either.
even if it did all start to fall apart after he died. 3, Trajan, for his stabilizing hand, good-natured wisdom, and military skill. 4, Constantine, for, among other things, his lasting impact. I mean, Constantinople. 5, Hadrian, for his obsession with cementing the Roman Empire as a permanent institution guided by pragmatism rather than romantic notions of glory. I'm as surprised as you are that Marcus Aurelius is not on that list. He's probably number 6. Vespasian is probably number 7. After that, I'm not really sure.
Nerds.
I think I'd plug Claudius in at 10. Aurelian was pretty awesome, even if he didn't rule for very long.
So awesome.
Theodosius should probably be in there too. They'll admit that at this point,
Okay, that's
he's one of the
confusing
major
because there's like a
emperors I know the
Theodosius
least
in
about,
Byzantine history.
having always focused on early Roman history rather than late Roman history.
Yeah.
Which,
Oh,
for
is it
those
the
of
same
you who ask
Theodosius?
what my favorite period in Roman history is, it's pretty much everything between the exile of Tarquinius Superbus
Who?
to the victory at Zama.
Who?
I'm an early and high Republican era kind of guy. My 5 worst emperors, sort of not counting the guys whose reigns are measured in months and days, are, number 1, Commodus, for being a dangerously insane, immature hedonist. 2, Caligula, also for being a dangerously insane, immature hedonist. 3, Caracalla, for being a relatively sane, but still unquestionably bloodthirsty tyrant. 4, Nero, for being an immature hedonist,
Oh!
who was more concerned with performance
Lux,
than
the auto mod caught that one.
Elagabalus, for being such a damn weirdo that no one knew what to do with him until they finally decided it was best.
Okay, I'm gonna put it in. Like I know what you
Which
mean.
was
Oh my god.
probably for
I'm
the
like,
best.
ooh, do I want to have that in there in case
The one
Twitch
common
like
theme
finds
I see
that?
running through this list
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Too much power and
Hadrian
too
was
little
the guy who tried to eliminate
Caligula,
all of
believe it or
them.
not, was the
I'm
most
not going to say it out loud.
seemingly
No,
powerful
I am now
man
aware of
since
how bad it
the
looks now that I
before.
see it written in text.
Not that there
Yeah.
aren't worthy exceptions. But I
Yeah.
think in
He was like,
general,
oh yeah,
we should
Hadrian
always
was pretty
remember
cool and
that
awesome. And
handing
then also,
absolute
he
power
tried
a
to
teenager
eliminate a
is
certain
just a bad
subset of
idea.
people from,
A follow-up to this question was submitted by
You know.
Monique. Given all the emperors
Ah,
and
good
Roman
old
leaders you've
Roman
covered, who interests you
history
the most
and
why?
the people who love it.
Continuing with the emperors first, I am now very fond of both Claudius and Domitian, because they were the 2 leaders who turned out to be the most different from my initial impressions of them. Claudius the dullard, and Domitian the tyrant.
Claudius
had
the
their
dullard. Ouch.
But both were also far more complex and effective than I had given them credit for. Besides them, I will always have a soft spot in my
Don't know
heart
about
for
this
Marcus
hand.
Furius Camillus, who was once a towering figure in Roman history.
Let's fix her up.
and
We
who's
got
now
everything
basically
down, but the
forgotten.
proportions are a little funny.
Scipio Africanus, of course. That
I'm doing
damn
like
long hair
cute
who beat
stylized
Hannibal.
stuff, but
And finally, dear old
sometimes
Marcus
you got to
Agrippa.
adjust.
We should all hope to have best friends as utterly kick-ass as Marcus Agrippa. Touching on a subject that popped up a few times, Lycanthrope asks, one of the earliest topics that was brought up is the purported similarities between ancient Rome and the U.S.
I mean, yeah, the
What
longevity
are the
of
main
yeah.
similarities and differences between ancient Rome and the present
And I can see
historical US?
removing the current or not even the
Well,
current, but the
let's go through the obvious list.
the unfortunate
United States
stigmatization.
Kicked out a monarch, founded a
yeah,
republic
for the people of
wildly
Rome.
skewed in favor of a
Not the
rich
best for
aristocracy
everybody.
that was self-consciously modeled on Roman institutions, dealt with violent upheavals as the lower social classes attempted to capture some power for themselves, expanded aggressively on their own continent before accidentally capturing overseas territories,
Accidentally.
now
Make
utterly
your head a little
dominant
bit bigger
militarily, politically, and economically. What else do you need to know? Throw in the fact that if you believe the Soviet Union was Carthage, and that the Cold War is our equivalent of the Punic Wars,
It's not.
then you can even locate us within the larger timeline right around the rise of the Gracchi brothers.
What?
And, hey look, tea parties.
I don't really like
Except that one thing
comparing.
that's really been driven home to me lately is that while you can find these superficial similarities, there are
Yeah.
much deeper differences. Every powerful nation follows
Damn,
its
this
own
guy. Every time he
trajectory
says something kind of
for its
sus, he's
own
like, yeah,
particular
well,
reasons
actually.
towards its own particular ends, though usually at the height of each one's power they claim that they are the rebirth of the Roman Empire. For me, the biggest difference between America and Rome is that compared to Rome, the United States is a baby, and could very well prove to be merely a flash in the pan.
Oh, God, let's
The
hope
Roman
so.
Empire
I mean, who said
became
that?
the dominant state in the Mediterranean around 200 BC, and remained as such in one form or another until the fall of Constantinople in the 1450s. I mean, we are talking about a nearly 2,000-year period where you simply cannot talk about anything that occurred in North Africa, Europe, or the Middle East without talking about Rome. America, by contrast, was a pretty decent regional power for about a century, a pretty major world power for about 75 years after that, and has been living with the kind of unipolar prestige Rome enjoyed for centuries for about the last 20 years. If the United States of America is still around in 3010, I think maybe then we can start talking about comparisons to Rome. Until then, things happen, nations rise,
Things
and fall,
happen.
borders shift.
As he
I'm
lights a
not saying
fuse.
America can't dominate the world for a millennia. I'm just saying that it's an awful lot to ask of anyone. Rome was all about
I just find
longevity.
it's just so
and
hard to be the
stability,
oppressor.
and that is a test that no one in the West has been able to pass since.
Still don't think I
Alfonso
quite got her
was
face.
one of the first
Oh, and
to
she needs
raise
a
the
scar,
issue of
too.
Roman dealings abroad, and the first to mention the Far East. A
I keep
particular
thinking
topic
he's
that
about
was
to say fart.
seconded
I'm
at
so
least
sorry.
a half dozen times. So, to paraphrase all of those questions, what, if any, relationship existed between Rome and China? The majority of the contact between Rome and China was indirect, but the two great bookends of the world certainly knew that the other existed. The Han Dynasty, which persisted in one form or another from about 200 BC to 220 AD, was rising at the same time as the Romans, and as Rome headed east, the Han headed west, and it was during this period that the links became more overt. With the stabilizing hand of the Han in place, the famous Silk Road was able to knit itself together, carrying silk and other oriental treasures
And
from
roads.
China all the way to Antioch, and from there to Rome, while, among other things, Roman glasswork made their way back to the Chinese. In 97 AD, a Chinese embassy was sent west to try to make contact with the kingdom of the Da Qin, which is what the Han called Rome. But apparently, they were stopped short in Mesopotamia after the Parthians explained that the difficult crossing to Rome would take another 2 years at least. This bald-faced lie was meant to keep the two poles of the lucrative trade routes, which Parthia controlled, from ever meeting and working out a way to bypass
Those cheeky
the Parthian
cocksuckers. Hell
middleman.
yeah.
In 166, though, a Roman embassy was sent
I wish
east
Hank and Doc were
was able to
real.
make contact with the Chinese
I wish
emperor.
America was a hot pocket. I don't know what
Debate
that
still
means.
swirls about how
Oration
the Romans got
Neophyte,
there,
thank you for the
whether by
subscription.
sea or overland. But a meeting definitely occurred, and the Romans offered up all kinds of gifts from the West, including a book of Greco-Roman astronomy. Nothing concrete seems to have followed the meeting, though, and thereafter, the two sides continued to simply trade with one
Blue
another
Eye Samurai.
indirectly
Oh,
via the Silk
yeah.
Road or by the sea routes around
I
India.
have not sat down
For the
and watched
remainder
that
of
yet.
the
I
empire,
remember like kind of when it
Chinese
went
silk
up,
remained a highly sought-after luxury
and a lot
item
of
in
folks
Rome,
were recommending
and was a
it.
major point of contention, both for old-school conservatives, who found how revealing the fabric was disturbing, and proto-economists, who worried
Oration
about how much
Neophyte,
gold
you're so
was
cool.
disappearing
Do you know
east
that?
for
Whoop.
nothing but a few scraps of
Oh, it's
cloth.
4 o'clock. Gianni's probably going to be online, if not already, then
Matthew,
soon.
if I'm even pronouncing that correctly,
We got another 10
riffing
minutes on
off
this
my
commission.
observation
You
that
can
the
hop over
Romans
to Gianni's
tangled up
place, though, if you
Pyrrhus'
want.
war
I'll understand.
elephants the
But then we'll
same way
raid
that
over
the
to his
Rebel
when this is
Alliance
done.
brought down the Imperial Walkers during the Battle of Hoth,
What?
asks,
Did the Republicans or imperial armies learn any other tactics from the rebellion? Short answer, no, I don't think so. But I can absolutely promise you that a single Roman legion would have whipped the Ewoks without breaking a sweat.
Ah.
Four Forks, among others, wants to know about the show's process, how the podcast is put together, how long it takes to write and record each episode. Each show takes about 10 to 12 hours to knock out, not counting the time I spend just reading, which is time I don't bother to calculate since I'd be doing it anyway. My days off have become very jumbled lately, so my research, writing
What a
hours
nerd.
are constantly shifting around. But for a long time, the routine was that I would spend an hour or two during the week
Ooh, I
working
gotta
up a
fix her
detailed
cuffs.
outline of what I wanted to talk about and where I wanted to get to. Then I would get up on Saturday and write for maybe 6 or 7 hours and try to bank about 3,000 words. Then I'd get up on Sunday, edit what I had written the day before, and write the last 500 to 1,000 words to wrap things up. Then I'd let it all rest, go back and edit again, double-check whatever facts I wasn't 100% on, and read through it aloud to catch any tongue-twister landmines that I had left for myself. Then, recording 20 minutes of material takes about another hour, depending on how in the zone I am. For this, I run 2 parallel vocal tracks in GarageBand, and when I stumble over something, I cut out the last few seconds,
No one's allowed
hop
to
to the
email
other
me.
track, and pick
Forbidden.
up where I left off. When I'm done, I convert it into an MP3, upload it to the hosting site, and release it into the world. Then, I have a beer, congratulate myself on a job well done, and begin fretting about next week's show.
Real.
John Grandin wants to know, at the 100th episode, The History of Rome games,
Yeah, we got time for
who
a little
wins
bit
the
of color,
following
I think.
fights? 1. Secutor versus Rotariaris, which are 2 kinds of gladiator styles. 2. Nero versus Commodus. 3. Cleopatra versus Messalina. 4. Kirk Douglas versus Russell Crowe. 5. England versus the United States in the World Cup.
Oh, this is
First,
on.
it seemed like the Secutor would be usually favored, but a talented Retarii was nothing to mess around
I think
with.
Retarii were the
Plus, he'll make you
Nets.
look like a fool when he beats you, so draw. 2. Commodus for sure. By all accounts, he was an excellent shot and a well-trained gladiator, even if he never really tested his skills in a fair fight. Nero wouldn't stand a chance. 3.
They're gonna kill you,
Cleopatra.
Nero.
Messalina was a bumbling amateur compared to Cleopatra. 4. Sadly, I have to go with Russell Crowe. I mean, Kirk Douglas is like 94 years old. 5. The United States, because who says I can't be irrationally partisan about some things? George Smiley asks, here's a frivolous, non-historical question. Where does the theme music for The History of Rome come from? Is that Mike on guitar? The intro is one of those accidents of history. First of all, it's not me playing, though if I had to do it all over again, I would definitely write and record the music myself, as I am, quite proudly, an accomplished mediocrity on the guitar. Basically, when I was cutting the first episode, I knew I wanted to inject some music at the beginning of the show, so I dug around in the GarageBand loops until I found something I kind of liked and pasted it in there. Then I released the episode without ever considering what kind of commitment I was making to that one particular loop. Which I
You
still
paid
like
the
as
guy,
fun.
right?
It's just, yeah, it's a freaking GarageBand loop. Acoustic picking 18 for you Mac users out there. At least it's not 80s dance-based synth 6. Bob Tom asks, will Mrs. The History of Rome ever make an appearance?
Yes.
Oh!
She just did.
That scared me.
Ryan Reyes, among others, particularly Ryan R313, was wondering about making the dead emperor.
I like how they had to specify that was her. Like he was just able to put his voice into that register. He's been vocal training for this.
Had literally hundreds of major and minor deities who all vied for the attention of the lowly humans. The dead and deified emperors, beginning with Julius Caesar,
Johnny on stream
were
yet?
slated in as minor gods, nowhere near as powerful as, say, Jupiter or Mars.
Oh,
but still important
hey!
enough
Nice
that
for you to pop
worshipping
in,
at their
hey!
altars was considered a civic duty.
She's so cute.
Neglecting sacrifices or ceremonies in their honor
Is this a
would have invited
Monster Hunter
disaster on
character?
Rome, as the imperial cult became wrapped up in the larger set of official state superstitions.
Trying to decide how much
that
color
kept
I
the
want to add
empire
here in
safe
the
from
last.
thriving. In practice, though,
5
worshipping
minutes.
dead emperors was less an act of
But I
devout
just
piety
whitewashed her
or
accidentally. Don't
even
mind about
crass
that. Let's
superstition,
change a different layer
as it
style
was a
here.
demonstration of loyalty to the sitting emperor. It was all much more about visibly
Honestly, I
substituting
kind of like
himself
that
before the imperial
gentle
altar,
touch of
which the
color
emperors,
there.
as you can imagine, like to see, than really believing that if you didn't offer a goat to the ghost of Titus, that bad things would happen. Not that you really had a choice anyway. Refusing to make a sacrifice to the deified Caesars was considered treason and a capital crime.
Well, whatever.
So yes,
Treason,
technically,
capital
the dead
crime,
emperors
I've
were
done it
considered
before.
gods, especially in the Eastern Empire, where notions of divine monarchs has a long-standing history. I highly doubt, however, that a single senator voting for deification believed that Minerva was now actually a god. Keith Day asks, if you could sum up the Romans in 3 words, what would they be? I think the only reasonable answer is Vini, Vidi, Vici, right?
Damn, he got us there, Chad.
Scott de Brucker, among others, asks, I thought a pivotal event in history was the burning of the Library of Alexandria, an event thought to have set human progress back 1,000 years. I was astonished when it was not even referenced in a past episode.
What the
Yes,
fuck,
the
you
absence
guys?
of the Library
Wasn't
of
even
Alexandria from our
referenced.
narrative wasn't oversight on my part, especially since Julius Caesar himself is accused of having started the fire that allegedly set humanity back 1,000 years. For those of you who don't know, the Library of Alexandria was founded in the 200s BC by either Ptolemy I or Ptolemy II, and thereafter was liberally endowed to not only act as the repository for every written work that had ever been written anywhere, but also as an
Anywhere.
active research institution that employed around 100 scholars and scientists at any given time. Supposedly, the library contained a working steam engine, so its destruction came as a huge blow to human development.
We hated that. We didn't like
But the
it.
thing is that the jury is still out on when the library was actually destroyed and who destroyed it.
Oh.
Some, like Plutarch, say that it was Caesar who torched it by accident while fighting for control of the city in 49 BC. Others say it was destroyed by Aurelian in the 270s when he was reconquering the breakaway East. Gibbon said it was destroyed by the reactionary Christian patriarch Theophilus during his crusade to eradicate all things pagan in the late 300s. While finally, some say that the library existed
A little bit of a
all the way
keener,
into the
that one.
600s when it was finally burned by Umar the Great as his Islamic forces swept into Egypt. Unquestionably, the library existed.
Are we like just blaming
Unquestionably,
people we
at
don't
some
like
point,
in the
it
moment?
stopped existing. But when that happened is still a bit of a mystery. I tend to believe that multiple institutions and collections were built, maintained, destroyed, and rebuilt over the years that all held the moniker Library of Alexandria, which contributes a great deal to the confusion. Clearly, though, Plutarch believes that the great library was gone by the time he was writing in 120, and as a Greek scholar, he would have been in a position to know. Absent a time machine, I don't think we'll ever know what really happened or what exactly was lost. What we do know is that had the library survived, we'd all be teleporting to our jobs in the parallel universe of our choice by now.
Yeah, truly. Really. Definitely.
Rich asks, do you plan to combine your transcripts and sell them as a book when all is said and done? The answer is a qualified yes. I've been very hesitant about trying to publish the material as it is because I wrote it specifically to be read aloud, by me. I was and am worried that it will translate about as well as your average stand-up comedy routine would. When something is specifically designed to be spoken and depends
Gianni
on
is
particular
indeed
timing
live.
and inflection for the jokes
Need to make
come
more
out
art to
right,
show him.
well, reading it on paper just doesn't do justice, you know?
I can watch his VOD
But then
anytime.
again,
I can
with
only
a
be
little
rated with
expert
you in
tweaking,
person once.
maybe we
That's
could figure out a way to
beautiful.
make it work.
I love having meowing as
I've
my
been
vocal
so
stem.
busy writing new
Dog,
material, though, that
me
I haven't
too.
had much
Or
of a
cat,
chance to go back
me
and try to
too.
make sense of the old stuff. So, if anyone out there works
Think
in
a bad
publishing,
thought. Meow,
by
meow,
all
meow,
means,
meow.
get in touch with me.
Get
and
kind
help
of
me
bored
out.
just standing there making food. Meow, 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 meow.
John asks,
Think about eating a
which
bunch of
Roman
food. Meow, meow,
emperor
meow,
or
meow.
consul triumvir do you think you personally emulate the most?
I don't think Gianni's spared
Well,
from meowing
Claudius wrote a lot of
anywhere.
history, so there's that. Dan Lim, among many,
Good.
many others,
He
asks,
should suffer.
personally, I'd like to know your thoughts on the HBO series Rome. Accurate? Sensational? Lots of people wanted to know about the historical accuracy of all the various portrayals of Rome on TV and in the movies. Gladiator, Spartacus, I, Claudius, HBO's Rome, and the new Spartacus series. I'll start right off by saying that I'm not really a big stickler for details when it comes to these things.
Based.
I can and do separate the fictional reality from the historical reality. Did Livia poison everyone?
Gianni
who got in
doesn't
her
draw my
way?
characters with
Probably
big
not.
boobs,
Was there ever a
so
Spanish general
that's
named
true. He
Maximus
doesn't.
who became a gladiator, killed Commodus, and restored the Republic? Of course not. Was everyone in ancient Rome as handsome and clean as the original Spartacus would have us believe?
Yes.
Definitely not.
What?
But none of that stuff really bothers me too much.
Spartacus was
It's all
really
fantasy
handsome.
and should be taken as such. I'll admit to being on guard a lot more for the HBO series than I have been for others, because they seem to be explicitly portraying major historical events that we know a lot
They were
about.
literally gonna have
Unlike,
like a
say,
Christ
Spartacus, about whom we
line.
know
It
almost nothing.
you know, it all took place in
I thought Rome was
50
excellent in
BC.
places, and historically speaking,
And
about
I
as accurate
think
as the
one of the
format allows.
characters,
Key
like a Jewish
characters were
servant
omitted, sure.
who
Battles
did a
like
bunch of
Dyrrhachium
dirty
were
work,
skipped
was supposed to be like
completely.
maybe John
And
the
the whole
Baptist.
second season compressed the timeline radically because the show was slated for cancellation.
Is
But
he
history
howling?
really long
Is
and really
Gianni howling on
complicated,
stream right
and
now?
when you fictionalize it, you do have to streamline things a bit, which I fully understand and sympathize with. They did a bang-up job, though, immersing
Oh
you in the
God, is it
period,
cats? Okay,
and by all
stop.
accounts, the costume,
Stop. I'm pulling up his chat. Or I'm pulling up his channel. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, kill him. All right, sorry. We're finishing this up and then we're, oh my God. More cats? Oh my God, look at these redeems. Holy fuck.
Chat Ocean.
All right, that's enough out of him. For like one more minute, and then we're gonna call this bad boy done. And let's get a little bit of ground tone here. And a little bit of a lighter tone here. Yeah, get them kittens. If some people here like don't know who Gianni is and the context, they're just like going, what the fuck just happened? Alrighty. We're gonna call this one wrap. Let's crop this a bit actually. This thing with standing poses is that sometimes you gotta do a bit of cropping to make it a little bit more interesting. Crop. Alrighty. Okay, as always, actually not as always. I'm gonna stay down here and I'm gonna send off this stuff immediately for once, because last time I forgot. But as newly, I will be sending these off right after stream. Oh fuck. Oh, sorry, we gotta reopen that. No, not make a new file. Oh my god, oh my lord. Everybody be good? Thank you. I'm going to raid you guys over to Gianni. Thanks for a long work day. I probably won't do a 6-hour one again. Because it was more like, no, I guess that was 6 hours. Oh, we stuck to schedule. Pretty good though. I'm amazed that I'm able to do that. But with advent of having my work next week at lifeguarding, I probably won't do another 6-hour. Oh, you absolutely could. Absolutely could pay through coffee, Garnet. Just, you know what? You don't even have to let me know. I'd probably know, like, which one's yours. Check your Discord DMs. Okay, let's look at this. I'm going to look at this real quick. That's so cute. Oh, my God. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen, like, a bird-mermaid mashup. This is so cute. Oh, my God. That's lovely. How I'm trying to be. Yummy art. All right, I'm raiding you guys over. Then I'm going to sit on the couch and watch Gianni. do a bunch of stupid shit, and then play Abiotic Factory and watch some Germa. Ah, sounds like a good evening. All right. Raid, get Gianni? Sirens. Yeah, it's kind of a siren bird. Is that the right dash? It's not the right dash, is it? Is it the other way? Where's the other dash on my keyboard? I never use dashes. Okay. Chat. Wait. Wait. Here we go. Chat. Why isn't that working? Why isn't it working right now? I wish Miss Ebola were here. She'd be able to be like, okay, navigate down to this side and then... Chat, is this real? Thank you. I'm doing a real... Okay, wait. Raid. Okay, now it's working. I'm not crazy. No, fuck off. No. I typed that. It was up there. Was I typing in like the wrong chat? No, I wasn't. I was chatting this one. Okay, anyway, I got it. I'm a genius. I'm really smart. I typed that. Okay. All right, everybody be good over in Gianni's chat. I want to see everybody mauling him as kitties. I'll be there to mark your progress. Thank you so much, everyone. I will catch you on the flip side.
Also,